2 decades ago, demonic hordes broke through the divine barrier that defended humanity and rushed to their continent. Since then, a fierce war has erupted between people and demons. 10 years lasted a misery covered with horror and disorder of war. The powerful magician, as he was in defense of mankind, lifted into the air flames, and the world shuddered at the devastating power of its spell. The rage raged on the battlefield. The spells woven with the shine of the swords, and the characters competed with the demonic hordes without sparing strength. The crowds of warriors were desperately holding on the pressure, challenging the demons himself. The malicious roar turned the air. "Death to you!" he was crying, and the battle broke out with a new scare. In the decisive moment, when the hero met face to face with the owner of the demons, gathering all his courage and strength, overcame the enemy in a fierce duel. So the 10-year war ended. 10 years have passed since then. The world is gradually recovering from the surviving, and everyday life in the royal capital again acquires the usual rhythm. 2 swords were crossed over one of the central buildings. It was here, in the deposit of Desperate, that someone recorded something in thick folio, carefully removing the lines with sharpened feathers. The bartender with a lush beard, holding a note in his palms, lifted his eyebrows in surprise. Oh ho! The man was genuinely interested that this time his guest had met. With a slight leisurely, the guy's answer came. Nothing special. A carefree silence prevailed around, which from time to time violated a muted hum and a fragrant smell of like a cozy tavern. Single with his elbows on a stable, the thoughtful look lowered, and without much passion said that he intended to resign. It was visible how his silent plan was completely captured. His name was Theodore, a brave adventure-seeker whose life raged with surprises and bold journeys. The news of Theodore's intention to resign only skepticism and distrust. The interlocutor reminded in surprise, he was an indispensable part in the heroic team that defeated the Bishop of Demons. On this, Theodore only replied with a light smile, that he always considered himself a simple master in all his hands. He was justified by the fact that he had only performed dirty cases to someone's order. Now, he said, life has changed. Now, he is nothing more than an adventure seeker. Keeping calm, Guild-waster Victor responded to Theodore's words, frankly recognizing how fragile the guild will be after the loss of one member is difficult to predict. But the possibility of such a crisis did not reject. Waiting ahead remained a mystery to him. Further, thinking aloud, Theo noted that even if the task board remains empty, it will not have any value. Victor noted Theodore that it had come quiet times, so it became less. In response, Theodore commented that now mostly young adventurers go to the dungeon for intelligence. Through his fingers, Victor remembered how the participants of the group of heroes received a fair and generous reward. The Theo stuck, adding with a smile that they awarded such an amount that it would be enough for him almost for life. Despite all these circumstances, work was given to him as easily as young. It was quite impressive, Victor. Theodore, given the life experience, unexpectedly chose release. The surprise was that the screen was certified. The feasibility was not 35. Confessing to his face seriousness, Theo shared that he had dreamed of a peaceful life since childhood. Looking closely at the pot, he quietly added that he was really extremely exhausted. The words of the feasibility study caused a genuine surprise in Victor. He looked at Theodore. The confusion flashed in the Guilder's eyes when Theo proclaimed his words. His focused, a serious look did not give rise to doubt. However, the leader of Guild still decided to ask what steps the guy plans to take further. Finally, the Theo looked to the side, silently recognizing the true cause that prompted him to become an adventure seeker. At the age of 10, the protagonist remained an orphan. The disease took his parents. Soon he was noticed by travelers, sheltered and surrounded by care. Small, without staying away, thanks them all that he can. In the memory of the young man, the idea of how lucky to visit such beautiful people broke out. Outloose interlocutors were vividly discussed with him a variety of topics, and his soul was warmed by a warm atmosphere, as if he had always been part of this company. God's pleas gave him 3 talents from birth. When he first showed these abilities, others could not hide their surprise. Such innate giftedness stunned everyone. The first skill that the hero has mastered was the ability to determine the properties of objects. Thanks to this skill, he easily learned about the peculiarities of various things, including healing herbs, which greatly facilitated journeys. The second skill was the ability to master. This made it possible to create and repair different things, which made it indispensable in many circumstances. The third gift was the ability to tame. Thanks to this talent, the ability to communicate with monsters was opened, and if necessary, to conquer them, avoiding dangerous clashes. All three of his abilities became a real treasure for adventure. Sometimes the matter came to disputes. Some participants argued who was the first to invite him to join the team. The mind was mentioned by the mention of the girl who was stepping onto him. Her lips blossomed in a gentle smile, turned straight to him. The whole detachment of the heroes surrounded him from all sides. In memory, the mention of the moment when the invitation first came to join the team broke out. It was then that life changed its progress. After the war, the man reported that the detachment of the heroes had been dissolved. He wondered what plans the main character has when he leaves his service. In the head of the protagonist, the idea of buying a farm in a deaf village and settle there. The experience of rural childhood gave him confidence. He is well acquainted with the land and knows how to manage it. The surprised guildmaster asked if he was really okay to change the adventure life to grow vegetables. In response, the hero thoughtfully noted that he was wondering what benefit he could bring in peacetime. Unexpectedly, Victor suggested that the Theo go for the study of new lands. This idea was struck by the young man by surprise. The traveler talked about a mysterious new continent that died on the horizon after victory over the demons. Before the war, no one even realized its existence, and the origin of this land is still enveloped. According to Victor, the residents were convinced that the continent took this appearance due to the disappearance of the protective barrier from the demons. In addition, Victor noted that they are already planning to organize the first research expedition. Victor noted that the main character's talents can be extremely valuable on the new continent. After that, he suggested that he think about his proposal and answer a little later. Victor noted that for the main character, it can be the last adventure. In addition, he pointed to the endless expanses of pristine land around and asked the interlocutor's opinion on this. The imagination of the hero suddenly comes to life the image of a hut lost among the sun-flooded forest, as if a dream touched a calm, simple life in the countryside. The idea of a quiet life in unknown spaces suddenly seemed not so bad. The bearded grandfather wondered whether the hero was interested in this case, and suggested that he make up the company. Easy shame mastered the hero, but still agreed. After a short pause, the hero finally signed on the documents. The old man smiled widely, noting that now everything has become much better. He also added that experienced adventurers will have a lot on the new continent. No one knows what surprises can wait there. The slightly puzzled old man was hardly spoken, and the main character in response only smiled and awakened the back of his back. The hero confessed that he was glad to cooperate with the old name Victor. He then suggested that this task be considered their last joint test. Victor, full of joy, assured, "Guild will never forget the contribution made by Theodore." He devoted to the rest of his leaving the guild, careful preparation for the future trip. Theo confidently crossed the threshold of the store to buy everything you need. Subsequently, fate brought him with current teammates. Saying goodbye to his comrades, he left the tavern where they spent the evening together, and with relief he noted for himself. Finally, at the pier where the ships were already waiting for the sea, Theodore with excitement began to bring things on board. The road eventually brought him to the port city of Colleoli. The whole month of intense preparations has passed before the protagonist finally stepped on a lively port on the eve of the sail to the new world. The confidence appeared in every look, movements, and smiles, although somewhere in the depths of the heart, a slight anxiety was glowing before the unknown way. During the walk, the little girl caught up with the city, pleasing his name. Happy, she ran after him, radiating delight. The little girl stretched out a handful of chocolates, smiling sincerely. The generous act of the child moved the young man to the depths of his soul, and a warm smile blossomed on his face. Thank you to the girl for treat. The hero gently ran a hand on her hair and said that a difficult way was waiting for him. Consciousness matured. A lot of trials ahead. Victor came to the meeting, immediately noting that over the past decade, the world has become completely different. In this moments, the hero wondered, remembering how unrecognizably life turned. Victor, with a mysterious smile, noted that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The hero, not hiding surprise, could not understand why he appeared again, because their last meeting had to be farewell. Victor rejected the proposal that he only said goodbye. A determined person, ready to proclaim something extremely important, broke out in her eyes. Silence fell for a moment, and a flock of birds flashed over the port. The hero stopped in thought without catching what Victor's sway. Finally, the guy reminded that he also plans to join bathing with everyone, and the role of teenager's leader will fall this time. The young man, without quenching his curiosity, asked once again whether everything was said. Pure true. But Victor only nodded with his confidence. My grandfather confessed that he had already had the fortune to see her grandchildren and now ready to go on the road, even if it was his last trip. Frankly, sharing his dream to live his days with a real adventure seeker. His words sounded calmly, with particular confidence and firm intention in his voice. The surprise wrote on the hero's face when he reminded the interlocutor of his 70-year-old age. He jokingly wondered if any other adventures were possible at such a good age. The old man only laughed, emphasizing that dwarfs live much longer than people. Carelessness and confidence in his voice left no doubt about the seriousness of intentions. The awareness of the futility of such a friend was filled with a relief. It became obvious that Victor had an indomitable force and a firm spirit sufficient to overcome any tests. Calm and respect was clearly read in his eyes. Once a famous dragon hunter, nicknamed the Bloody Wind, became famous for his exploits long before the guild headed. He devoted all his life to battles, sparing neither strength nor health. Although he came from a noble kind, he always kept simply and fair, which brought him true respect among others. The hero looked at Victor with his eyes full of delight, recognizing in him a prominent warrior and a brilliant leader. In his words, there was a belief. Victor deserves the title of hero even more than the one who officially wears this title. A careful look radiated sincere respect. Collected allies, a real colorful combination of unique characters, made up a strong front. In their ranks, both hardened warriors and inquisitive scientists, thirsty to reveal the secrets of the unknown. The special mood was fueled by the anticipation of a large-scale adventure. Hanging over the team, an invisible thrill of hopes. A barely noticeable smile shot the face of the hero when the tension gradually retreated. The presence of so many reliable friends added confidence and rest. After getting acquainted with the team, Victor presented 3 scientists: a geologist, climatologist, and a specialist in the study of monsters. They were joined by 15 to spare, with a variety of talents. Together, these 20 formed a small but quite prepared group that emitted the determination and willingness to meet any trials. Introducing as Theodore, the hero smiled warmly at the greeting. Among the new acquaintances immediately rushed into the eye. Everyone seemed surprisingly young. Seeing Theodore, the adventurers joyfully recognized in him the well-known master of the feasibility study, and their sincere comfort did not go unnoticed. The journey in his society was considered true and openly rejoiced, because it was he who joined their crew. The young man with expressive eyes could not believe in his own luck and with delight recalled that Theo has always supported the heroic team in everything. His comrade, passionate about waiting, added that he does not finally suffer with his own eyes to see what this guy is capable of. The Theodore embarrassed at Victor, the words of a friend who exhibited him with a common pet, a great deal of the soil from under his feet. Calmly, without a single shadow of regret, Victor admitted, "They say," he said exactly as it should, and hinted. It was not difficult to guess the consequences. Finally, the team was going on the road. Victor fascinatedly clapped in his palm, cheering the detachment and reminding that the sun will not expect. It is time to start a journey. Then Theo, exhaling with relief, finally agreed. Rising to the deck, the hero asks why no one of the crew is visible. Victor, with pain in his voice, explains, "It is impossible to take someone, because every resource is strictly limited." Victor expresses his wishes for the expedition to allocate more. When the situation with the provision is clarified, Theodore understands that as soon as the island is reached, you will first have to take care of food. Asking about the ways of storage of food stocks, receives a confident answer. They have already taken care of everything. The interlocutor does not hesitate and immediately offers a finished solution. With radiant confidence, Victor demonstrates a charming bag, assuring that she comes directly from the national storage. This treasure, he convinces, will be an indispensable find for their journey. The magic bag was surprised by its capacity. It was easily enough for food and water stocks for 2 weeks. In addition, he seemed to stop inside all the time. No product was spoiled, maintaining freshness for a long time. Happy like a child, grandfather with excitement boasts, though it had to be sweet, but such a valuable artifact still found himself in the hands of their team. Theodore's gaze remains indomitable, as if his face has frozen in a stone. Hardly holding back emotions, he turns to Victor demanding explanations. The young man asked permission to look into a magic bag with genuine curiosity, imagining her amazing things in advance. Hearing this, the friend shouted frightenedly, warning against the reckless step. The sleepy young man immediately apologized to learning that the guilds had to rent a bag. Their position now left much to be desired. The beard with annoyance recognized. Everything happened exactly as described. The young man asked the well-being of a friend, to which he, something weird, replied that everything was fine with him. According to this short conversation, the whole team began to prepare for swimming. A joyous voice was heard among the crew. Today, the wind heralds good luck. The colleague picked up this mood, confidently assuring his comrades, everything is the best. The captain, without spending time, gave the command to go on the road. The old man suggested that the young man pass the order to another, but he categorically refused, smiling, saying, to work for him. In addition, he made jokingly, without the work here, you can die from boredom. The admiration of rowing gave a special pleasure to the young man, because the support of the team was felt in every movement. With a light smile he emphasized, all on the boats are united by a common purpose and work for the sake of joint success. The ship felt from the port, and the captain's voice sounded over the waves, calling for brave adventure seekers to move forward. In the open sea, the ship slowly thawed behind the horizon, but behind only foamy waves and light ghostly contours of seagulls, which were constantly circling over the deck. Studying the map closely, the young man noted that the wind would blow them. The beards, approving it, added that if so continues they will reach the continent as soon as possible. On the ship, two girls talked about that perhaps the gods themselves favorably contemplate their journey, and, which were winged with this thought, gave prayer. The young man watched several members of the team who gave the prayers, and wondered. Some adventurers are really deeply believers. Apparently it is so easier to reconcile with possible death. But it seemed to him that everything was not unfolding too well. So it seemed premature to express gratitude to the gods. Sudden braking of the ship instantly caused a theologous anticipation. It is unlikely to herald something well. Grasping on the map, his grandfather noticed the immobilized trees, the wind. The young man only nodded briefly, confirming. Silence reigned around. The one who called himself a climatologist and did not release a book from his hands. According to his calculations, the wind should not be expected in the near future. Unfortunately, the gusts are not overwhelmed again. With an alarming look, the hero wondered if even scientists were not able to predict when the wind would rise. The climatologist sighed and emphasized that in the open sea everything obeys the whims of nature, and such weather can last from a few days to even several weeks. Hearing these words, one of the adventure seekers exclaimed, noting that waiting may have had even a few weeks. Showing bags with provisions, one of the satellites with anxiety reminded that food and water reserves are not limitless. He wondered if there was a safe place or town where she could find shelter. Among the crew members there was an alarming conversation. Everyone understood that without the wind they could not last for a long time, so they would have to invent how to save the situation. Some of the seafarers, unfriendly, said, "This delay is already growing into a real problem." The beard with a friend, anxiously exchanging his eyes, confirmed. If everything continues, they are waiting for serious problems. In this case, they are all doomed to death. The surprise engulfed the protagonist when he wondered why such experiences suddenly appeared, and confidently added that turning seawater into drinking for him was not a problem. The requirement to bring seawater to all those present suddenly and for a moment sowed a slight confusion among the environment. One of the crew members began to scoop the seawater, while explaining that the main reason why it was not drunk is a large amount of salt. Due to its unique ability, the hero purified the water from salt, turning it into a drinking drink, which he had a lot struck the whole team. One of the satellites, without spending time, was the first to swallow the water received to see if it was suitable for drinking. Having tried the water, the satellites happily exclaimed that it was really suitable for drinking. The relief has fulfilled them, because now the danger of dying from thirst has passed. The stormy applause of the team was heard in his honor, thanks to the river for salvation, and the hero himself only modestly noted that he was attached to him too much. Among the crew, joyful exclamations and laughter were heard, and one of the girls was kindly returned towards their comrades. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the ship, attracting the views of all present and amazing the girl in glasses. The alarming whisper swept in the middle of the crew, something incomprehensible in the water, and the creature they noticed there seemed frankly hostile. Suddenly, the captain orders Theo to follow him. while the deck is already sparing panic because of the approaching danger. The hero's gaze frozen in surprise. Something so incredible and stunning unfolds before his eyes that the mind refuses to grasp it. From a height, an alarming picture opens. Something massive in the waters, more than 10 meters long, is approaching rapidly, causing a real wave of anxiety. The serious look of the captain rests on Theo. With the slightest threat or chaos, should be prepared for the worst development of events. One of the participants of the detachment expresses that they can be a dangerous monster, and insists on attacking the first, so it is possible to avoid unnecessary risks. The sharp cry forces the protagonist to turn through. The surprise in his eyes is mixed with anxiety because such events have jumped unexpectedly, and his comrades froze with fear. In dark water, the silhouette of a mysterious creature is lightly outlined. The threat is rapidly approaching. The team is intensely occupying protective positions, focusing on finding any danger in full combat readiness. The spooky noise breaks silence, the darkness around thickens, and the tension hangs in the air, forcing the heart to shrink against the anticipation of an unknown threat. The sudden appearance of a cute, friendly creature confuses Theo and Captain, gives them a moment of true surprise, and causes unrestrained surprise. A strange creature constantly makes friendly sounds, playfully clapping in the water near the ship. Meanwhile, the heroes on the deck are watched by the guest, not knowing what their response should be to such an unexpected appearance. One of the team members confessed that he had never met such a sweet creature before. The other thought that making it so charming. But the beard strictly urged everyone to remain alert and not to lose vigilance. The elderly man struck Kelly with his hand, inviting her to come closer. The main character turned to a girl standing at the opposite end of the deck. In the memory of the hero, an important detail floated. Kelly was a well-known monster researcher. Rumors about her went different. He was rumored. This girl was quite distinguished by his mind, and it was thanks to him that she was able to end the Royal Academy ahead of schedule. Kelly compared a creature with a hippo, which is usually found in rivers. She noted that animals of this species do not live in salt water, and sincerely confess, the cause of such large sizes remains a mystery. The researcher exclaimed that he may have a completely unknown to science species. She was delighted with his incredible greatness and beauty. The question of whether the information about this creature was preserved in her records, a cautious answer was made. There is no accurate information, because this kind is not described in any source. The girl noted that creatures of this species usually do not detect aggression. But there was no conviction in this. The explanation came. These creatures are not terribly tolerated when someone invades their possessions, and always seek to get rid of uninvited guests. On land, they are able to accelerate up to 40 kilometers per hour, and in the water, they show even more agility and speed. The researcher suggested giving the creature a name, the hippopotam AC, causing a genuine surprise to her satellite in her eyes. The old man watched the events, noticing the nervousness of each of the present. Awareness of the need to immediately resolve the situation, and the protagonist also emerged. Theodore asked Victor whether to get closer to this creature. With a decisive glitter in his eyes, the young man stated that he's seeking to conquer this creature. Approaching the rail, he was fascinated by the marine hippos carelessly floats in calm waves near the ship itself. Squeezing from anxiety, the summer satellite, only in a hurry, threw a warning to the hero to be careful. One of the satellites strictly orders everyone to keep peace and not move until the main character is preparing to use his incredible abilities to conquer a mysterious creature. In his thoughts, the young man notes, Victor proved himself to be a real leader, and this is what makes it possible to focus on the business without being distracted by little things and other participants. The focus covers the hero when he is preparing for action. The absence of outsiders seems like a true blessing, because nothing distracts from an important task, and no one will interfere with its concentration. The mysterious creature closely monitors the events, moving slowly through the water just in front of the ship's nose, not showing the slightest signs of hostility. A thin ray of light breaks out of the hero's palm, rapidly flying towards a monster and creating a witchcraft with him. Turning to a creature to a nickname that has already been made earlier, the characters try to find out what he wants. In response, only a silent and insightful look. The stunned satellites watched this picture, trying to understand whether the creatures really appeared at will, and which prompted it to approach so close. The main character assures the creature that will not harm him, and mentally notes, no hostility, or even hunger is essentially felt. The creature is briefly replied to these words, I understand. Reflecting aloud, the hero tries to understand the intentions of a strange creature, and ask her to explain why she appeared to them. The whole likeness of the creature pronounces its inner state, and a long, ambiguous "oh" breaks out of the mouth, as if the words are meaninglessly melting on the tongue. The maritime beast, by shaking their friendliness, confessed that he came to them only because they seemed incredibly interesting to him. The young man from the ship silently contemplates a wonderful creature who in response gives out a joyful exclamation. Easy laughter broke through the mouth of the protagonist. According to him, the beast simply shows interest in them. He added boldly, "They say, as he wants, may thou dive into the water with them now." The creature exclaimed in response, eagerly agreeing to such an idea. The puzzled grandfather wondered why the hero looked so satisfied in the plug's society. Keeping inviolability, the hero replied that everything was fine, and assured he only promised to create that he could swim with them, because they were committed to him. The old warrior approached the hero with an unexpected offer. He suggested asking the beast to push the ship, because the hippos are endowed with incredible power. Thinking about this proposal, the young man decided to try to imagine how the beast pushed the ship forward. Meanwhile, the monster was easy to slide in a water surface, not showing neither the slightest enemy intention. The hero felt that the decisive word still had to be told to him. Going closer, the protagonist shared the unexpected hassle. The wind subsided, and the ship stopped in place. He addressed the beast in his eyes, asking if he could help and push the ship forward. The taming process is divided into 3 stages. First, you should talk to the creature. To begin with, it was necessary to establish a relationship with the creature on equal terms, exchanging something equivalent. Only then could the order be ordered. But if the creature did not want to perform it voluntarily, the taming was considered unsuccessful. The young man explained that he is now in the 2nd stage of the domestication. She watches the creature from a height, carefully studies her behavior. If the creature does not want to cooperate, you will always be able to just politely ask him to leave. The creature gladly agreed to help, and the young man sincerely thanked her and offered to thank for the service. The young man put forward many seductive offers, from delicious food to magic stone, and the creature stubbornly rejected every gift. Despite the generous promises of the young man, the creature remained stubbornly relentless, which only confused the guy. The impatience increased in the young man. Annoyedly murmured about the failures, complained about the inability to achieve the desired, and complained that to ask for help without mutual return for him. Thoughts became anxious. Is everything right with this creature? Finally, the creature said, asking the boy to share the mana, and made it clear. It is such an agreement that she wants to conclude. The young man was quite surprised by the realization that the creature really seeks to become his pet. Once again, he asked if it was really her desire, which he heard a decisive confirmation. The young man thought, noting that for some reason his mana was quite attracted by the monster, and this was not the first time. Similar cases have emerged in memory. Once, even the monster themselves asked to become his favorite. Now these creatures have settled around the world, everyone in their corner. Creating, joyfully bouncing in the water, enthusiastically exclaimed the desire to get Manu. The young man, without hesitation, immediately agreed. He promised to share it immediately. Thinking about choosing the perfect name for the hippopotam C, the protagonist came to the conclusion, no pet will do without his own name. Strongly stepping forward, the guy launched a magical circle just under his feet, thus starting a solemn rite of domestication. Some of the team frozen in surprise, watching what was happening, with wide eyes. A confident name, Theodore Durkheim. He spent the whole voice, so the hero introduced himself. Downloading his manu with the creature, the hero called his name, Bevitv, and from that moment he became his indisputable master. The creature confirmed its obedience, recognizing Theodore with the master and calling the Begeliath. The magical contract came into force, and the dazzling light of the charming circle absorbed the marine hippo. Theodore approached Theodore and asked the result. With a calm pride, the hero informed that the domestication managed, but immediately later, the ailment swept the body, and swaying, he was forced to lean on his friend's shoulder. The captain of the team exclaimed, trying to find out what happened to Theodore, but he only briefly replied that he was bad. Confidence in their own forces always seemed to the protagonist, but the new feelings that suddenly swept it were strange and anxious. Even having concluded an agreement with a powerful dragon, I have never felt as strange and incomprehensible as it is now. The young man plunged into a reflection on a maritime creature with which he recently established a connection, trying to understand her true essence. Seeing this creature blossoms in a wide smile, the hero was surprised to realize that he smiled invisibly in response. This discovery caused a slight surprise and some discomfort. The hero turned to a creature named Begelius, asking him if he got a mana that had just been handed over. Satisfied, the creature said that mana was surprisingly delicious. This caused the hero a barely noticeable smile and easy surprise. The pleasure that refreshed the young man's face came out of how the creature liked the gift. With surprise, listening to the more confident and clearer words of the creature, the observer recalled Begelius about this promise before. It is time to execute it. It is not necessary to delay. A sudden panic swept the crowd. A cry broke out in the air. What is it? Some were in a hurry to intervene, but it was too late. The creature turned into the water rapidly, ready to act. On board the ship, a panic broke out. The cries mingled with a frantic noise. People were grabbing for the handrails, desperately not to fall, because the ship flew forward at frantic speed. Everything turned upside down when a huge naval creature, Beagle, was steeping into the water and began to push the ship. Suddenly, Theodore was suddenly caught. Through the crowd, he tried to shout the noise and persuade the hippopotam to slow down a little. It was difficult for a young man to believe how much this creature combines incredible power with lightning speed. Its size was misled. Where he hoped to see the irreversibility, in fact, a crazy energy and amazing power were raging. Somewhere in the heart, recognition appeared. Opposite him is a much more mysterious and interesting creature than he could imagine earlier. Victor, overflowing with joy, exclaimed that everything succeeded as best as possible, and the tasks were performed flawlessly. Theodore, despite the scattered flow of water and the trick of the vessel, answered a smile and supported his admiration. At that moment, both were relieved and well-deserved pride. Loud laughter was heard among men, filling the air with joy for the good start of their journey. But suddenly the invisible tension is hampered by the Theo. Anxiety flashes in the eyes. The look slides on the deck. The ship suddenly loses speed. Its movements become uncertain and uncertain. Without seconds, Theo suspected that he was involved in the Beagle, and, overcoming anxiety, he turns to him in a loud voice, wondering, is he not tired in sometimes? It turned out that the hippo was not tired at all. He was simply engulfed. The disappointment of the image was inflamed inside the creature. She worked too focusedly, pushing the boat, and received neither praise nor appraise from the feasibility study. The desire to recognize and the good word boiled in her soul, only took attention to the approval sign. The confusion engulfed the young man. Watching the creature in the water, the main character first noticed in him the naivety and immediacy of the child. He surprised him when he realized how much the child's behavior of this mysterious inhabitant of the underwater world. And even more impressed with the incredible kindness of the creature. Everything else, she was also surprisingly charming. Having realized the situation, Theo with a smile promised to oversee him during work, and Begilia immediately came to life. The creature was pleased with the new energy. Although the young man also noted that he wanted a little more calmer, the joy of the hippus obviously drowned out this request, so the beast did not stop anything. Despite all the unpredictability, meeting with Begeliafa was not only amazing, but also surprisingly useful. Every traveler acknowledged that this creature has brought them a lot of good and has become an integral part of their journey. Thanks to the efforts, the improvised wind protection appeared. In the voice of the guy he sounded happy peace. Everything arranged it completely. The wanderers continued, now in much more pleasant circumstances. With great curiosity, Begelife watched what was happening. Walking a familiar tune, he focusedly watched the fish caught, reading in her movements and glare of the scales. Smoking softly, the ship was heading. The protagonist, together with the new companion, was conceived in the endless horizon. A week has passed. Suddenly, an excited noise came among the team. Someone noticed a land on the horizon. The ship was confidently approaching the long-awaited land. The guy suddenly exclaimed that he noticed a new light. Everyone looked around. The hobbies and surprise were fluttering on their faces when the magic landscape opened. Theodore sincerely thanked the hippo, emphasizing that it was thanks to his support that it was possible to get here whole and intact. The smile of pleasure blossomed on the face of Begiliff, and a joyful, approving sound escaped from his mouth. When passengers left the ship one by one and crossed the boats, the young man noticed. Despite all the difficulties that he had to go through, finally reaching the goal, everyone radiated true joy. Theodore was sounded, and with dignity, that it was time to go into new journeys. The new satellite was timidly interested in whether he would be able to go with them. The Theo replied to this that from now on, Bagiliaf is his pet, so they will travel for 3. The hobbies escaped from the young man themselves. Fascinated with his gaze, the traveler looked at the unknown lands. The impression was overwhelmed, and he voiced loudly, "Now it is clear what this new continent is." In front of the unlimited unknown, immediately filled with admiration, travelers were vigorously discussing the amazing disobedience of the new continent. Plants and animals were striking with everything seen earlier. With every minute, the reality of the local reality was becoming more and more fascinating. Victor, the head of the expedition, strictly ordered to keep calm in all circumstances. A strict warning came: do not touch anything around to avoid danger. The group kept breathing, with fixed attention, waiting for further instructions. Confidently managing the situation, he ordered immediately to decide on further actions. At first it was necessary to make sure that there was safety, and there is no threat. Only then can boats be used to ship the shipment from the ship to the shore. The gray-haired man, clamping his fingers with a lush beard, said that he was clear to his companions, because they were the first to step on this shore. After tracing closely behind the confused faces of friends, the senior glanced to the young man, waiting for an agreement on his part. The young man, loaded with boxes, completely plunged into work, and suddenly there was Bagiliaf. Cry. Care made him shudder, and someone else turned to Theodore, trying to attract attention. The unexpected movement nearby forced Theo in surprise to look. The senior companion of the Theo with anxiety looked at Bagiliaf, because the behavior of the marine monster could lead to an accidental fall. In a high-profile voice, he warned a dangerous giant about the threat. Meanwhile, the Theo noted that since then, as a hippo, he became a pet. He did not leave the guy himself at any moment. A light smile refreshed the young man's face when he confessed, "To resist the charm of such a sweet creature is a real test." Theodore's special attention was attracted by the look of the hippopotame. Full of gentleness, he remembered him for a long time. Looking at the marine animal, the husband enveloped the feeling. She wanted to protect her, to create protection for her. Although Victor acknowledged that she was actually stronger than all of them together, he still sought to be her guard. Then Theo noted that the commitment of this creature is released to a real miracle. The old man added with a smile that perhaps the reason for his tendency since childhood, the so-called duckling, but did not hide. He sincerely loved her. The firm glitter in the look of the young man left no doubt. No circumstances would stop him along the way. The hand, compressed hand, the hand only emphasized the determination. The main task should be done right now, without delay. The feasibility of the feasibility study has a clear idea. The camp must be erected here. One of the researchers stated that their purpose is to study this land, and later, its development. According to him, the primary task was to build a shelter, where everyone will feel safe. The interlocutor noted that if they do not manage to put the camp before the dark, the night will have to spend the open air. The Theo, mentioning past days, exhaled and said that once to sleep on Earth was a common thing to him. But now he admitted, such a test is no longer like. In the memory of the hero, the days of hiking came when tired comrades fell asleep in the open air carelessly, leaning against the cool grass. Immediately realizing that time was not waiting, he strongly voiced his intention to hurry. In confirmation of these words, the satellite confuses him, urging not to delay and take the case. From the deck of the ship, Theodore noticed the perfect place on one of the hills. Happy case. Part of the mainland unfolded before her eyes, as if on a palm, allowing you to look at it directly from the ship. Theodore's head has a ripe idea. To offer to start exploration of these lands from another place. It was at this moment that the giant hippo appealed to him. Gillief wondered whether they were really going to build homes here, and he would be awesome whether he would have his own home. Theodora was genuinely surprised. The young man nodded in response, confirming his consent. Theo confessed that although he is embarrassed for construction, he lacks confidence in his own forces. The gaze slid to the side. A lot of work is waiting, and the materials will have to collect many. However, the doubts were in the delight of delight, and Theo, with passion, exclaimed that the house would certainly be erected. The look of Bagiliaf was full of tenderness when the eyes met with Theodore. The old man skillfully acknowledged that he only played on their feelings, and the creature smiled happy, saying the name of the young man. However, having become part of their company, it had nothing against such developments. The gentle smile of the senior participant added rest when he urged the young man to stop worrying and finally to take up the case. He noted that everyone hopes for his skills, while other detachment participants have already seized trees. Smiling, the young man assured that he understood everything perfectly. Thanks to the acute sensory and analytical mind, the young man carefully examined the material and became convinced that the chosen tree is almost perfect for any designs. The old man noted that each participant of the team was distinguished by his remarkable experience and special talents, and his true hard work was caused by their tireless hard work. Theodore noted that to build a house for 20 people is not easy. The warrior warned his brothers to be alert. A crash came. The tree began to fall. The elder calculated that if there are 4 homes in each house, 5 homes will have to be erected, and another one is for creating. Sighing, he stated that there were many work ahead. Lightly lowering his gaze, the young man sincerely apologized for the actions of his comrades. Noticing the look of the creature, he turned, and the hippo immediately sounded concerned about, asking if everything was fine. The young man with a soft smile reassured the satellite, they say. Everything goes in turn. At heart he rejoiced, which looked surprisingly sweet. He sincerely acknowledged, ahead of the difficult times because he will have to survive in difficult conditions, until they accumulate the required amount of materials. The concerned marine creature asked if he could help. At the same time, she tried to cheer the boy, soothing and trying to dispel his anxiety. Suddenly, the creature confidently moved forward, which struck everyone around. One of the comrades was in surprise to ask what it was capable of, and the young man with a little confusion acknowledged that he had no idea. Watching everything that happened, both warriors did not restrain the smiles. One of them, joking, turned to a strange creature with the question of what she was going to help them, hinting that it would be difficult to be useful. His words were summoned among those present. Suddenly, sharp horns grew on Galif's head, forcing everyone around the anxiety covered by anxiety. In the eyes of the young man, the marine hippos suddenly began to make something near the tree. The event was so amazing that the observer confessed that he first sees such an unusual sight. In the look of the man, the suspicion was, the horns of the hippocyte glittered with a clean mana. This thought did not have time to fall as a beast with an unprecedented force hit the tree, and then, having suffered a powerful blow, with a crash collapsed to the ground. The young man enthusiastically monitored the tree torn with the roots, rises into the air. The incredible force that was gifted with a mana filled with mana was striking. The loud order of one of the participants forced everyone to move away, so that the tree, it may not press anyone. Soon before their eyes, a bunch of firewood and stones were already tried. The stun was overwhelmed by a bearded man. He could not imagine that all the necessary materials were already collected, and even so fast, less than a day. Particularly striking was that the incredible work did a hippo, whose thirst for helping literally did not know the limits. Miguelioff, clamping a whole tree in the teeth, looks quite satisfied. But the impression of his benevolence does not mislead everyone. One companion notices, despite external friendliness, this creature can be a serious threat. She shares her fears with the main character who listens carefully to her words. The monster researcher Kelly confidently states that the creature belongs to the kind of dragons. To confirm her words, she skillfully adds, in front of them is not an ordinary animal, but a true representative of a powerful and dangerous species. The news that they are a real dragon in front of them is stunning the hero and old to the heart. Nothing in a soap and innocent form of a creature heralded such a danger. It is difficult to believe that this appearance is hiding a formidable beast. Hearing Kelly's confirmation that is about Bigaliaev, the room fades in a stunned silence. The impression of all those present is clearly changing, and one of the men tries to discharge the tension, carefully noting that he understands the emotions of the researcher. Such sensational news changes the idea of creating from the head. During her travels, the monster researcher watched the creature closely, and on the basis of these observations, made some conclusions about its nature. The interest that the main character treated with these assumptions did not go unnoticed. The protagonist acknowledged that a creature subdued was quite unexpected. The researcher came to the conclusion that it is most likely an earthly dragon, and there can be no alternatives here. Shocked, the girl could not believe that the creature had absorbed Manu in larger volumes than even the most nasty monsters of the highest rank. The uncertainty did not rest. She asked the main character for the second time, persistently asking to confirm what was said. The discussion has flared up whether other members of the group should open the truth that the creature is a dragon. Uncertainty and anxiety have enveloped the main character. It is unlikely that the whole group will perceive such news calmly, because the news can cause real panic. But the older man just shrugged, claiming that it is pointless to talk about it. Overfilling, the researcher asked to allow her to continue the study of a wonderful creature. She confessed that the creature turned out to be much more exciting than she first thought. The researcher suggested that this creature once lived near the mainland. She emphasized that it is impossible to determine the gender or diet on external grounds, although the appearance hinted at omnivorousness. The size of the creature resembled the child. The period of true growth and adulthood had to come. The young man wondered with doubt about whether she was fine with her mind. After reacting, the summer companion noted that scientists were always surprised by miracles, and advised not to pay attention to it. The girl's head came in. Where could this amazing creature come from? She was fascinated by the idea of his origin and the past, who it was before. The anticipation suggested that the deceptive appearance lies in unsepted history. Asking the creature that she was curious about the interlocutor, he asked how to determine that someone is already an adult. The little creature stared at him carefully, not fully understanding what they want from it. The explanation of his request tells you that age can be determined by the form of a tail. They show a visual example. In the adult, tail is elongated and almost straight. Instead, the baby is shorter and has softer, rounded outlines. After speaking on the scales of the dragon, Piotr thoughtfully said, "That's how it happens." The young man realized that such behavior of the creature was explained by her childhood naivety. He thought for a moment that it would happen when the dragon grows up and breaks it under its weight. However, this alarming picture quickly melted in his head. She waved away from gloomy thoughts and decided not to think about it anymore. The outbreak of interest, the woman confessed that her curiosity has increased even more, and called on to share all the information about this creature. And then, tightening the pause, she stated mysteriously, "Do you know what?" And unexpectedly approaching her husband, she made a focused look. If any new information appeared, she must first inform her. Such perseverance puzzled the interlocutor. He could not answer immediately. The protagonist shared his observations. The outskirts he had time to look at were distinguished by extremely fertile soils, the perfect place for the camp. His words were met with approving nods. The decisions were supported by all present. The beard was pleased that the distance to the river is sufficient, so no flood threatens their camp even in adverse weather. The wide space around was particularly pleased. This land was perfect for the erection of houses. The character, while next to the creature, gladly noted that thanks to his help, all the necessary materials have already been collected. Another man was delighted. This creature seemed to perform the work of 10. Now that the construction site has already been found, the hero decided that it was time to start the construction of the future home. The young man assured that everything is fine, despite the genuine concern of the interlocutor about possible problems. In his imagination, a complete picture of everything necessary was gradually emerged. Only this way was to begin. Gathering all the thoughts, the guy emphasized, "Imagination is the main driver of everything." One of the attendees was a little confused without immediately realizing his words, but the new moon was patiently explained. It is important to clearly and the smallest details to imagine the end result. He noted that the more difficult the task, the more careful it is to take into account the little things. Otherwise, nothing will work. At the same time, he expressed his unwillingness to spend too long. Therefore, Theo is easy and decisively taken to business. It focuses on magical energy, skillfully using the ability to turn the wood into neat bars. In the thoughts of the hero, the step-by-step process of transforming stone and sand into glass was already emerging. But the real challenge was waiting ahead. The next task involved the transformation of stone into metal, and the dream was more clearly realized. It was at this point that his reflections were broken. Hope appeared on the horizon, and so, finally, a majestic and gorgeous home was put from the hands of Theodore. All around were amazed, observers wise enthusiastically, how the work was progressing at incredible speed and amazing quality. The surprise on the faces of those who followed the process could not be hidden. However, the young man did not hide the surprise. Only 10 minutes passed, and everything was already prepared. Near the friend confirmed this fact. Inside the house, one of the boys looks around. He did not expect to be in the house with separate rooms. Such a luxury seemed to an unattainable dream. Greenish glass in windows, fragile and transparent, testifies to quality and resembles precious jewelry. Everything here echoes the grandeur of the true palace of aristocrats. Friends with sincere gratitude, they admitted that without the support of the young man, they would not be able to cope with him. One of the comrades willingly shared. He always dreamed of finding out how the opening of the new continent would happen. Meanwhile, the young man assured that with enthusiasm would complete the construction of the rest of the structures before the sunset. Stunned by his skills, comrades did not hide the admiration, and the elderly advised to rest at least a little. But the young man persistently ignored all the beliefs. Without reducing the pace, he assured that there were only 3 homes ahead. Finally, the camp was erected in all its grandeur. A few neat houses were lined up in equal rows, and everyone announced that the construction was completed. Storing an annoyed look, the character reproached why his warnings were ignored. Surprisingly, he noted that this door was different among others, and, turning to the feasibility study, demanded an explanation. Theodore just began to respond as a dragon roar sounded in a sharp echo. The dragon's moldy roar broke around. He called Theodore. The trophy, caught during the hunt, struck all present. No one expected such a spectacle. With the cunning smile, Begaleaf is interested in Theodore, whether he appealed to him. The stunned young man exclaimed, not believing that he was able to give everyone advice on his own. In his voice was a genuine surprise from the unexpected insight. The dragon firmly assured everyone in his desire to continue to help, clearly certifying his own determination and commitment to a common cause. He said he just in the target. The amazed beagle expanded her eyes and whispered enthusiastically, "This is yes." The young man explained that the door was made specifically so that the creature could easily open them on their own. In addition, he assured, they are completely protected from the cold, so the heat prevails inside. The creature flew rapidly inside the building, with incredible force knocking the young man off his feet. Stunned and confused, the guy was on the cold floor. The creature, hugging the guy firmly, sincerely thanked for the care, confessing how he liked. By calling her rescuer, she once again expressed his gratitude for his attention. The gentle smile of the new moon glowed when he assured, to turn to a creature by name is not a reason for gratitude. With the onset of the evening, the merry band gathered by the campfire. Toast came. Everyone raised the glasses, honoring the completion of the busy day. A densely man expressed her sincere gratitude for his help, to which he answered with a smile. Always glad to serve, especially if they serve such a wonderful drink. Adding that it was pleasantly impressed how quickly everything was settled and went without trouble. There was a lively call to rest today to tomorrow with new forces to get to business. The proposal immediately received a unanimous approval from all participants. With delight, the young man noted how delicious the game was. The girl was passionate about it. The meat just melts on the tongue. One of the comrades noted how the baby was curious with interest in the meat, and immediately stretched out the flavors closer, encouraging him to taste. The real admiration was filled with a group of scientists when they set up a camp and got a chance to finally get acquainted. Some from the company suggested that you tell yourself in the form of interesting stories. The girl in the glasses immediately noticed how many around the volcanic stones, and the young researcher admired. Perhaps a neighboring mountain is a sleeping volcano, which should be investigated. The girl shared her intention to go to the forest in search of new birds and animals. She dreamed of exploring the local ecosystem with delight, and if she was lucky, to come across unique and interesting monsters. The guy's attention involuntarily stopped at the camp company. Everyone here radiated a special aura. The smile appeared on his face, and without delaying the delicacy, he had fun-tasted the food on the skewer. The outbreak of curiosity made the young man step forward. Turning to the girl, he asked what she tasted. Without restraining, the young man confessed that he was simply bursting with curiosity. With her mouth filled, the girl calmly commented that she was eating the stomach, lifting in the eyes of all a fried piece on a skewer. The surprised guy wondered if she really ate the stomach and whether it causes her disgusting. However, the girl confidently replied that she did not feel any disgust. On the contrary, the dish was quite tasty. Subsequently, conveniently on the deck near the fire, she thoughtfully noted herself. Others, apparently, did not yet learn how to appreciate such non-standard tastes. The researcher noted, to whom something is not liked, it is better not to look. For her, it is quite natural. Trying is part of the work on the study of monsters, and each copy is sure to check for poisoning. The girl wondered if she really did not want to try, because it is for the study. Next to him, the creature, without restraining admiration, loudly stated that she was trying to try it first. The roar moon swept through the mountain plateau, breaking the silence. Among the slopes where the houses were hidden, There was a special, almost sinister calmness. The young man with a smile confessed to the little dragon that the time spent together was exciting. The creature agreed with him, waving his tail. The guy then told Draken that he would move to another house that night and apologize. The girl said goodbye to Begiliev, wishing him a good night. The young man promised to see tomorrow, which a creature named Begiliev was answered by a surprised sound. Continuing to go nearby, the creature gently pushed the guy as if asking if he really said, and repeatedly repeated his name. Begilev's creature came to Theodore, making an unexpected offer to spend the night with her. This proposal has caused Theodore on the face of Theodore. According to Theodore, the phrase of the researcher sleeps, Begelf is still a child, and this fact can in no case be overlooked. In the memoirs came the paintings of childhood, when the baby, confused and defenseless, shouted through tears, calling his mother and dad. Imagine. Theodore saw little Begili concentrated in the night sky, reflected in the ironing of water. His gaze was filled with loneliness, as if he were at all one among this endless radiance. Handing his hand on a shiny dragon scales, the young man returned to Pazaliev with interest, seeking to hear his assessment of the work done. Smiling, he said that this night would stay near him. Begelf picked up the boy and threw himself on his back. Theodore exclaimed from joy, and the dragon lifted the enthusiastic roar. Theodore asked Begelf to stay because he had another business. But in a moment he rushed into his eyes. Begilef was stuck, plunging into sleep. The unexpected reaction puzzled Theodore. Deeply immersed in a dream, Begiljev hung soap, causing a slight smile at Theodore, who watched him carefully. Theodore ran through the carotid, passionate creature, feeling the fatigue wrapped it up. Closing his eyelids, Theodore finally allowed himself to relax, recognizing that fatigue had long since settled in his body. Theodore and Begelia were peacefully asleep, cozy with a ball after a grueling day. A new morning will come in the man's head. A new morning will come, which promises fresh things and new challenges. So a lot of work is ahead. Against the backdrop of the majestic mountains, tightened with a light-lighted haze, the grasshopper was frozen on a thin stem. The barely sensitive singing of the insect breaks the morning silence that hangs over the neighborhood. In the distance, silhouettes of several houses are drawn, which are still dormant. The sudden loud rick breaks the morning silence when the heavy paw sharply grinds on the ground. From an unexpected invasion, a frightened grasshopper jumps away, escaping from danger. Among the dense forest is a girl with sharp ears and a fluffy tail. Her wary, almost predatory look testifies to vigilance, and a wolf with burning eyes was frozen. While accompanying her beast, the girl growls low, warning, she is ready for any danger. Both figures are clearly distinguished against the background of the darkness of forest trees, as if the embodiment of the pristine power of nature. The sudden cry breaks Theodore from the dream. His eyes are instantly opened from fright and surprise. Somewhere from afar there is a clear growl, mercilessly cutting up the morning silence. Sleep Theodore, leaning with his back to the sleeping Begiliev, is pushed on the floor and staring at the window. Thoughts carefully slide the labyrinths of the questions. What is the mysterious crack woke them up so early? Attempts to catch the meaning of events barely have time for the rapid course of morning anxiety. Between the two rural houses, dark silhouettes emerge, the growls of which erupts so ominously that the silence of the dawn instantly crumbles, giving way to the anticipation of a close danger. Near the pile of firewood between the huts, the girl was huddled with a huge wolf. The fierce growl did not die for a moment. The wolf enthusiastically devoured something left yesterday, fully focused on food and despite the world. Carefully looking out the window, Theodore suggests that wild beasts can be a source of noise. Sincere surprise covers it, because few animals dare to sneak up so close to their temporary camp. The unexpected anticipation of Theodore acutely permeates. The imagination draws a spooky picture, as a carefree company near the campfire could attack a predatory beast. The memory instantly appears a bright image of happy people who are still carelessly celebrated, gathering around warm fire. Against the background of memories of a party where jokes and laughter sounded, and someone praised their abilities loudly, Theodore is immersed in reflection on the causes of the animal. Gradually, he comes to a reasonable conclusion. The beast reached here, probably because of the malnutrition, which remained after the feast and were not cleaned. Determined to cope with the situation immediately, Theodore does not want the camp to turn into a permanent place of a feast for wild animals. Awareness of the need to leave the sleepy Begelia for a while is not easy. However, before you go, he decides to at least make for a given friend some improvised blanket. Carefully throwing a light blanket on the sleeping Basiliev, the young man made sure that no unnecessary sound would break the night silence. He moved smoothly and almost inaudibly moving the room, seeking not for a moment to disturb the sensitive dream of his friend. In intense sighs, Theo gathered with the spirit. The main task now seems to leave the room so as to remain unnoticed and not disturb the devoted companion. Step by step, he moved to the exit, trying not to make any sound, with special care, closing the door. Carefully looking out from the horn, Theodore thoughtfully evaluates the situation. Every little thing on the street becomes an important hint for him before deciding to take a step forward. A large creature, surprisingly similar to a dog, is enthusiastically ridden in a pile of food waste. Theodore is uncertain about whether it is a homeless dog that has been lured by the aroma of food. But something in the appearance and movements of the animal is anxious, gives birth to an elusive sense of danger. Theodore suddenly points out that the fur of the animal barely shines with a mysterious radiance around the pulsa. Awareness comes instantly. It is not a regular dog, but a creature that hides a much greater threat. The exposure hammers Theodore, when a flock of wolves emerges in front of him, among which one stands out, much larger than the other. Its thick wool flies in the morning light with an unusual glow. A moment, and awareness pervades Theodore. These are magical wolves, dangerous creatures, whose power and rage have become legends. Magic wolves are extremely strong and smart predators that far outweigh ordinary wolves. They pose the greatest threat when they gather in large flocks and attack coordinated. Theodore's mind has been given the thoughts of adult magical wolves that reach a height of 3 meters. Not even able to see in detail, it was thought that another beast was hidden behind the girl's back. The curiosity was worried that it binds to this creature, because usually wolves do not show friendships, considering prey mostly toddlers. But hesitation is not enough. It is time to reveal this mystery. The young man came closer and suggested a little chat. The guy apologized for the inconvenience that had broken their meal, and hastened to convince he had no hostile intentions. The unexpected appearance of this stranger caused surprise to the girl and the wolf. The deaf growl was heard, and the company rushed instantly. It seemed to him that they would not leave him. The order thrown by a young man forced them to wage them in place. He was aware of bitter annoyance. He was not going to use training at all. One of the wolves turned sharply, while the other, similar to a wolf girl, was rapidly disappearing from her eyes, hurrying to the opposite direction. Theodore exclaimed and surprised the Theodore, watching Swift skillfully disappear from sight. Low, growing wolf was coming from the shelter, while Theodora did not leave the surprise. Why did not take his spell this time? Each time earlier, this skill worked freely on everyone. Meanwhile, the last of the wolves was in confusion of why his girlfriend suddenly fled. The young man expressed the assumption that he may belong to some special kind. The new moon agreed. Let it be at least so. In response, the wolf mournfully. The man dropped on one knee, gently calling the wolf to get closer to himself. Applying the power of the taming, the young man hurried to assure the wolf of the absence of hostile intentions. The predator himself, interestedly lifting his gaze, asked what purpose they found themselves in its territory. Theodore suddenly exclaimed that he finally got into place. The wolf explained that the smell was persecuted only because the famine had tormented them for a long time. Looking closely, the man noticed how the ribs of the hungry wolf clearly appear. From this to imagine the condition of the girl seemed even more scary. In the soul, sincere pity to both. The bitterness sounded in the voice of Theodore when he acknowledged, "All this is awful. According to only one thing, what happened to them?" The wolf silently confirmed his worst fears. Following a new question, "Where is the rest of the pack now? Or maybe they have left alone?" With a shade of sadness in the voice, the wolf replied that it was a bear, and sadly added, "Everyone had already taken his fierce paw." The news heard stunned the young man to the heart. Carefully approaching Boa Boa, he began to interpret the principle of the device. It is enough to fix it on the animal and walk a little, and everything will work. Theodore, full of horror and distrust, asked again if it was indeed a bear. The awareness came to Theodore. The usual bear is unable to withstand a whole flock of magical wolves, therefore before him, a real demonic bear. The earth is tired of the paws, the dazzling glow in the eyes and the predatory claws. Everything spoke about the incredible strength and danger of this being. The demonic bear is distinguished by a cruel attitude, incredible force, and extraordinary ice bloodthirsty, which makes it a formidable opponent even for magical wolves. without any difficulty. This beast is dealt with by a whole flock of wolves, and one of them destroys with terrific ease. The wolf noted that another remained, and Theodore was interested in asking if it was a question about a girl who had just escaped. The vicious look of the predator did not doubt. It was about her. The wolf argued that the girl belongs to his pack, but still young and not being able to hunt properly. From his words, anxiety for her fate struck. It was this uncertainty in her future that explained his fervent desire to protect her. Having apologized, the wolf announced his departure, thanking for treating and promising confidently, he will protect her. Theodore watched the events closely, analyzing everything to the smallest details. The relentless determination of the beast was read in every word. Theodore nodded thoughtfully and confirmed. Everything was that way. His insightful look seemed to speak more than words. A friend with a friendly smile invited the wolf to join their company. The surprise caught the beast by surprise. He did not expect such an invitation. The wolf did not hide his surprise and distrust when he heard the invitation to join. The eyes expanded from surprise. Such a course of events seemed incredible to him. The thought of alliance with people was almost incredible imagination for the beast. Without hesitation, Theodore firmly stated that conscience does not leave the baby and her satellites. The gaze did not break away from the wolf, and his voice sounded with unwavering determination. Mercy and a deep sense of duty were guided by this choice. In memory, an image of comrades with open smiles and genuine support has emerged. United by a common purpose, they radiated cohesion and reliable resistance. With a smile on his face, Theodore assured the wolf that he was ready to take care of their food, so the issue of shelter would no longer be disturbed. In addition, he recalled, the wolf protects her, and such devotion should be respected. In his words, sincerity and generosity were felt. The young man suggested that you conclude an agreement, ready to provide food and temporary shelter if he receives a little help instead. The benefit expected both sides. A look full of expectations, he turned to the wolf, waiting for the answer. Suggesting the agreement, Theodore watched the wolf carefully. The look of the predatory beast frozen in silence, silently appreciated. The tension lay in a heavy haze in the air. Theodore's joyous exclamation broke out of his mouth when the wolf finally agreed. The animal settled simply opposite, finally deciding on the choice. At that moment, a new page opened for both, important and unforgettable. Looking at the fluffy white skin of the wolf, Theodore suggested that he first chose a name for him. Let it be Shiro, the colors of your fur, he said. The name seemed rather strange, but despite the hesitation, he eventually agreed to accept a new name. The wolf thought for a moment, and then approved the proposal, agreeing that the name sounds decent, and calmly settled at Theodore's feet. The careful look of the young man was pronounced. He approved such a companion. This is how their common story began. The wolf quietly lay away. In his eyes peace and harmony prevailed. With a slight sigh, he confirmed that, if so, he has no objection. Calling the full name, Theodore Durkheim, the man announced his willingness to move on. Having reached out to the wolf, he tuned to the next stage of the ritual. At the same moment, the magical symbol shone with bright light. The young man has confidently announced that sharing his own manu with a wolf, he gives him the name Shiro, proclaiming the beginning of a new stage. But he barely pronounced these words as the wolf suddenly issued a deafening roar, cut off the course of the ritual unexpectedly. The girl suddenly struck a man in armor when he said the spell. Blood! The man wondered what was happening here. He, kneeling on his knees, plunged into thought. What actually prompted it to hit him, and what purpose did she seek to achieve this act? Thoughts about her true motives did not rest, stirring up with new suspicions. Among the forest shadows, the girl retreated with the wolf, covering it. From her mouth, a low, rusty growl, warning a stranger not to approach. With fierce grimace, the girl pulled one of the wolves, releasing a rolled roar. At that moment, a real threat was read in her gaze. The man called the girl, trying to stop and find out what happened to her. In his thoughts, the image of her white ears and a wolf tail soon emerged. Mentally noted that he had not yet met such creatures, while the girl was constantly growling. The man tried to reassure her, using methods of psychological influence, gently asked to gather and assured that he would not cause any harm. A new attack with frantic perseverance, no obedience in her eyes, suggested that the domestication is in vain. It is not a beast at all, but something else, more difficult. The man decided that he was in front of a semi-human or a man from distant lands, and wondered if he was meeting someone who was like herself for the first time. However, the semi-human remained irritated. The surprised exclamation had sniffed out of the girl's mouth when her gaze involuntarily slid from a white wolf to a stranger. The girl hugged the wolf firmly, and there was a worried conversation between them. The man, contacting a white wolf named Shiro, wondered if he was trying to influence her. Suspicion of looking in his direction, the girl became unnoticed, while remaining quiet and thoughtful. First of all, the man decided to reassure the girl and assured her that everything is under control and no harm was going to do. But, watching the flash of her rage, he realized that his words would fly past his ears and have no sense. The surprise made him turn to Shiro with the question of whether this girl was really a relative. The answer was the unexpected truth. The girl was adopted. In the mind, he passed the memory of the day when the baby was first found and taken to her. Since then, the girl has become an integral part of their flock. The surprise instantly flashed in men's eyes. In such circumstances, to agree with it seemed like a real difficult task. Turning to the alert girl, the man spoke intriguing. He emphasized her natural caution in particular, noting that such a feature really deserves praise. A determined and cold heard his warning voice. "You will come back here again. Do not hope for mercy." The words expressed were echoed with an unambiguous threat, making it clear what the consequences of the next occurrence could be. She confessed to her that something special was waiting for her, and it could mean anything. He heard only enhanced internal alertness, because the unknown frightened even more. The man's hand dived into a magic bag, and from there, glowing with pleasure, got a mouth-watering piece of a juicy steak from a wild boar. He has proudly emphasized that the meat not only impresses in appearance, but also retains a pleasant heat, which makes it even more attractive. The proposed hotel immediately melted her heart, and the fatigue that had just clouded her face, as if she had dispelled without a trace. With a friendly smile, the gentleman carefully stretched the girl with a steak. In all his posture, a soft, silent support was felt, as an invitation to accept a generous gift. He assured loudly and convincingly, this treat is so delicious that he would certainly taste it more than once. Carefully lowering a plate with a mouth-watering steak to the ground, he leaned to the wolf girl who sat down. A gentle, cheerful voice of Prolv with sincere hospitality. The man invited to taste the tender meat prepared for her with care. In this simple action, it was a willingness to dispel the last drops of her distrust and giving peace and comfort. At first, the wolf was wary of surprise, carefully studying them and listening to every little thing. Her gaze slid sideways as if she were looking for a trap or trick, but a treacherous grunt in her stomach loudly gave up an unrestrained hunger. Suddenly the wolf rushed to the plate and grabbed his teeth with a piece of steak. It was surprised. The man watched as a wolf racing past him, leaving only a whirlwind of dust. The white wolf weakened his vigilance, looking at the girl. In her eyes, a genuine admiration at the sight of such a treat glowed. This gesture caused her smile and finally strengthened her intention. The delicious meal of the wolf's soul was so lively that she did not hold back the passionate exclamations and ate with a great appetite. The man, keeping her unmoved appearance, calmly assured her that food was still enough, and thoughtfully casting his gaze on Shiro, as if he thought whether a companion was nourishing the girl's thirst for delicacy. A sharp rick tore silence, mixing with the pleas of a man who asked the girl to restrain the passion and not to grab his hand in his passionate grip. In the end, the mountain of empty plates and the lightweight exhalation of the man was clearly spoken of the completion of this crazy meal. The pleasure filled it when it became apparent. The guests ate well, and his treats had just relevant. A little more surprised by the girl's incredible appetite, the man was politely wondered if she wanted something else, inadvertently thinking how much he could fit in a fragile figure. However, the girl, fully saturated and looked quite satisfied, thanked and politely refused the additive, emphasizing that she is enough for her. Hearing the confident answer, the man first lost. There were notes of a real surprise in the voice when he asked directly whether the girl really understood every word all this time. But only a short, calm yes confirmed his assumptions, finally immersing the interlocutor into an infinite surprise. The surprise of the man did not go unnoticed. Frankly, passionate, he emphasized the incredibility of her talent, a rare gift to understand the language of wolves, and human language impressed him to the depths of his soul. He considered such an incomprehensible ability so unusual that he called it strange, once again emphasizing her exclusivity. The girl sitting opposite slightly lowered her head and glance, full of misunderstanding, as if trying to understand what exactly was caused by such a violent reaction. At the demonstration, a goddess was posed with a book in her hands that embodied the language as a sacred gift sent from above. Language is an integral part of human being and culture, the basis of self-awareness. There was also an opinion, the ability to communicate in words, a natural and unchanging property of human being, laid down from birth. Stunned by the girl heard and passionate about the abilities of the girl, the man wondered how many more incredible miracles secretly preserves this continent. He sincerely thanked the goddess, with an ironic smile acknowledging. Apparently, it first turned to her with heartfelt gratitude. The girl openly confessed to her husband in her first hostility, not hiding his intention to harm him. She clearly emphasized that her behavior about her wolf friend seemed to her threatening, so she reacted so decisively, seeking to protect a close being. The sudden illuminated thought affected the face of a man, along with a surprised exclamation. A real understanding of the causes of her attack finally came. The imagination instantly returned him to the moment when he tried to put a spell on a white wolf. Here's what angered the girl to madness. The man, turning to the girl, gently tried to reassure her, convincing that he had no disgusting ideas about her companion. He explained kindly, his only goal is only to try to come with a wolf consent, to conclude a deal or a truce without thinking about anything wrong. The man, sitting down in front of the girl, said that his unique gift, the curb, allows you to communicate with animals. He assured that he seeks only one thing. Her wolf joined him. After that, a warm smile illuminated his face, and, turning directly to the girl, he carefully asked her choice, offering herself to join their group. The proposal of the man immediately lit in the eyes of the wolf of a sparkle of sincere admiration. Loudly and easily admitted that she dreams of such. The smile was warm of the man, because such a prospect promised her to eat delicious dishes daily. It would be difficult to give up. The young girl sincerely confessed how tired of eternal travels, and how insanely she dreams of at least one night to spend in comfort and safe. In addition, without hiding the emotions, she confessed that she had not eaten for a long time. The slurry was only converted from the thought of a hearty, mouth-watering lunch. The white wolf was kindly barking, as if supporting her every word, so the man, noticing this reaction, did not resist the curiosity and asked what exactly meant the beast, as if waiting for his thoughts. The sharp barking of the white wolf forced the man to be distracted again. He eagerly asked what had happened. The girl's gaze stopped carefully on his face. In her eyes, a clay hope and anxious expectation. The white wolf again confirmed his consent with a short, confident bark, and the girl, meeting with her husband, informed the verse of her readiness. Make sure that the proposal was accepted. The man, hesitation, began to speak, while the girl, along with 2 loyal wolves, had already followed him. With a sincere smile on her face, the wolf girl happily hugged her white friend, announcing that the agreement had taken place. Her faithful beast confirmed the common consent. The man, watching this scene with a noticeable pleasure, noted that it was wonderful, and warmly congratulated them on his expedition. With a light smile on his face, the main character greeted new acquaintances, a girl and her loyal dog, calling them her friends. Serious, like a cry, the girl wondered if the taming process could be restored. The hero engulfed an unspeakable surprise. Now he realized that he had forgotten it. The girl wondered what a name was, having learned that it was an integral part of the contract. The hero said that for this purpose you should first call the creature in the name, outline the rules of the agreement, and then say a special spell. The girl's eyes flashed with joy as soon as the hero suggested to call her friend Shiro. She repeatedly repeated this name several times, and then, full of sincere warmth, turned to the dog. From now on, you, Shiro. The girl gently hugged the dog, putting the whole soul and admiration into this ritual. At the same moment, a bright ray of light broke out of it. The surprised hero watched the events, and the girl, casting his gaze on him, had no idea that it was so struck. The surprise engulfed the hero when it seemed for a moment. All his magical energy disappeared from the body. What it was remained a mystery. You focus, trying to streamline thoughts, and decide to engage the assessment skill in order to understand what is happening deeper. The use of this skill has opened an unexpected thing before the young man. A magical connection emerged between the girl and her favorite, which struck him to the depths of the soul. It is concerned. The girl wondered if everything was fine, noticing changes in his expression. The hero immediately hurried to reassure, assuring that everything is fine. With a sincere smile, the hero assured that everything is fine. According to his observations, the girl managed to curb Shiro. It was quite obvious from everything that happened around. The confused young man confessed that it was difficult for him to explain it with words, but tried to briefly outline the essence. During the domestication, the person divides the manu with the animal, and it was at this point that there is a special connection between them. Due to this, he said, the girl felt even more close to Shiro. She wondered if she has become clearer now. Watching the girl, along with the layer, shines with happiness, the suspicion came in her heart. Perhaps a fatal mistake has just been made. Surprisingly, when she skillfully tamed the creature without any spells, he did not think what it was possible. If it were not that he witnessed this miracle, he would not believe anything. The guy asked with interest the name of the girl, gently suggested to choose a name for her, if she has nothing. She was stunned by this proposal. How did she know? Did she ever have her own name? She suggested that, for example, she could be called Theo. With a sincere smile, the guy noted that the name suits her, and then he remembered, so-called the tamper of fairy tale legends. Illuminated with a happy smile, the girl announced the whole voice. Her name is Feasible. Again and again, this continent surprised the protagonist tirelessly. Watching everything around, he realized how unusual and multifaceted this world appeared to him. He lifted new discoveries every day, giving unexpected meetings and unforgettable events. I watched with incredible surprise how two so different creatures were associated with strong and invisible ties. Looking at the girl next to the monster, he felt there was a real, incomprehensible closeness between them. All this was reminiscent of fairy tales, where even the most incredible miracles become reality. With the onset of the evening, the protagonist decided that it was time to give friends to relax. He invited everyone to move to the night stop so that everyone could gain strength. His calm, balanced voice radiated confidence and confidence. The light hesitation flashed in the girl's eyes when she was faced with a choice, to follow or stay. Having caught this timid look, the hero extended her hand, and a soothing smile blossomed on her lips. He promised a gentle voice. There are no reasons for worry. It is only necessary to give him faith. Despite its external confidence, light tension still has not released the hero after the last events. Obsessive anxiety did not rest. One important detail is steadily spinning in consciousness and does not allow you to relax, at least as you would like to drive these reflections. Memories of a bear who recently rushed at the girl, immediately forced to keep alert. If this creature appeared near the camp, the situation could be a true threat. The hero was aware that in this case he would have to intervene and protect everyone. Gathering his thoughts, he clenched his fist and nodded confidently to himself. The solid decision was born in the soul. Nothing will destroy the desire for calm and measured existence. Even if there are difficulties on the way, it is necessary to overcome everything in it. Through the dream, the Theo captures a persistent voice that calls him. Confusion and light anxiety are mixed in consciousness. In the end, the eyes open, and the face is surprised when the question is uncertainly, what happened? The guy outlined on the floor, with surprise, confusion, and slight anxiety, followed Bagaliev, who at that moment called his master and showed her tongue. In the look of Bagaliev, the delight of anxiety was mixed. He quickly looks around, reporting that there was another stranger in the room. Laying and holding his hand behind his head, Theo, still confused, tries to keep his balance and again asks who could find himself here. The sudden outbreak of consciousness covers the guy. The look stops on the girl and, when addressing Bagaliev, he asks whether it is about the child and the wolf who so mysteriously broke into their lives. The dragon, without hiding genuine surprise, translates the look from the owner to the girl. With a smile, complete determination, Theo declares that they have become comrades from now on. The guy knocks a wolf on his back, encouraging, "It's time to get up. It is enough to mow." Such inattention causes the Bagaliev to worry. He immediately warns that the guy behaves more carefully. The Theo, encouraging himself, confidently assures that everything is going properly, and reminds that it was he who invited the guests to this place yesterday. Meanwhile, his girlfriend, having heard the conversation, gradually recovers from sleep and opens his clear eyes. Looking closely at the girl, Bagel suddenly catches her gaze. The moment has frozen. They are inseparably looking at each other. Suddenly, the wolf and Fire, feeling the danger, were approaching Pazilius with growl. The young man just turns away, squeezing his forehead with his hand. Awareness comes. Girls still need time to get used to a new reality. The Theo, finding a way out of the situation, seated everyone in a circle and solemnly announced, "From now on, everyone here became a friend here." Bagelov, overflowing with joy, asked whether he had been heard correctly. A smile was shown on the boy's face, a gesture that emphasized his consent. From now on, they are true comrades. By presenting the girl and the wolf as a fine and wide, the young man recommended their attendees. The boys immediately and enthusiastically turned their views on new acquaintances. The genuine intonation of the Theo is heard when he introduces a girl and a wolf to Beagleleaf, assuring that despite his giant size, the heart of this creature is surprisingly well. Full of hope, the guy expresses the hope that they will be able to get fulfilled and become friends. Theo noticed how Bagoyev looked away, and heard from him confession. He invited them here in the middle of the night. In addition, some surprise sounded in his voice when he asked if Theo was really offended by his departure. The big eyes of Theo were even more revealed with the surprise and the joy of dating. With a slight uncertainty in her voice, she asks Begaliev's name, as if she wants to remember this moment forever. Slowly, carefully, her steps bring it closer to him. The nostrils tremblingly capture the smell, as if in a wolf's predatory. Standing closer to Believ Anta, she closes her eyes and easily, almost insensitive, touches his nose. To this, Theo adds that the wolf is also welcome with Bagaliev. The young man with a smile expresses his joy of acquaintance, while the girl carefully examines this giant beast for her. It is unlikely to restrain surprise. Going to the window, the man looks outwards from the outside, and in the meantime, he thinks, despite everything, the fear in their eyes still has not gone out, but the hope is that they will soon be able to understand. Suddenly, strange rush comes from Begalite, and the boy is alert. The feasible rotates sharply, with anxiety asking what happened. His gaze encounters a wide, which with a focused interest is sniffing Begalit on all sides. The outbreak of memories suddenly illuminated the boy's thoughts. He tells that the wolf always behaves when he meets strangers. On these words, Beagle, closing her eyes, only sighs with a patient moan, clearly showing her restraint and understanding of the situation. To meet the guys, Victor came out on the doorstep, saying that the breakfast of this continent was already waiting for them, and with a gesture called to hurry to eat a fresh treat. Smiling guys take a place near other expedition participants. The atmosphere around is full of comfort and cheerful homin. One of his friends throws his eye on the table and notes that everything looks really great. The attendees thank you together for the treat, eagerly wishing each other delicious. Theo notes that each dish on the table was carefully checked for poison. The girl confesses that the local kitchen on this continent is really surprising. The young man jokingly adds that everything would be even better to get normal kitchen tools. During breakfast, silence suddenly raises Victor's question. Who is this girl sitting next to the feasibility study? With a mysterious smile, the young man reports that from now on she became a new associate in their weird expedition. Meanwhile, the girl and the wolf have fun with his knees. With interest in looking at the interlocutor, Victor asks what he thinks is so well known. Theo immediately denies, laughs fun and jokes that apparently survived a stormy night. Looking carefully, Victor asks for permission to find out a little more. He is fascinated by the riddle of Theo, so without unnecessary delay is wondered if he is a person. With obvious confidence, the guy immediately states, "Yes, that's right." With a smile and easy surprise, the young man notes, "A girl and an ears and a tail, but despite that she is a real person. After all, she received the blessing of the goddess of language. It can speak, and it really captures." With genuine admiration, Theo picks up the conversation, saying that the girl is also a tamper, and it only emphasizes her unusual character. The young man, crowded with pride, remembers the girl's favorite, a wolf named Shiro, who is undoubtedly a true and devoted friend for her. With a sparkling in the eyes, a man tells that she manages the control of creatures without anyone, a true rare skill. It admires that her talent values even above her own. Thinking a few moments, the guy acknowledges that, despite his own invitation, he is not sure of the flawless course of cases, and in his voice a touch of seriousness runs. Victor, with a casual confidence, reassures, "There is no reason to excite," and the participants of the expedition support this, unanimously confirming his words. A man throws a good head that he once stood side by side with the heroes, and isn't that he speaks for himself? Intuition is also sharper than them. That is why, they say, most really trust him. The Theo, red and not finding where to put your eyes. Only the nape of the nape is confused, and thanks everyone for the support. The guy notes that I would like to present the guests well. He returns to Theo and Shiro, as if inviting the audience to get acquainted with the two. Suddenly, his look focuses on the Keela. The girl squeezes a handle in her hand. His face is full of anxiety and concentration. She recovers something carefully in her notebook, watching the boys. This attention is noticeably embarrassed by another girl. Under the tense look of Killy, she is involved in slight anxiety. Finally, the girl frankly calls her name, Kelly, sincerely adding, "If necessary, be sure to contact her." The words do not have time to subside, as Theo from Shiro covers a real wave of horror. Kelly's piercing look, cold and relentless, forcing them to tremble, as if the neck is already feeling on the neck. The girl's girlfriend, feeling all the anxiety of the moment, was inadvertently bursting, confessing that she was scared. It was at this moment that the wolf, like a real guard, stood in defense of the girl, showing faithfulness and dedication. Kelly, stunned, could not understand what had happened. Seeing how confusing everything, Theo comes to the girl and, trying to stay quietly, asks her to calm down. Kelly, with a barely noticeable annoyance, replies, as if he only wants to find a common language with them. In support of her words, the stranger confesses that she really scared them. Suddenly Kelly, as if to remember, he returns to Theo and throws it. Although he calls for her to calm down, he would look better at Shiro. With genuine interest, he adds that there has never been ever to meet wolves like him. Hearing this, the young man brought his eyebrows in surprise and, not hiding the confusion, asked the girl whether they were indeed a regular magical wolf. With confidence, Kelly hastily adds that the truth is not quite in these words. It approaches the wolf, gently touches it behind the ears, carefully strokes the thick wool, studying each of its bends, like a curious researcher. The surprise of a young traveler has no limits. It scatters a brilliant white fur in front of her. She immediately guesses it is probably a legendary white magic wolf. Kelly points out with caution, its size is much exceeding the average. Therefore, he emphasizes, Shiro only one of the varieties of magical wolf that can be found here. And this thought sounds extremely exciting. The affected guy can't hide as a surprise. With distrust in the voice, she asks whether their flock was fully destroyed by the demon. In response, he hears the confirmation. That's what he was told, and it makes him even more numb from shock. Kelly's questions are heard again, whether their flock is really destroyed by the demonic bear. The guy replies to that. That's how he was informed. In a thoughtful silence, the girl is gloomily aware that if one bear managed to defeat a whole pack, therefore, his strength is truly impressive. Such a conclusion inevitably pushes on anxious reflections on their safety. Suddenly, Victor emerges, suddenly stating that he learned about everything at the last moment. The girl is anxiety. He is scared how much he was here and when he had time to hear, as if she had felt a sharp embarrassment. The man admires that there will be time for talking about it. And now the most important thing is to equip the camp. This proposal sounds quite reasonable. Watching how the feasible is enthusiastically busy, and the rest of the workers are measured in their day, Victor jokingly points out, even the cloudy weather is not a reason for sadness, because it is possible to sleep enough, and this only adds confidence in his own actions. It also adds that food and water is still missing, but protection remains the most important need. Therefore, these three questions have become priorities for them, and now everyone has to think about them as seriously as possible. Gathering in a group, men think, it would be reasonable to first do the fields, and then, according to all the rules, take up the construction of the well. With unexpected seriousness on the face, Victor suddenly closes his eyes and states that most they need the third point, protection. In his voice sounds a smart, and at the same time anxious note, like a reservation for the future. The thought was involuntarily, if the bear suddenly attacks, the troubles will not be missing. Suddenly the feasible, slightly depressed, raises his hand, as if hesitant, but ready to say something. Stopping Victor, a little confusedly apologizes and announces unexpectedly, there is another thing that is much more important than the previous three. His words immediately arouse a lively interest in all present. Surprised by Herd, the man is indignant. What could be more important than the safety of the camp? It requires that the young man explains what it means. With confidence in his voice and a decisive look, the young man exclaims, "It's a cup." His bold confession is heard, and the crowd fades away from surprise. Kellyan and Victor with surprise and light confusion in his eyes, translating his eyes on the guy, it seems, without believing heard. A man, still puzzled, asks whether it is really a bath. The Theo, without a shadow of doubt with a smile, confirms this, quickly casting a view of Theo and Shiro, which absolutely do not know how to respond to this situation. It admires that both boys are real contaminated brawlers, but Shiro himself is not at all like a white wolf charm, although she undoubtedly has a fabulously luxurious fur that causes admiration. The wolf strokes the wolf, which makes everyone feel at breakfast. The boys do not hide smiles. They are fun and warm at the same time. Theo insists. To get rid of parasites should be as soon as possible. Otherwise, all the threatening round swollen abdomen is soon threatened. In his opinion, it is impossible to swim in the river. Icy water only complicates the situation, so the importance of the problem is increasing even more. Swashing slightly, the guy summarizes briefly. First, these two should become clean, and only then he will do something. It sounds quite fair. Victor agrees with a hidden smile, because he has long noticed that Theo is really extremely caring. Interestingly, lifting his eyebrows, Theo asks, "What's next? Maybe it is worth preparing a boil first, or just sit without business?" However, the desire to go in search of materials takes the top. The guy proposes to explore the outskirts and collect everything you need. Hearing this, Victor does not hide the surprise and clarifies how many people plan to bring with him. This is answered that he is enough for this girl to make him a company. She is better oriented in the area than they are too. The fever was heard by surprise. His face illuminated the surprise. Theo confidently turns to Victor, assuring that there is no reason to worry about his safety. The look changes direction and stops on the bagel. The guy loudly stated that Bagiliev is a real dragon, and under his protection, no demon bear will dare to come close. These confident words of the owner Bagiliev just smiled mysteriously. Theo assures that Victor, with his extraordinary talent of the leader, will handle all further tasks without his participation. To the answer, the man throws a disappointed, convicted look. Theo has frozen in intense silence. Her gaze, full of anxiety, slightly slides around. Victor gives the boy permission to go to a certain zone, putting care about visiting the toilet at his own discretion. The main thing is that he returned alive. Theo, with his eyes, notes that if you need any materials, let us know. On the ground, surrounded by a bunch of different trifles, the guy carefully folds the purse. Satisfies. Almost all the items have already been collected. It is only necessary to hide them in a magic bag. But suddenly a girl hurries to him. Her face is alarming her face. In a minute, the feasibility was aware of what happened, and the girl, pressing his palms to her chest and with anxiety in her eyes, said, "In the woods it is dangerous. There appeared a bear." Anxiety in her eyes does not rest. The idea that the feasible may not survive. The thread squeezes the heart. The boy with a shaky look and trembling hands looks closely at the girl, trying to understand what happened. The tragic mention came involuntarily. A flock of Theo died from the paws of a magical bear. Bagilia is approaching the Fee, and his recent promise is commemorating in memory. They are now comrades. Bypassing the guy, goes straight to the girl. With a bright smile on the face, the Bagels confidently assures that everything will be fine, because it will become their protection. A trusting look and a wide smile accompany his request to believe him. The surprise, along with genuine joy, appears in the eyes of the Fever when he watches what is happening. Believing the said, the Theo smiles shyly. Leaning to Bagiliev, the girl hugs him with children's trust, and in response to it he gives her a sincere, warm smile. The feasible bag is briefly summarizing, "Today is enough." That's what he already suggested that the boys move on, and suddenly the girl calls for him to wait. Skiro's question about bathing is curiosity in a girl. She also begins to ask about it. Only then the guy is surprised to realize that these two have no idea of such things, because they grew up among the forest huts, awkwardly trying to explain that it is a regular vessel for washing the body. But the interlocutor is still lost in guessing, not understanding what is being said. Warm and cozy in this capsule. Here you can relax, Phoebus notes. Together with the Shira, they carefully capture every word of the guy. In the imagination of the boys appeared a fabulous place to relax, and their eyes shone with delight. They were enthusiastically wondered if you could really relax, rest, and even sleep sweetly there. The girl eagerly urges to move on the road, and the wolf, without spending time, is already pulling the waist. The young man, however, holds back his hurry and asks to wait. At first, the man explained, It is necessary to create this, and the help is already guaranteed. The following added, "This will require many large stones." Such a requirement caused a surprise to the boys. The surprised views spoke for themselves. Theo announces that it is time to go, but first of all, you need to find everything you need. Suddenly, Kelly enthusiastically states that he will join them on a journey. After a brief reflection, Beagle recalls that the expedition to the New World in just one day has managed to make many dangerous enemies. However, many things are still lacking, so the next goal is to build a bath. A dream that has finally started to emerge quite real. Reflections suggest that a lot of water is needed for the font, so they have taken to dig a well. A difficult thing that takes away both strength and many resources. The reflections on the future of the well Beagler come to the conclusion that an incredible amount of stone will be required for this case. With confidence in the voice, the hero explains to his comrades, it was for the sake of these stones that they began their search, because without them, cannot do. Having realized the importance of the moment full of excitement, it dives rapidly into the water. The annoyed Theo angrily calls him, and Kelly, meanwhile, quickly and focuses on a notepad, without being distracted for a moment from his reflections. One of the boys, looking at Bagaliev, notes that they came here not only for the sake of entertainment. However, for Bagaliev, there are no limits for fun. He carelessly dives into the water and play, despite any reservation. Suddenly, Theo and Shiro's face is full of fear. Their views are anxious, and in the eyes the shadows of anxiety. The unknown covers the Theo. It is lost in the assumption that it was so frightened by friends and why they are so worried. The girl looks at the boy with anxiety, points to the Beglev and excitedly asks if everything will be fine with him. The FEO reaction inspires the feasible to ask if their water is frightened. On this girl, firmly pressing the wolf, confesses, fear is, though small, but it is quite natural. Theo began to remember how under the storm clothing to the thread. At that moment he grabbed coolness. Loneliness was dominated around, and hunger did not rest. In addition, fear squeezed the soul, and in this there were many truths. Adding details, Shiro with sadness in his voice remembers the moment when they were attacked. In his words, bitterness and unspeakable regret are felt. With understanding and compassion in the look, Theo appeals to the children, trying to reassure the boys. They say nothing wrong, because Begalia did live in the water from the very beginning, so everything will be fine with him. The girl with anxiety asks whether it is true. With a warm smile, the Theo invites her to approach closer. A wide gesture spins a towel and throws it on her shoulders, as if a good friend who wants to give a sense of comfort and safety. The guy, looking carefully at the girl, reports that he made a towel for her, so that in the rain she would wet less and could wipe if necessary. Thanks to these words, the fear of water disappears, because now there is nothing to be afraid. In the voice, there is a real encouragement. Theo trusts him, so he agrees with his light heart. She is happy to confess that everything is clear, and confidence invisibly spills all over her body. On the shore, the girl attracts the look of Theo, and in his thoughts the question arises. Is there a way to get rid of her own fears, which often prevent completely feel a happy moment? Suddenly Kelly calls the boy, and hears in response. If she is satisfied, she has already opened something interesting for herself, and it is quite intriguing him. The girl confesses that she was captured by the style of swimming Bagaliev, and in her voice is a genuine admiration. Looking at the terrain with special care, Kelly notes that there are stones that suits them. Her reflections immediately find a response from the guy. He only nods silently without hiding surprise. The anticipation promised Theo to see massive boulders at the bottom of the river. But in fact, fate threw only a tiny fragment of stone. This little thing causes the boys slight sadness and dissatisfaction. The idea flashed. If you go along the river, there may be something more important ahead, the source of new opportunities. Suddenly, Theo is calling loudly to the honorary giant, urging to go on. However, Begoliath, captured by instant joys, is in no hurry to move from the place and denies. They say, it is still possible to stay here. Full energy and passion guys are confidently walking in the forest path. Meanwhile, Tekna was gladly saddled by Begoliath, who gladly carries it. With admiration, watching this idyllic moment, Theo notes that the mood of everyone is just wonderful, and from this heart it is full of warmth. A smile appears on Kelly's face when she contemplates how perfectly the children get along. He notes with curiosity, maybe the case is a lupus. Her satellite, whose face becomes serious, explains, "Wolves are the creation of a wholesale. Within a flock, peace prevails through the leader, so mutual understanding is natural for them." With the glitter in Kelly's eyes, he is interested in whether he is so actively giving instructions, and at ease suggests that he may become a leader. He is captured by an unexpected question. Her previous phrase begins in memory, and with surprise, he carefully tries to find out what she leads to. Inadvertently, he is commemorating a flock of Theo bear 2 weeks ago, and since then they had to fight for survival together. This awareness gives the soul a depressing severity. The awareness of this prompts the desire to inadvertently give the girl happiness and strengthen in her the confidence she dreams of. However, at the same time comes awareness. The path of the leader is inaccessible to him because he is only a simple employee. Appointment. To support others. To give care and custody to those who need it. The names of 3 legendary heroes emerge in the head, and it is bitter to understand. He is still far to their level. Having clapped his fists, Theo gathered all the determination and confidently declared him nothing impossible, because he would make every effort in order not to bring his friends. But by a sudden, the voice that was behind, he was called by his name. The unreasonable appearance of this sound sharply cut off his reflections and returned to reality. Slightly guilty, but full of confidence, Begalia tells the guy that he can calmly meet his physiological needs here. Such an unexpected revelation is stunned by Theo. The hard knocks the soil from under your feet and leaves it without words. With a slight smile, Theo notes, "Once there is no one nearby, it is time to take the case. Let him tell what he is capable of," and they carefully observe it. The guy with a barely noticeable panic in his voice asked why he had to do it here, among the deserted area. Throwing a few words to the notebook, Kelly makes her eyes and asks if it has not yet reached it. The girl frankly explains, everyone admires him, seeing a real leader in it, because for each of them everything is alien and unfamiliar. That is why they formed such a special company. Kelly's words evoke a whole vortex of emotions. After rubbing the temple, he grumbles angrily that he is not going to mark the territory or something like that. The sudden cry of the Theo pierced silence. He fell down on the ground, complaining of fatigue, and complaining that this exhausting road had already become unbearable for all. Kelly, holding back irritation, noted that there was no need to scream so loudly. In response, the guy only asked who, in her opinion, could be accused of this situation. With relief, looking at the waterfall, Theo notices that it seems that they needed stones. Fu asks the guy with genuine curiosity if they need big stones. In response to her passion, the guy smiles and assures that he will be happy with any help. Having pulled her hand, the girl points to the stone height from her and asks if he can install it. The man confirms the man with a smile, but immediately notes, unfortunately, to carry such heavy cargo cannot be able to do. He further tells that although they have a charming bag that can store all kinds of little things, but big things do not put there. The guy with self-confidence states that the bag is only filled with what you can put in the mouth. It sounds really funny. Surprised guys exchange views without understanding what is the matter. Meanwhile, he is a gesture, the palm in the air, explains what the stones they need. The girl replies that they understand him, but the guy confesses. Everything turned out to be far from as simple as it seemed. Meanwhile, Kelly, full of new energy, is suitable with a stone in his hands and offers, "Try this. Maybe he will come." With a slight smile, Theo replies that he cannot make babies work, so children consider it a common game. On this, Kelly jokingly notes that his caring and delicacy simply have no limits. As it asks, the guy is uncertainly trying to explain something, and the sudden noise behind makes everyone look around in search of a source of unexpected sound. From the back, the humorous voice of Begalis is heard. "They say if such a stone would come." On these words, the guy only questioned in confusion, not understanding what it is about. With a smile, Begalev tells him to look more closely, and at the same moment the guy notices a giant brill. The apology was reserved to Begiliaf, because with its giant size, it seemed to be a real problem. But he did not have time to finish the phrase as the look escaped. Something was taken over. In the eyes of the Fegaliaf, the feat holds a huge boulder that rises rapidly upwards thanks to his powerful horns. The spectacular picture is stunning the guy. The jaw involuntarily disappears from surprise, admiration over the edge. There is a lively conversation in the camp. The concentrated victor expresses anxiety about the area around. Wonder why no one has been ordered to explore the surrounding area. According to him, This case should be their main priority. However, it was not possible to complete the conversation. The attention of everyone instantly captivated something incomprehensible ahead, and the views immediately turned forward. Suddenly, a huge shadow hangs ahead, and, having frozen with curiosity and fear, the characters feel that something unknown is inevitably approaching them. Suddenly, a giant stone moved between the trees, and breaking the branch, rolled up rapidly at them. Before the eyes of the boys, crazy horror. They do not believe that such stones really exist on this continent, and with trembling voices whisper among themselves. Suddenly, the feasibility of cautiously looking out from behind the boulder. The young man relieves tension. He convinces that he had no intention of scaring anyone. However, his unexpected appearance causes a common shock. Surprised men do not immediately recognize in a stranger just a guy. The surprise wraps Victor. The confession that he did not expect at all. How did they manage to drink such a giant plaque at all? He looks confusedly in a stone block, as if he were looking for answers on its surface. With a glowing from the pride of a smile, the fever points to Beglaf, stating that it is a matter of his hands. He is immediately paid tribute. Kelly is amazed at the strength of Beglaf. He effortlessly lifted it and moved it here. Although you do not think, other than a huge number of mana in these horns, it is not. Recognition breaks out of Kelly's mouth. The weird Bigliop pulled it here literally. He is encouraged by his own achievements. Kelly already states that his power exceeds even the powerful earthly dragons. The girl noted that she would prefer not to see him among the enemies, and the guy willingly agreed. To have such an ally much better. Meanwhile, the girls from the camp did not hold back admiration, proclaiming in honor of the Begaleaf praise for his strength and kindness. Suddenly, full of joy and relentless energy, the feasibility of the head runs to them. In the eyes of the girl, curiosity flashes, so she impatiently asks what she can build now. She wants to find out about it as soon as possible. A guy with a warm smile replies that it became possible thanks to them, their perseverance and hard work. Theo gently holds her hand on her head. Turning to the guy, Victor suddenly states that they will now have to work well, because they will need a lot of water. Unexpected news causes genuine surprise to the guy. Suddenly, Victor's words were forced by Theobelita. The amount of water around frightened it more and more. The cold of fear was piercing the girl. She was lightning. She hurried to hide next to the faithful wolf. The young man did not die at a moment. He stopped both of them restrained and without nerves, quietly saying the words of reassurance. The girl, gently hugging the wolf, confesses that the water causes her true horror. Her frankness causes light sadness and even moves. Meanwhile, the Theo, wanting to reassure them, assures that everything is not at all as they think, and invites him to trust his plan. The man approaches the girl on a step, and when addressing her, assures that over time she will master many new skills with them. Here, for example, today she opened for herself how to keep a fork and a knife, and it causes a slight delight. He tells in detail, knowledge is able to dispel anxiety before unknown and strange. The girl, sincerely surprised, is called, "Is it really true?" With a light, cheerful smile, Theo turns away, steps forward and gently asks, "Look at me only, and do not allow the fear of taking the mountain." It seems that the well will first have to dig a huge pit, collect the power of a lot of stones and dig, until the desired moisture is obtained because water is so necessary in life. The Theo, putting his palm on the ground, speaks the spell, and suddenly under his feet begins to settle the soil, tearing up. The unexpected trick stuns all those present, instantly causing a wave of surprise. The guy confidently states that he will apply magic, compressing earth, and then he will crush the stones into tiny pieces. The girl, genuinely impressed, looks at him with delight and Unclathan's faith in his strength. Delivered in reflection, Theo understands that he will fall out of stones even when the earth under his feet will disappear, and may have to use the last piece of metal from their mechanisms. Surprise and delight still do not leave the girl. She watches the girlfriend enthusiastically, carefully following her actions. At this point, Victor, Theo, and Theo carefully consider the well, and the girl with passion is wondered if it is really a well. Full of admiration, a girl with a living glitter in her eyes runs to the well and, almost not falling inside, excitedly looking down, imagining what is hidden there. Only the timely determination of Theo saves her. The guy has time to grab her by the hand and save her from a dangerous fall. She is quarreled, harshness is felt, and a ban ever repeated. Making a look at Victor, the guy tries to understand what is happening and proposes to continue to close the well. Victor immediately supports this opinion. You will never guess what she is capable of. Watching all this, Kelly is wondering whether there is something he does not know. In response, the guy smiles and notes, "Let it look exceptional, but works just like the rest, and it does not burden it." The man orders the girl to press the lever, wishing her to try it first. Theo, concentrated and determined, presses on a strong screen. Victor, trusting little, asks whether everything is so easy. The guy explains, he conceived everything so that even the child was to the strength, so he left for her the opportunity to join. He adds that the well is almost ready to work. This news immediately ignites the overall delight. Suddenly, cold water is calling from the tap, and Theo, blurring into a sincere smile, watches the crystal stream without fear. She examines the transparent smoothie. It is joined by a shrow. Together they admire the water. The girl confidently states that the water does not frighten her at all, and the guy smiles jokingly and reassures, with such water, she exactly nothing to fear. Inspired by her confidence, the man states that she will now prepare the bathroom so that she can bathe and to really feel clean. In response, the girl happily waves his tail and admits with delight that she has long dreamed of trying such a bath. A smile filled with warmth blossoms on his face, and a soft touch to her head is blessing that moment, and belief in his own strength flashes with new power. But at once, suddenly, he falls to the ground. The curve is a smile. First dreams of at least a little tin, because in the morning he had no crumbs in his mouth. The youth from the Bagaliev, seeing how bad he looks alarmed. Around, anxious views, everyone feels tension. Suddenly, Pio and Shiro's eyes are so impressive that fear instantly covers their hearts. The threatening Kelly appears to them, pulls his hand forward and assures that no pain. They have nothing to be afraid. Only a little earlier, the guys again staged a real feast. The Theo, tasting the dishes, notes for itself. The ingredients of this continent have a special refined taste and fill the food with incredible aromas. The man confirms, they say, and for him it was a surprise and pleasant. The guy shares. As soon as he was exhausted in his abilities for an hour, he barely faded and suddenly saw a real bagel. Concerned, with his eyes moist with his eyes, he addressed the Theo with a genuine question about his condition, and an incredible amount of fish burst around the boy. The confession of a young man about her ill-treated state leaves Kelly indifferent. Having plunged into the book, she only throws over her shoulder. It is enough to pretend. The girl confesses that she was also worried about him, but emphasizes, such a strong and agile guy should not be evaded. It laughed it. He revealed his mystery, so he got. The man has wondered if it is necessary to make a stop and allow boys to have a snack, because the girl still remained hungry. Having caught his compassionate look, the FEO is exhausted from famine. She still claims that it is too early to stop. Kelly is convinced that feeding is a moment of truth, when you can look into the very essence of another's nature. Until all the proper marks complete, no creature touches food. But technically, she asks to stop and let them go to the bowls. Her strange care is already a true horror. The young man advises not to rush with food. Stalks will be long enough. However, casting aside, suddenly something attracts his attention. Asks why she eats her hands. The girl in response is surprised to make his eyes. She admits that it is not easy to master these devices, but she does not give her best to master them. The young man's heart is full of warmth. What a wonderful this girl is. He is tirelessly immersed in her studies, always striving for knowledge. The man announces that he will reward the girl for all her efforts. He gives the word. Today he will fulfill the promise and will bring what he promised. The joy broke out in the girl's eyes when these words came. Imagination draws a gorgeous bathroom, and the young man confidently states that today he will start to realize this dream. Suddenly, the boy's gaze drops down, and a tired breath breaks from his mouth. Kelly, looking a veil in his face, is interested in what happened, suspecting that there were some difficulties with construction. The young man denies, but recognizes that Kelly's assumption is near the truth. A few minutes of reflection, and Few comes to the conclusion. The bath is no different from a regular structure. However, the real challenge, he emphasizes, is to provide the room with enough water. Thinking, the man confesses that he dreams of instant hot water supply. However, the idea of installing a tank and a complex heating system stops it. All this will take too much space. With a voice full of curiosity, Kelly asks, how to replace all this with a magic device? Her interlocutor frightens his eyebrows and distrustfully asks what it is. Theo notes for itself. All these devices are for some reason Victor, decides finally find out the cause, and turns to the guy. However, he does not even have time to finish the phrase. Victor does not notice it at all. The guy reports that Victor has already gone in search of land under the farm, and the Theo, who is confused with his head, is beating because of countless cases that still need to be completed. Suddenly, a bold, fascinating thought flashes in his head. What if going to search together? Or at least try to find it too? With great enthusiasm, the guy reports that he was already part of the hero's team, so the search will not take much time. The feasibility study a little awkwardly and thanks carefully for such warm words, in the soul, feeling easy. With caution, the man notes that no one has no idea where to look for him. But as soon as this statement falls into his thoughts, the look kicks several people who smile happily nearby. Along with the wide, their devoted wolf, they approach the Theo and look at him with a bright glitter in his eyes, clearly carrying some fascinating idea. The girl stands on her wolf, and he slightly shaking notes. They were instructed to find Victor on their own. Hearing this, the guy does not hide surprise and emphasizes. They look just great. Like a real team. A smile appears on the mouth of a man, because the scene from the FEO which jumps on Shiro immediately reminds him of a parody of his own adventures with a top Goliath. The girl, focusing, appeals to the boy to borrow a rope. He, without healing a second, gives consent. But in a moment he gets lost in guessing, why can they need that rope? He did not have time to register how the girl in the sheep's skin was already rushed forward on the same route, and the guy rushed. The surprise covers Theo. Will it be necessary to explain that not everyone around is as strong as it? Hope flashes in the soul that everything happens to him well. Finally, everything is ready. A man sighs, voicing the long, awaited completion of preparation. The hardest thing is yet to come. In thoughts, the bath appears almost like a well. It is only necessary to clearly imagine its outlines, and everything will fall into place. The efforts to learn the preferences of each inhabitant have poured into a continuous disorder. No specifics, no consent. Everyone expressed so incompatible wishes that it was absolutely impossible to combine them into something real. The guy is unexpectedly aware. There are few materials, and the possibilities are strictly limited. The question begins to rotate. What unites them all? In the end it came. A huge open bath for everyone is planned here. Imaging how passionate friends support his idea, Theo with a sense of confidence states that the bath has already come up with. It remains only to think about another. The hard-working young man skillfully arranges a place for washing and lays a drainage system. Subsequently, wiping sweat from his forehead, he gladly states, a little more, and his work will be almost complete. Turning, the man thinks that is about to return Theo with his comrades. But suddenly his attention is attracted by the girl's hand. She attracts him with a gesture. The new moon with a strict facial expression named Takakadia states that Victor was able to find. A girl without a shadow of doubt and a happy smiling confirms. In fact, Victor was found. The man is not restrained from the remark. The difference in power between them is truly striking. The guy claims that Victor owned a magic device. Theo enthusiastically straightens the shoulders and, without hiding joy, asks whether that is really so. Concerned and confused with emotions, the young man confesses that Victor stunned that he forgot to share this news. Theo, as if not paying attention to excitement, reminds that time to return to bathing. The guy in a hurry adds that the device was found, but it was not possible to understand the principle of his action. The thing looks really expensive, but the young man cannot understand what his uniqueness is. Theo, with a fingernail patterns, says that this thing, for example, is able to turn into a whole mansion. From the guy heard immediately lights up. He notes that in their case heating is needed, so there is a pleasant heat inside. It adds that such a device always hides surprises, as if a real magic artifact. Theo assures that it is enough to connect a pipe with cold water to the device, and we will get boiling water at the outlet. The stranger is surprised. Did the whole villa in his hands? To what the feasible, cunningly smiling, replies that he would just give him this property. A wide smile blooms on the boy's face when he confidently squeezes a magic mechanism in his hands. Finally, the moment has come to act. The magical mechanism comes to life in his palms. He flies into the air, rotating smoothly, and pouring a warm glow, as if light were born directly from his hands. The guy says that the pipe was cut in half and connected to the logical mechanism. The explanation was clearly made. All efforts are made to ensure that as a result, both hot and cold water can be used. Now it is only necessary to mask the design itself with the help of finishing materials, so that in the end, everything has a neat and attractive appearance. It takes a little time, and the Hanapaters solemnly presents everyone with a novelty, announcing that the bath is completely ready to receive visitors. Paying tribute to the master, he notes that he is a real station wagon, and instead catches a modest, barely noticeable smile. Then the Theo restlessly apologizes. Without materials, they say, and you will not take it. However, in response, he hears confidence. It is only necessary to get everything necessary. And it is impossible to become possible, and his skills will reach even further than you can imagine. Suddenly, like a whirlwind, the feasibility study to the guy, so frightening his unexpected appearance. With a happy glitter in the eyes, the girl impatiently declares the desire to immediately test a new bath. In response, the young man is gently reassuring, promising that she will certainly find herself there soon. Suddenly, a young man notices Kelly in front, shouts her name loudly, and immediately catches her gaze. Turning with interest, the girl asks what happened. The guy smiles and reports that Pio is time to take a bath, watching her face it instantly flashing from joy. The smile shone a girlish face. She easily assured that she understood everything. Theo only nodded and added that he was counting on her. But it was necessary to ride these words as the girl's gaze was filled with anxiety. Through the imagination, something glowing had flashed, as if the anticipation of an unknown future. Saying goodbye, the guy leaves them together and promises to wait for them. After a small pause, Kelly supports his choice. Theo, completely beaten from the panther, is interested in where he went, looked around in a confusion, and looks at the girl with anxiety. A terrible grimace with a spooky look appears on Kelly's face, and her words, "I do not have to worry about me, it will not hurt." They sound even more frightening. From this, the girl with the wolf even harder, sharing anxious looks. The excitement of Theo for friends echoes in the heart. Tangible, albeit tiny, the courage is already pulsing in it. And if Kelly is also engaged in entertainment with her, it is worth entrusting Theo. Her skillful hands will get the perfect image for her. Begalef wondered if the guy had completed his business, and heard a confirmation with a sincere apology for his forced expectation. Theo notes that while waiting for him and Kelly, it is worth making every effort, because now they have a great opportunity to act as a single team and to try to work together. Meanwhile, Kelly throws a towel on the girl before bathing. The interested Theo wondered why a towel was needed. In response, the girl smiles mysteriously and assures that everything will become clear soon. Her voice sounded encouraging and intriguing at the same time. With joyful exclamations, Theo and wide heads broke into the bath. Kelly, covered with anxiety, hurriedly warned the girl, "The water is hot, so you should be careful and not slip." The doors are red, and the girl, in surprise, looks at the surrounding environment. In front of her opens a spacious room with a huge hot bath. The eyes are immediately flashed. Without hiding surprise, Kelly confesses, "The guy coped brilliantly." Now they have a real fairy tale corner. The girl, holding her breath, admires the bathroom. The happiness glows in her eyes. Looking, Kelly notices, the floor is barely tilted so that the water can flow freely. Carefully notes, the surface is slippery, but emphasizes that the work is done perfectly. The girl is amazed that the bath is made of wood, but in an amazing way keeps the heat in an extremely long time. The curiosity takes the mountain. Kelly thinks of what mystery explains such an unusual design. The girl's gaze stopped at the spacious bath, when suddenly the other has fun rushes to the bathroom. A carefree girl jumps into the bathroom, lifting clouds of splashes that fly directly on Kelly. A girl is suddenly aware that this bath can not only be washed, even swimming here. Watching her funny in a dog, it becomes clear to him, it is time to instill in her basic rules of behavior. Shooting her hair drops, Kelly with a barely catch note is wondering, why did she decide that I was afraid of water and didn't even decide to go into it? The girl with delight notes that she really likes that feeling. In response, the confession is heard. Hot water is always liked, because that's how they have been swimming earlier. Kelly has a curiosity in whether they had to visit the bath earlier. The girl recalls that they were already in places where hot springs are beaten from the ground. She points to the window, and in response sees the surprised look of the girlfriend. The awareness came by surprise. Somewhere near the hot spring must be beaten. Suddenly, sadness appeared on the girl's face, a shadow of depression. After sounding to her girlfriend, she reported that now they would not be able to get there. Not hiding surprise, the other listened carefully to these words. Theo says, as soon as everyone gathered together, then, passionate swimming, wasteland, fun hugs, and sincere laughter. Tears rolled on their own cheeks. Sumi overwhelmed her heart and desperately broke out of her mouth. Now they don't get there. In response, Kelly only sighed, full of compassion and pity, looking at his girlfriend. Suddenly, the reed jumps out of the water, and having fun throwing his tail, he rushes simply to the FEO, scattering her face with friendly lizards to cheer up. Kelly's gaze met with their faces, and the unexpected appearance of Shiro struck her. Before the eyes of the girl, an unforgettable picture came to life. A comrade blossoms again in a smile and filled with a ringing laughter, wrapping her faithful wolf. Kelly watched them with delight. This company was surprisingly funny. She liked the sight so much that she had a desire to follow them. Finally, the dried linen in the hands of the feasibility study causes his sincere joy. The guy is genuinely surprised. Now just 10 minutes drunk clothes. In response, he hears that he had recently had to complain. By the evening, even the bed still remained damp. In his opinion, it is only necessary to combine the fire with the wind, and then the hot, powerful flow will dry everything around. Begil wraps the Theotrosis with a loose blanket. Sincerely thanks to the man for the help provided. Suddenly, voices come to his ears. Enthusiastic conversations and sincere compliments are heard next to the bath. Looking inside with others who hesitate, whether it is a FIO, he tries to see the truth. Suddenly, the boy's gaze stops at the girl in a gorgeous dress. Turning, the girl notices a girlfriend. Turning to him, Theo demonstrates his new image and is interested in his opinion. How do you? With delight in his eyes, the guy notes that this outfit is incredibly. He looks. Kelly assures that her outfits are sewn from the monsters found in these parts. She adds that she warned of the presence of such clothing. The man, turning to the girl, does not hide the surprise about such exotic clothes. Showing confidence in himself, Kelly asks who he considers it. The illumination comes to the guy. Now the child needs clean clothes and clean shoes. Full of admiration, looks at the girl and recognizes. Now everything is much better. Slightly leaning to Theo, he notices that she is especially charming today. The girl in response joyfully waves his tail and cheerfully barks, expressing his gratitude. Returning to Kelly, the young man sincerely thanks her for her help. Nearby, a girl who is joyful because of the updated clothes. Also gratitude nods in gratitude. On the way, the guy suddenly fades on the spot. His gaze encounters something unusual that appeared right in front of him. The gaze comes across a snow-white fluffy heroine sitting right on the floor. Feeling a vigilant look, the wolf returns to the guy, looks carefully and barks loudly. The man looks around, noticing with a surprise that his fur shines rather silver than underwear. Kelly thought for a moment, confessing that it was a surprise for her when he took a bath. Frankly, she first considered him a separate subspecies of a local magic wolf. The girl's gaze stops wide. With confidence in her voice, she acknowledges that the doubts have disappeared, because now she believes undoubtedly a higher-level creature before her. Watching everything that is happening, Theo understands that in all circumstances of happiness of friends, it is most important for him, and he will sincerely please them. Closer to the evening, the camp was filled with liveliness. It is time for men to go for bathing. Cozy and inhaling on full breasts, Theo assures that the best way to restore strength after a hard day than a relaxing bath is not worth looking for. Finally, you can exhale with relief. Everyone got the long, awaited peace. Awareness of how much effort has been spent on creating this, a shadow of fatigue is imposed, but at the same time joy blooms in the heart. After all, despite all the difficulties, the idea is brought to life. The feasibility study has only one rivet, Begaliaf. However, remembering its huge size, Theo understands. Even if they wanted, they do not fit into the bathroom. Kelly's story about a hot spring hidden somewhere in the mountains appears in memory. The considerations lead it to the decision. It is necessary to find the place to bring the Begelf later. In the mind of the guy, an awareness flashes. So many good people reached out to him the help of helping this day. Deep gratitude overwhelms his heart, and no words are not enough to express all this boundless gratitude. The feveries come to life when the worker has taken any business related to travel, but never to battles. At the same time, he admits to himself that supporting each other has always remained a pleasant business. The look goes forward. The face is open to the new horizon. Now Theo has truly realized what a true friendship is. This new feeling has sincerely appealed to him. Walking through the trail, the man gladly remembers a recent cup. He seems to have not noticed hours for this holiday. But this thoughtful moment unexpectedly interrupts Victor's voice that sounds through silence. The unexpected appearance of Victor stunned the guy, and it was at that moment that the man apologized to him. Victor confesses, "I forgot about this task." Theo smiles nervously, assuring that everything is in order. Besides, quite understands that many cases have fallen on Victor. The man acknowledges that this is not an excuse, but does not have time to finish the phrase as Victor grabs his head and a sharp, piercing pain pierces his temple. The guy suddenly covers anxiety, and he is interested in what happened. In response, the man confesses that he is simply tormented by a headache. Thinking, Theo is trying to understand whether Victor was too exhausted today. The guy is wondering what the man did during the day. Victor's thoughts overwhelmed his head. He first addressed those responsible for agriculture, then discussed the necessary calculations with the scientists. How many materials will be needed? What other structures can be built from the obtained? He then distributed the task the next day. He was fascinated by the awareness of such a volume of work. The feasibility study did not resist. Recognized that the load is truly tremendous. Victor confesses that, they say, in fact there is almost no work. His interlocutor interrupts, calling nothing more to take on himself. He sincerely admits, Victor and so works above. The young man's confession was frankly, if Victor does not, everything will stop everything, without him not to cope with them. Arguing this, Theo asking for ease of responsibilities and reducing the load. Victor, hearing such a statement, is genuinely surprised. It is already clear. Everyone belongs to a separate detachment that is responsible for the development of the camp. It is only necessary to get sick, and all the work of their group will be significantly stalled. Theo is aware that especially when it comes to Victor, and the man only laughed in response, considering it witty. The mouth of Victor is a muffled laughter. To hear that from the feasibility study seems to him truly funny. However, armed with gratitude, he assures that he will now be more careful. Victor unexpectedly, squeezing his chest even harder, felt a sharp pain that pierced his entire nature. Waking up the next morning, the guy stretches sluggishly and yawns, looking around. The look stops at friends who sleep carelessly, wrapped in a deceptive silence. Before the eyes, a cozy picture opens. The boys sleep carelessly, leaning closely against each other, wrapped in a gentle morning sun. Admiring this piece, he mentally notes that the morning is truly quiet and carefree today. Walking gently on the wool, in memory, yesterday's fun moments after dinner came. A friendly game turned into a real holiday, and soon all overcome a pleasant fatigue. Happy, they fell asleep just in place. Watching how the boys sleepy, the young man smiles mentally. At heart, these fidgets remain children who are thirsty for adventures and fun. In his soul, he is enveloped in true joy. After all, fate gave him not just his comrades, but a true team that holds together. But while this thought still warms the heart, the look noticed how the boys open their eyes a little. A warm, bright smile wraps his face, and the gentle words are already heard. Wake up rather, good morning. Sleepy and a little funny, Theo with Bagheliev are viewed and quietly pierce, as if they keep some fun on too, known only to them. Seeing this magical scene, Theo does not restrain sincere emotions. The smile breaks through the fingers that he covers his face. Secretly allows yourself to have fun, and realizes how sweet they look together. Immediately mastering himself, he remembers more important things and reminds friends that it's time to have breakfast. He encourages them, calling not to delay and get up until someone else broke into a lift room. The guy is surprised that 3 days have passed since their landing. The dawn of the new day marks the next challenge. It is necessary to work hard so that the adventures can continue. Suddenly the door of the room is discharged with a grunt and heavy steps, and in the room, breathing hard, runs Kelly and exclaimed the name of Theo. The boys look around in surprise and watch the unexpected guest on the face of which there is noticeable anxiety. Noticing the fatigue on Kelly's face after a grueling running, the guy asked with a genuine care why she was in a hurry. In confusion, Theodore acknowledges that he did not realize anything, and, smiling awkwardly, apologizes for having sleeping breakfast. The girl, at ease, having corrected a strand of hair, is restrained, they say. Now it is not time for such apologies. With an alarming shade in the voice, Kelly confesses the patient among them, and, having paused, tries to master himself. The assumption of a girl about possible poison is heard as a thunderstorm in the clear sky. The guy fades away from the horror, impressed with the surprise of such news. The ward is crowded with patients who are poorly lying on the beds, while doctors tirelessly make every effort to regain their health. One of the doctors goes to magic to dispel poison and save life. The girl warns the doctors. She immediately rushes the feasible to help. Accompanied by the boy to the health center, the girl turns to the doctors with interest, wanting to find out how the treatment is moving. In these words, a woman with pain in her eyes confesses, "Everything is extremely bad, because magic capable of curing poisoning, unfortunately, does not produce any results." Hearing these words, a man envelops anxiety. Why was the spell that had to heal from the poison turned out to be powerless? Anxiety does not rest, and he hurries about the current state of the victims. Focus on patience. The doctor notes that the temperature is high and the vomiting is quite pronounced. According to him, such manifestations occur almost for every food poisoning. The boys hear sincere surprise. Armed with new information, Kelly reported that 7 more people got off with the same ailment, all residents of one house. He adds that the rest of the inhabitants were examined, and the suspicion falls on something from food, which could provoke this strange reaction. Kelly's vigilant observer is well aware. Her shaken research is really exceptional, although in other areas the contribution is somewhat inferior. But right now, her talent was indispensable. The Theo appeals to Kelly with interest in the voice, asking if there is a healer among them. The girl smiles confidently and immediately replies that this skill is familiar with her. Laying food on a tablecloth, the girl emphasizes, "All this should be checked, because it was these dishes that they drew those 7 yesterday." Kelly, noticing how the guy is still worried about the condition of his comrades, he is interested in him what people could poison. Having swollen the eye, the guy carefully examines the environment and assures that he will now check everything carefully. Carefully lifting your palms to the goods, it is clearly focused on their evaluation and detailed analysis. Full of premonitions and hopes, doctors, together with Kelly, watch carefully, holding their breath and waiting for results, quietly talking together and whispering nervously. Suddenly among the studied goods, the look of the feasibility of the feasible clings for somewhat unusual. Tilted forward from curiosity, the guy picks up a small berry and asks what a wonder. The girl answers in confusion that it is ordinary strawberries. Kelly also intervenes in the conversation, confessing that she is well familiar with the taste of this berry. In her childhood, she was more than once treated with such absolutely safe and familiar delicacies. The surprise to draw on Kelly's face, which asks whether the interlocutor claims that this strawberry is not from their land. After all, it looks so almost no different. From the berries in the palms, a young man with a slight smile answers the girl, without denying, "Strawberries are not so safe." The man persistently states that this reason is for their illness, convincing everyone around that poison lies in these berries. Hearing these words, the boys look around in surprise, not believing their own ears. In Kelly's voice, it sounds surprising. It would be difficult to imagine that these people were poisoned, judging by their appearance. It has been added that this is why adventurers should be alert, and none of the use of plants, the origin or properties of which are unfamiliar to them. Having joined her words, the young man thinks thoughtfully. In fact, the berry is really very similar to real strawberries. It is suggested that it can be both water and soil, but confidence is enough to claim that the substances are old, but, although they have lost power, still remain poisonous. The girl again asks the question of the young man, and he is strongly interested in how many berries she had to eat. Kelly, thinking, replies, "About 5. The man assures that such a dose will not happen, just drink more water, and it will soon become easier. Hearing this, the girl envelops relief, and she agrees with his words. Finally, opening the cause of his illness, Kellier does not hide joy. Relief fills the soul of all present. The views suddenly meet. They have a shadow of sadness, as if a bitter news for the guy is already ripe on their mouths. Signing hard, Kelly acknowledges, in fact, there is one who suffers from much severe symptoms. Grabbing the guy by the hand, the girl confidently holds him in another room, where a sick Victor lies on the bed in a serious condition. Looking at the friends of the ailment, Theo felt a true horror and began to worry about Victor. He was engulfed by an alarm that he could not master. The girl hurried to explain. Victor had a strong heat. He fainted. Although the guy ate the same as the rest, it was the disease that influenced the most severe. The guy asks himself in confusion of why the fate chosen him, and the trembling voice of treacherously gives away internal anxiety. Kelly, trying to reassure the guy, assures, "Let Victor and not young, but by the willpower and endurance will give a head start to each of them." She sincerely believes simple poison is not so easy to break it. However, the doctor is skeptical of his eyebrows and asks if Kelly has noticed that for several days in a row, Victor's face seems unnaturally pale. Looking at her husband, Theo acknowledges that Victor has been too exhausted by labor lately. The poisoning was also added fatigue, and this only worsens its condition. In the memory of the boy, an episode floats when Victor, tired of incredible fatigue, suddenly grabbed his chest with pain. The knock of pain and despair breaks inside the fence. It is difficult to demolish your own helpless at that moment. Now the awareness is pressed even more. If there was enough care, their fate could have happened quite differently. Suddenly Victor half squeezed his eyes and comes to her senses. The excited feasibility study is immediately interested in his well-being. The worried guy asks what happened, and Victor, barely recognizing the interlocutor, in vain tries to get up. Every movement is given to him with incredible complexity. Oppressed guilt, the man has a hurry to apologize, confesses in his own shame, and asks the boy not to look at him in such a pathetic form. Theo, smiling gently and radiating peace, assures that everything is fine. So you only have to relax and restore strength. The guy descends near the man, recognizing this continent was much harsher than he had hoped. Now you have to carefully evaluate every ingredient and think 3 times before you get to business. Victor, hearing this, laughs and supports his opinion. The worker assures that it is good to cut to the exhaustion, because, watching the feasibility of the feasibility study, he cannot afford to rest. However, the words suddenly fade on his mouth. In the air hangs alarming silence. Kelly, sighing excitedly, notices that the man lost consciousness again. The sharp voice of the girl warns, "If this continues, the worst can happen." The young man in response is pale, shudders intensely, frightened by her words. The sudden influx of determination raises him to his feet, confidently apologizes, and asks Kelly to take care of everyone with the doctor. The embarrassed physician is uncertain about where he goes. The feeling of responsibility that lay on the shoulders of the most prominent adventurers does not just allow you to stay away and watch, hoping for a happy event. The promise of Theo sounded loudly. He will certainly go in search of antidote. Returning home, the guy finds friends who are genuinely interested in his well-being. Without hiding the surprise, he asked if they had been waiting for him for a long time. The girl with anxiety stares in the face of Theo, gently asking if everything is fine with him. Slightly worrying, the guy is going with thoughts, trying to pick up the words, and then finally confesses. For some time, he should go somewhere. A moment of illumination. A wonderful idea breaks in thoughts. Interested in raising the eyebrows, Theo appears to Fio and Shiro, asking if they are familiar with the surrounding area, because he definitely needs healing plants. Looking closely at his companions, the man learns whether they know where medicinal herbs grow. The girl's eyes flash at curiosity and impatience. She confidently claims that he knows where the healing herbs grow, and the wolf, as if emphasizing her words, is happily barking. Showing the window on a huge mountain, the girl assured that it was there that medicinal herbs were really growing. Theo reassures, "Let these herbs now and bitter in taste, will decrease over time, and will soon drink them much more pleasant." The news sincerely pleases the young man. With gratitude for support, he warns a girl who intends to follow them. Barely noticeable pallor comes on a girlish face when she says with fear, "There is a bear in the shade of trees." Hearing the guy instantly, with horror in the voice, the guy asks whether the bear is really where healing herbs grow. The girl only nods sadly, and on her face the shadows of anxiety become even deeper. It immediately confesses that it is the bear who has destroyed everyone, and she trembles even from this thought. Here's the guy stunned. His shoulders fall from surprise and horror. The assumption flashes. Apparently, it was the bear who captured the possession of Fio and Shiro, and these healing herbs only sprout. Awareness gradually covers it. Shiro is not just a wolf, but a creature endowed with magic. In memory, there is a conversation with Kelly, who unambiguously mentioned their belonging to the higher species. Even such powerful creatures were powerless before his power. Imaging the future expedition, the guy realizes that such an opponent is unlikely to cope. Memories of a devoted bagel inspire not to give up at an attempt. A new determination flashes in the heart. The man sitting next to Begalif returns to him carefully and immediately begins with apology. Despite the awareness of risk and danger, his words sound sincerely. He asks Bigalifa to go with him, having sincerely confessed in his own desire to support Victor. Theo acknowledges that the assistance of a friend now he just needs. Bigaliaf, meanwhile, watching him carefully, not saying the words, but only immersed in the eye of the feasibility study, plunging into his own reflections. Sleeping, Bgelf looked down, and to the great surprise of the boy, he confessed, he does not want to go at all, no more. He does not understand why it is needed at all. The Theo's view is filled with surprise. He did not expect such a refusal. Gaily, despite the surprise of the boy, persistently voices his conditions. If he agrees to go with him, he must play together all day. The young listener listens carefully to the words, trying to understand how to fulfill this request. With a confident look, Bgelf reports that he completely shares his opinion and is ready to go to everything to honor the task and save Victor. Having gained his dragon's gaze, Theo feels genuine joy. Bgelf belongs to him. Inside, the confidence is already rising. He will keep this friendship like the most valuable treasure. Unexpected, Theo and Shuro, whose eyes have been out of excitement, declare their desire to join the team. The guy lifts his eyebrows in surprise and directs a curious look at them. Watching the girl hugs the wolf, Theo is confused with whether the two will actually go with them. Suddenly, as if feeling his thoughts, a great confidence that Theo did not expect to hear, he assures the boy not to worry about the bear. This unexpected tone is surprised by the feasibility and gives rise to a slight confusion. With the confidence that she has grown through the pain of the loss of relatives, Shiro states that despite all this, the assurance of adamant trust causes the boy to be another surprise. Closing his eyes, the man thinks about whether to bring them with him in this dangerous adventure. The awareness of how important these medicinal herbs are for the quick search are finally convinced of Theo. Having decided, he agrees to their help, but emphasizes, as soon as they feel the danger and he will say, they must immediately execute the order. Young men accept the condition without hesitation, confidently full of determination and courage. With confidence in his voice, the guy leaves the house, announcing that they have come to leave. He notes that you should first visit Victor's chamber in the infirmary. You need to find out how it feels. Seeing the guy, Kelly wonders if he went on work on the antidote. The response of the man was confident confession. The composition of the poison is approximately known, but to make the right components it is necessary to find certain herbs. He wondered if they could take more night to take care of the patients. The guy states, if you have to bring all the patients just to him. After all, when a person is too weak, it is safer to use the toilet in his home. Kelly is wondering how he managed to handle everything so rapidly. Apologies come from him, because the questions were made too hard when she is so sweet. The heart of a man is pounding with excitement. When he clenched his fists, he speaks a fervently need to find the right herbs for Victor to save his life. The loud statement is heard in the entire forest. They go to the very thicket. The girl's gaze is instantly filled with surprise. Her eyebrows rise up. Kelly is surprised whether he is crazy, because it is full of dangerous animals. However, a man assures that there is no other way to save Victor. All together go there with one company. In response, the man emphasizes that there is no other way to save Victor, so he will have to go there together. In an effort to reassure Kelly, he adds, as soon as a hint of danger, immediately rush on the side. Looking into his eyes, Kelly instantly recognizes the essence of the situation, and the guy firmly states that there is no other way out. It is time to act. The girl agrees that they should go, though she notes, it is difficult to predict how dangerous the bear she mentioned, so caution will not hurt. A man with confidence in his voice assures that you should not worry, because they will act as carefully as possible. The radiance of determination in the boy's eyes testifies to his unbreakable spirit and a thirst for adventures. Calling the society, he leads everyone from the camp, desperately heading the forest hide. Watching the events through the window, the doctor turns to Kelly, going to ask questions. But the girl is ahead of him, decisively stating, there is no other way out, so he will have to release him on this dangerous journey. Kelly notes that despite the loud statements about the scientific expertise, they know almost nothing about this continent. Awareness of her own unknown is more and more disturbing her. Looking closely at the top, the girl with hope in her voice calls them for caution, because the anxiety for them does not give her rest. Stripping the forest thicket, the guy warns his comrades. As soon as his signal sounds, whether they feel the right moment, they should definitely run hard without looking back. Theo from Shiro exchanged a short confidence in his eyes, making the decision to act with cautiously and steadily. Inside, the boy is spinning a bitter pity. He lacks the strength to defend all loved ones. Despite all the difficulties, the unbreakable promise is in his heart, to protect them until the last breath. On his call is moved on, making their way through the thick huts just at the foot of the mountain, which the girl mentioned. The hearts are filled with hope and determination, because it is a difficult way to save Victor and search for healing herbs that can be the key to salvation. With notes of indignation in Kelly's voice, the feasible is caught, calling at last. She is tirelessly questioned that he is restraining and why he does not dare to move forward. The frightened young man, and trying at least to answer this bizarre offer, he is in vain looking for the appropriate words in his head. Thoughts are confused, lost in the elastic of emotions. Kelly's friends urge the feasibility to release the hesitation and act strongly. The guy, with an alarming look and fatigue in his eyes, turns away, already anticipating that it will not lead to anything good. In Kelly's memory, a recent case has emerged as Theo was looking for stones for a well. It is a quiet pity. At one time, Begliev asked her to protect these lands. It may be worth the risk and try, because even the dragon treats him with respect. The hint that it may scare away other animals from this territory sounds convincingly, and she suggests to test the idea on that tree. Theo, in despair, closing the face with a hand, bitterly confesses that he will never agree. The guy began to scratch awkwardly and look away, realizing that Kelly always treated such with a showy indifference. Suddenly Shiro and Bageliafa, who watched him, appears to his eyes. Their eyes shine with true admiration. The fright covers the guy. Confusion is reflected in his eyes. He cannot understand what he is doing right now. With light pressure, Kelly assured that they also count on him. The question was acute. Does he really want to break their hope and hurt those who trust him? The young man hangs in indecision, not fully imagining how to proceed in this strange situation. Disappointment envelops the soul, because from the point of view of people this behavior will not be called cultural. Meanwhile, the boys are slowly walking in the forest, and Pio seems to think for themselves some interesting things. The man is aware. Before him is an integral social component of animals. But despite this, the meaning of his own participation remains a mystery to him. Suddenly Theo is rapidly grabbing a tail. Swinging in his own thoughts, the guy presses his head with his hands and starts shaking her, not realizing why he pulled with him Theo and the rest. The confusion fully captures consciousness, and he does not imagine what to do with this company now. In the meantime, the girl is already cheerfully tending to the tail of the Begalaf. Her carefree laughter causes an involuntary smile on his face. Looking at his carefree friends, the young man thinks, did this strange proposal have disappeared from their memory? Despite the circumstances, the indifference of others becomes obvious to him. Kelly sees the boredom in children's eyes, and at that moment she is illuminated by a new idea. She, as if she finds her special way to cheer them up. The loud exclamation of the girl suddenly causes the feasibility to turn sharply. His look immediately stops on her. Just in front of his face, the girl exhibits a hefty worm and, smiling slyly, is wondering what he will say about it. From the guy he saw is covered by a wild horror. He is crying in the entire forest. He rushes back. With a smile on Kelly's mouth, she asks, "Isn't it a cute baby?" However, a man who looks at this creature is almost trembling. He is passionate about. He is surprised what it is. Kelly shrugs her shoulders. She is also unknown, because she just came across the edge of the road. He confesses that he consulted the feasibility study, and the guy is genuinely surprised, because he was certain there are no secrets in the world. According to Kelly, Theo assured her that it was devoid of taste. The girl's words were echoed in his thoughts for a long time. Upon learning of this, Kelly is wondering if he wants to taste. The Theo is surprised to shake her head affirmatively, and sincerely sympathizes with the girl who had to eat. Watching Theo pagan with the wolf, he notes, after the death of her herd, Theo will have to eat at least something if she wants to survive whatever it is, so that you just not be hungry. With the smile of Kelly replies, a true understanding of life determines life itself. If the surrounding residents are used to causing all sorts of worms, then they are sincerely convinced that this is how reality looks. The openness of her confession has caused a slight surprise. It is only now clear how important it is for both of them. The guy, thinking about hearing, as if opening up a new look at the situation, trying to grasp everything differently, different eyes. It is obvious that Kelly has many oddities, but she does not borrow her reliability. An unexpected awareness covers him. The girl trusts her friends. With sincere repentance, the guy apologizes, acknowledging that he had no idea how deeply the fate of this child and all other babies is indifferent to her. Grabbing his head, he confesses that he seemed to be perceived by people only as exhibits for her own research. Hearing such a confession, the girl does not refrain from laughter and, joking, asks if he seems to be the surrounding. Laughing fun, Kelly asks with his inferior curiosity whether he does not want to find out what they taste. In response, the guy, in panic, exclaims that she was crazy, and pleadingly asks to take away this monster from him. The patience of Theo has finally broke up. He confesses that he made every effort so that they did not have to eat it for dinner. Hearing this, a girl with a slight smile apologizes and admits that she just was fun to watch his emotions. Inside the man, there is doubt. Why did he all the fuss? The rapid steps of the boys are deftly echoed among the dense thickets of the forest, the freshness of the forest and the gentle breeze. Along with the girl, the Theo in the heat of the race is asking, "How many else is left to run?" With a smile, confidently sitting on a wolf, the girl has fun, left very little. He convinces that the goal is close, and the healing grass is waiting simply in the direction where she pulled out. The gaze slides carefully on the crowd. The guy evaluates everyone in a circle silently, promising to put himself in full for the sake of Victor. After focusing all thoughts, he rushes through the forest, using the magic of recognition to determine what can be useful when searching. High grass rustles under your feet when travelers rise up. Noticing how the wolf suddenly stopped in place, the girl asks about the reason. He calmly replies that medicinal herbs grow around. In these words, Theo slightly raps his forehead and honestly recognizes none of them knows. The girl addresses the boy to the question of whether there is something valuable here. Breakthily looking around and barely holding back the surprise, the guy replies, "Did they spend so much time only for the sake of it?" After focusing and gathering with thoughts, the man decides to use the assessment skill on each subject nearby. Now he intends to take with him absolutely everything that can be useful. The girl is delighted to turn to a girlfriend without hiding the joy. "Can you know everything in the world, just looking at a thing?" Theo recognizes Theo is truly stunning and special. A light smile shone down the boy when, modestly agreeing, called it a common skill. Easily watching him, the girl does not restrain his joy. Her tail sways fun, and in her eyes she shines a sincere admiration. Theo confesses that he has not heard the approving words for his ability to judge something for a long time, but it was this feature that has repeatedly helped distinguish between the true face of even strangers. The mention of this reminds how his ability to analyze people every time caused surprise to companions during joint journeys. The effect of his skill, appraisal. The man applies focused, studying each epic about the lawn, fully immersed in the fascinating process of the study. It confesses, to find herbs that save from this poison is not easy. However, the girl, full of hope, insists, despite all the difficulties, they must find them. Suddenly, an important opinion flashes in memory. She points to the side with a decisive motion, insisting that the path leads there. A man without hesitation supports her decision, but without losing the pace, asks to explain what is happening. Suddenly, the alarm flares in the soul of the feasible, when the leg encounters something big and rounded. The place does not seem safe. With anxiety in his voice, the girl warns him with extreme caution, advising to look carefully at her feet. The young man, a little lost, is genuinely surprised. He did not suspect that ordinary mushrooms could explode. Suddenly, a stunning picture opens to the right. A giant plant eagerly swallows some unknown reptile. Winning internal fears, the boys confidently overcome the landslides and move lower, further into the mysterious wilds of the forest. Overcoming the path, the guy's views suddenly run into a huge snake. In a moment, covered by instinctive fear, they press against the tree trunk, holding their breath. The joyful exclamation of the girl rises in the air. "Finally got!" In response, the guy, hiding his face with palms from confusion and fatigue, confesses that the path here was not easy and seems to be overflowing. Without spending a minute, the girl quickly tears several leaves and, sincerely sparkling with her eyes, shows them with admiration, solemnly saying, "This is exactly what they are here." Carefully, almost reverently, holds his invaluable findings in his palms, which can give Victor a real salvation. A light smile illuminated her face when she shared. She felt much better. The young man carefully captures every word, and with interest suggests trying together, as if it were a charming adventure full of surprises. The insightful look, which reflects the entire ocean of knowledge, instantly recognizes ordinary medicinal herbs. It can be found in forest huts, and thanks to the healing properties, it is known for its positive effect on digestion and the ability to relieve stomach pain. Hearing these words, The girl flashed out with indignation. She almost buried the boy's gaze, refusing to believe in such a simple explanation. Her hopes have broken something more about the dry shore of reality. The guy also kept the restless calm, holding a flat tone, and noticed that this herb helps with problems with the stomach. But with the poison she is so afraid of, it is unlikely to cope. Meanwhile, the anxiety inside the eyelashes is increasing, growing into a real panic. In her head it is unbearably rotated that she may have been in vain to delay her friends in this adventure, forcing it to overcome an endless path that could eventually be in vain. For a moment, unexpectedly for all, the Theo hugs her behind her head, gently holds her hand on his hair, and with sure that her doubts are refuting, trying to reassure her lover. His voice is gentle and convincing. You do not need to worry, because together they are able to overcome any troubles. A warm smile blooms on his face. Having handled a maidenhead, the guy assures that when they find the antidote, their efforts are sure to come in handy. He also adds, Theo is truly a smart, incredibly coped with this task. Phil's face shone with joy. The tale was delighted, and with a sincere smile she had fun with the boy. Combining efforts, everyone collects healing grass, and the protagonist hopes, even if it is not an antidote, Victor's health will improve a little. Suddenly, the voice of the beast reverses to him. By his name is heard from the back. The Theo is rotated, vaguely wondering what happened to Begali F. Assuring that there is a mysterious aroma in the air, Bagilio cannot understand its origin. The beast suddenly appears. The man appeals to the creation to rise. The persecutor, without a moment, rushes and calls for him to catch up. An unusual landscape opens through the huts of the tree. There is a lake surrounded by stone blocks between the trunks. Do you think involuntarily, is it not a hot spring? The capture covers the main character. The size of the reservoir is astonishing so much that there is a feeling that a real pool is in front of him. The gaze slides in the direction of the far shore, and its outlines are barely guessed. The space here seems almost limitless. Touching the tongue to the water, Begalef with a smile reports to Theo that the water is hot. Then it finally comes to the guy. A real hot source in front of him. Looking at the results, the guy understands that this tool only restores strength and improves skin condition. Nothing suitable. The girl suddenly stops. Something notices and suggests Theo to look into the distance. The girl assures that healing herbs are growing there. Theo is wondered if they are on the opposite bank. He receives an affirmative answer. The girl says she sees them. The protagonist strains vision, but even from here he cannot see anything to evaluate that find. The hero understands that it is necessary to approach closer, but the huge scale of the source means that the path will last until the evening. Every step is presented by a powerful stune of heavy elep pause. This picture does not go beyond the guy. His careful look does not pass any details. A smiling beast goes into the water and sighs with relief, calling for a stunned hero to trust him. Waves rise around when they are easily sliding with a water surface. The protagonist carefully asks to slow down the pace, which he receives. The adventure girl exclaims how interesting it is, but Theo disturbing that such entertainment can cost life, so it insists again to slow speed. The shore is already ahead. The destination remains a little. The goal is almost achieved. After reaching the end, Gilif skillfully swims the last meters and finally gets out of a formidable monster. In memory of this adventure, the hero sincerely thanks the satellite, and the scattering of bright flowers suddenly stuns his imagination. Just in front of him spread a flowering field, covered with a variety of colorful petals. The spirit captures from the fairy tale beauty that prevails around. The incredible rug of flowers wraps everything around. The guy carefully takes one of the flowers to his hands and suggests to look more closely. After focusing, he studies all the effects that lie in this unusual plant. Looking at the flower in surprise, the girl addresses the Theo with the question whether they were looking for. In the silence of the tense moment, Begalef is interested in what happened. The protagonist suddenly scatters his hands and embraces 3 of his comrades at once, which causes them to be a real surprise. Humped by joy, the guy shares the news. Finally managed to find healing herbs that can cure even the most insidious poisons. Gradually stretching the flower in front of him, the main character radiates joy. Everyone is paying attention to him, and in a moment, they explode with delight and happy exclamations. With his breath, the girl exclaims again and again that they finally found a dreamy place. Friends are enthusiastically collecting flowers until the guy stops everyone. It is already enough. Sincerely smiling, the young man thanks everyone for their perseverance and bravery. Their efforts were not in vain. Now, Victor will be able to save. The surprise appears on the faces of the whole team when they turn their views on the guy. The monster is convinced that all this is done for the sake of a new pack, and Gilef shines from happiness through praise, and the girl does not hold out sincere laughter. The young girl turns to the feasibility study, gently hinting that it's time to go home. At that moment, Bagiliaf adds that everyone is looking forward to him. The smile blooms on the face of the protagonist. The herbs are found. Everything was worth it. So the road home is already waiting. But unexpectedly, everyone is dying in complete numbness. The air cuts a strange sound that instantly paralyzes everyone present. The intense silence hung when the main character stopped in front of his comrades. Everyone watched him, believing that he unexpectedly felt someone's ominous aura. With anxiety staring at the darkness of the forest, the guy suddenly feels a powerful aura that comes directly to him. The idea was, who can hide in front, generating such power? The tense silence hung in the air, when the main character strictly warns the audience, no ill-advised steps can be taken forward. Ahead of the beast is greeted by the invisible threat. He is angry with the growls of caution. The young guy squeezes his fists. The brain does feverishly, who dare to appear in the direction. The fertilizer emerges the memories of numerous battles and various monsters that he had already overcome. A few steps forward, and is already pressed with his back against the cold trunk, looking after him. Awareness of the true horror of this creature makes the heart beat faster. Horror blocks the breath. In the huts themselves, away from the moonlight, someone's fuzzy silhouette emerges. Shock and surprise paralyze the guy's consciousness. There is only one thing in his head. Who is it? Just in the middle of the overgrowth magnifies a terrifying monster, and a sinister energy is raging around him. In a powerful paw, the creature squeezes some unknown item. The stunned look of the protagonist is delayed on mysterious creation. In the head there are many questions about his personality. Meanwhile, satellites, full indignation, carefully study the monster, which silently froze on the spot, as if waiting for the further development of events. The branches were suddenly protected. Something was moved among the bushes. Behind the tree looked at the main character of a strange creature who watched him. The young man gives his comrades an invisible gesture with his hand and whispers quietly to stay in place and do not push out. Friends carefully follow his movements, holding his breath. Meanwhile, the protagonist turns to Bagalev, asking him not to approach. Although he almost does not understand in silent signs, but the protagonist still hopes that he will be understood. The feasible is stunning the powerful aura that comes from the creation. Something like this did not fall to meet even the most dangerous monsters. Is this a spirit or a demon? Meanwhile, the girl, squeezing her rage, growls towards the creature and sharply calls her bear. The main character wondered if this bear attacked them that time. No matter how much this creature looks, Theo cannot agree that it looks like a bear. Does it really resemble the bear Theo and Skiro? However, it is no longer significant. It is worth focusing on the main thing. What step to do next? The predator squeezed the ropes with his clawed paws, and because of his back, frightened wolves, helplessly tied with ropes, immediately emerged. Hard breathing and threatening growls are accompanied by the steps of creatures that go forward. The young man looks confusedly at them. The thought was in front of him. The wolves, the same as the Shiro. Memories about the words of comrades enveloped the young man's consciousness. It was the bear who divorced them. One vigilant look, thrown at the file, Wide and shock, and the picture of the future is quickly clarified. Watching Theo and Wide, they look fiercely on the enemy, exposing his teeth in a threatening Oscar. Suddenly, they both start to growl at him, and the feasibility-in is finally aware that there is no doubt left. It was this creature that attacked him and Shiro. In the head of the boy did not subscribe to the little wolves who brought with them a bizarre creature. One of the toddlers is timidly voice, and immediately gets a powerful blow to the paw. His piercing squeak is open silence. Sleeping the mouth, the creature released a piercing scream and rushed to another wolf, stunning it. From this terrible spectacle, the rest was frozen from fright, to put fear to the bones. Tears in the eyes and with the flames of anger on the face of Theo tensely follows him, barely restraining the desire to rush forward. But the sudden roar of the monster forces her to hold her breath and die on the spot. Keeping cold-bloodedness, the protagonist continues to follow the most important rule of all adventurers. Only endurance saves life in a difficult moment, because the slightest panic can result in death for all members of the detachment. In the memory of the boy comes to life the memory of how he once watched the goblins, without losing his mind for a moment. Theo confidently promises, "No one will die here." After these words, the guy shifts a vigilant look at the bagel. In his thoughts, the protagonist appeals to the beast to help to capture the monster, and receives silent consent. Growing closely at his satellites, Theo appeals to Theo and Cairo to stay still. The views of both slide on it in anticipation of explanations. Theo assures that he needs to calm down a little, so it will be right for everyone. The order made clear: stay here and do not interfere, do not push. Meanwhile, the main character, along with Begelf, will take the attention of the enemy to save the wolves. Considerations, as if to distract him now, do not give rest to the boy. Gathering with thoughts, he appeals to Beagle to listen and shares his own plan. The beast, looking carefully, asks, "Will everything be safe?" Having made on green grass, the main character with a sincere smile assures, "Everything will be fine." He asks to trust him, because hope is always stronger than doubts. The warm smile and confidence in the voice of Theos speaks to the oath to protect each of them, and even a wild monster listening to his words subsides and focuses on him. Galiev's approval only enhances his confidence, so the protagonist, convinced of his support, turns to Theo and Shiro, emphasizing that everything is fine. The young man asks to listen carefully to him and warns against himself, because no guilt will return the lost and change what happened. Honestly admits that there are no guilt here. At this point, Theo listens carefully to the words, and the main character gently holds his hand through her hair. The girl is surprised to realize that she felt his gentle touch for the first time. This thought does not leave her for a long time, as if capturing, immediately, incomprehensible calm, as if all the anxieties disappeared with the breath of the wind. Meanwhile, the guy, having decided, finally proposes to start and looks carefully at the blurred outline of the enemy. First, the protagonist realizes that it is necessary to approach even closer, and he is decided on this step. Fortunately, he does not even look back. Confidence in his own power simply goes crazy. Well, it is time to prove that his power is not so threatening. Stripping forward, the young man causes the skill of creation. In his hand instantly materialized the stick. The new tool fight is ready. The young man squeezes him firmly, feeling the confidence increases. Still, caution cannot be missed. There are some 15 meters remained for the target. The distance is declining rapidly, and the guy is getting closer every moment. Breaking out of the place with a cry, the main character rapidly rushes to his opponent, loudly demanding that he finally receives on his merit. The beast turns to the protagonist, and the joy of his thoughts flashes. Now, all his attention is focused on me. Seeing Theo and Shiro calmly settled in their places, the guy convinces himself, pity to himself, now is not in time. With a smile on his mouth, the hero looks carefully at his opponent, in his thoughts noting his strength. In a moment, the young man rapidly rushes to the attack. With a fury squeezing his fist, the guy strikes the enemy, and through the cry thanks to him that he annoyed him to the border. An unexpected crack is heard. The monster has time to beat the boy's blow, and his weapon immediately flies into the debris. The protagonist holds his gaze on the wreckage of his weapons, thinking that the enemy was surprisingly clever, and his blade is much stronger. The young man is surprised to note how skillfully he fights, even when, after a blow, the monster's main character flies away. I am convinced that the events unfold in accordance with his plan. The protagonist follows the situation when the monster's gaze stops at an unexpected little thing. In fact, Theo specifically made its weapon fragile to deliberately break it, because the true force hid in the wreckage. Again, it was possible to use the power of creation. Interestingly, these fragments not only protect, but also turn into a formidable weapon. The debris hit the monster just in the face, and the beast did not even leave time to shout, so accurate was this shot. Once at large, wolves, just the ropes fell down, rushed forward. Theo at this point is convinced that it is time to act, because it became their rescuer. Opening his eyes, the monster encounters a dazzling outbreak among the forest thicket. This unexpected picture causes him a genuine surprise. The cry of the protagonist instantly attracts Begoliev's attention, and he unexpectedly releases a powerful blow directly from his mouth, targeting him on the monster. Preparing for this moment, the protagonist warned Begolief, as soon as the guy gives a signal, shoot directly at him without hesitation. Subsequently, the protagonist carefully wraps the enemy with a rope, the same one who once served to create a well, and will hold him in captivity until the finals. At the last moment, when the Begolief attack was rapidly approaching, the protagonist managed to throw shackles on the monster. The young man announces the monster of his inevitable death, and a bright ray of light flashes suddenly on the sight of the monster. The guy asked Theo and listened to him widely. He and Bigalaya will take on the distraction of the enemy, and their task, to save the wolves. The guy asks not to overdo it and take care of the salvation of his brothers and sisters during the Begalev attack. Theo cleverly picks up the will and quickly disappears from that place. Joy fills it. Everything succeeded as she dreamed. Now that the danger is behind and all saved, the smile does not come from her mouth. Wolves are curled around, rejoicing with it. And if you talk about that monster? The gaze slides to a guy who, without hesitation, stands just before the monster. There is only a delight in the soul. It is really impressive. The terrible monster stands quite unharmed just before the hero, who is surprised to realize that he is still alive. Suddenly, the insurance opens the mouth, releasing a spooky cry, and rapidly rushes to the feasibility study. In the memory of the main character, the vivid moments of common adventures with the hero come to life. Fortunately, many skills have not yet been lost. The young man cleverly evades the devastating blow to the monster. With confidence in his eyes, the young man states that it is enough. It is time to end it. Determinedly extends forward and activates the evaluation skill, directing it to the monster. Having looked carefully, Theo enthusiastically exclaims to Bigheliev, "This monster is afraid of fire." Bigheliev instantly comes the essence of the hint. In the head of the protagonist, the idea is throbbing. This monster is extremely powerful, and her rage is not like ordinary animal anger, because it is aimed at every living creature around. It is better to repair everything with him immediately, because over time it can become stronger and attack the camp. In the room where the darkness prevails, a girl with a bowl and a cloth is located opposite the man. On the threshold, someone's appeal to Kelly is heard. Catching a familiar voice, Kelly immediately realizes that they came back, and quickly looks over his shoulder. Holding his head, the main character crosses the threshold of the dwelling. The young mistress shines with happiness, seeing him on the threshold. Having focused on the interlocutors, the Theo is interested in their condition. Kelly replies with relief. Fortunately, most gradually recover and feel better. Victor's condition is constantly deteriorating. It is impossible to spend time. Treatment should be started immediately. This is what I appeared. Receiving fresh flowers from the bag, the guy solemnly states that he will prepare the antidote now. Interestingly, the girl asks whether she managed to find the necessary herbs. He confirms the nod, confessing that this find almost cost him life. The protagonist promises to tell about it later, and for now he puts the medicine on the table. The young man sitting next to Kelly is interested in whether she is able to make medicines. In response, the girl confirms her skills with a smile. Such a turn is incredibly amazed, because it has never been heard that production skills are used to create medicines. Usually, these skills help to quickly and simply collect household things. For example, to make chairs. Finally, the girl had a real reason why Victor insisted that Theo became part of this expedition. Finally, the guy announces the completion of the case, triumphantly lifting the bottle for a general review. The attendees celebrate his efforts, saying, "Well done." The girl immediately adds that it is time to take a bottle of Victor. The protagonist notes that it is too early to rejoice, enjoys an assessment, and adds that although the antidote has already been created, there is no certainty that it is present on the first attempt. The conversation went on to the theme of the human body. And if Victor is so weak that he cannot withstand the action of the potion and die? The question was in the air, encouraging Victor to offer his own solution. At this point, the feasibility side put a bottle of potion on the table, inviting to reflect. Unexpectedly, the guy asks him to give him a poisonous red berry, causing a wave of surprise among all present. Theo confidently states that as soon as the poison is swallowed, it will immediately take the antidote. Sufficient time remains for observation. Only in this way will he be able to make sure that everything is fine with medicines. A girl with a hoarse excitement asks him not to risk it pointlessly. And if it happens, what will they expect in the event of his death? Suddenly, someone's decisive statement was heard. In this situation, he seeks to become the first to experience the medicine. The young man was surprised, because these words belong to the awakened Victor. They ask whether they sleep and ask not to rise. A man, full of trust in the feasibility study and his skills, opens a bottle with medicines. There was a quiet click inside. The light shines in a glass. A man drinks a potion, but a sudden boy shouts his name. However, only the moon sounded in vain, and in the next moment the man fades in the spooky silence. The sudden attack of cough breaks out in Victor, forcing the main character to rush to him and ask about his state of health. Victor twisted, noting that the taste is extremely bitter. The Theo hurriedly apologized, they say, did not have time to work on improving the taste. Smiling through the cough, Victor added that real medicines are always bitter. The cough attack intensified, and Theo was surprised to think, is really so bitter. Suddenly Victor is surprised. Silver bubbles suddenly occur in the air. Looking in surprise, he tries to understand what is happening here. The guy's face illuminates the surprise. This way he did not expect to hear. Meanwhile, the girl cautiously takes Victor by the hand and joyfully recognizes. The pulse returned to normal. The awareness of the suddenness suddenly. Victor was balancing on the verge of life and death. Only thanks to the medicine he managed to escape from the embrace of illness. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his face when he suddenly turned to Theo. The complete trust has already sounded from his mouth. Smiling, the protagonist with a humorous note asks to stop running the old man. On the fabric in front of him are neat rows of medication. Everything is ready for each of the present. With gratitude, the girl expresses her words. Theo confidently assures what is understood as the use of drugs, and then refers to Kelly with her own request. Kelly is scattered about the mysterious bear, and the guy replies, Theo had a bear, but their idea of this creature is not like the usual image. The mention of the monster flicker in his memory, and to tell you what is seen is a difficult task. The protagonist justifies his words. Not a demon, but let it be a pseudo-power bear. Kelly does not hide the surprise. Why is such fictions if she is clear? It was possible to overcome the monster only thanks to the powerful magic of Begelf. After winning the ashes, there is a little mysterious, and this is what attracts his attention. There was something strange, like a prickly find. The girl suggests, is this a magic stone in surprise? The realization that every magical monster has a similar thing, and after death it falls out of his body, has long been etched in her memory. However, deeper knowledge of these stones is lacking, but this instance is probably alarming. It feels something anxious and ominous. The protagonist denies because he has already used identification. This creature is not a monster. Such a discovery is truly amazing the girl. The guy tells that the matter is much deeper. He feels like a creature that no one sees and which does not belong to this world. The words are completely absorbed by Kelly, and a surprise reflects sincere surprise on the face. Even a thorough analysis of the opponent was not able to fully reveal its essence. For the first time, the opponent happens so mysterious and similar to him. Familiar plants are poisonous, and unknown creatures, which have not even been heard so far, are sliding around. How many more secrets does this mysterious continent hide? The conductor himself does not imagine how many trials we'll have to overcome along the way. Kelly assures that he will certainly support them in all circumstances. On this, the guy only nods and returns to the girl. Finally, the young man notes that he completely forgot about one little thing. When everyone is recovering, let her be sure to share this news with all. Sudden news makes the girl sharply return. She is faced with the wolves who carefully and even a little surprised to watch her. On the wolf, the glances lie tenderness, and the main character, apologizing to Kelly for silence, asks pleasure. Only let her eyes smoke him so fierce. The nice weather prevails outside. There are many fluffy foam around, and one of the attendees notes with interest. It is really interesting. Kelly, along with Pio and Shiro, gently bathe wolves in a fluffy foam, and the girl asks, why did such cute creatures find themselves in the background in Fio? Maybe they are Fio and Shiro's relatives? If so, time to introduce toddlers with their rules of life. Now the tension is felt in every movement, but it is not necessary to panic. Everything will happen for them as best as possible. It will not allow any dirt or a bad place. Suddenly, Kelly states that this applies to them as well. Stuffed by Fio and Shiro with a surprise, one of the wolves is loudly shouting, and the girl looks at them in confusion. Practicing himself for negligence, Kelly apologizes to the wolf who touched his wound. The look slides the boy with a boy, bruises and gardens everywhere, but fortunately, no deep injuries or fractures. The reproaches of conscience squeeze her heart. She sincerely promises to continue to be more attentive and careful. The wolves are squeak and trembling, barely holding back the excitement. The girl is gently saying, Theo shared with her everything they had to endure, and although the trials were unbearably painful, Now everything would certainly fall into place. Hugging the wolf, the girl gently assures him that nothing is threatened here. Now they are in full safety, and no one will be able to harm. Feeling the warmth of her words, the wolf is joyfully waving his tail. Kelly approaches Fuge, gifting her with a friendly smile, and confesses, though she is quite unusual, but even like it, she was sincerely accepted with her weirdness. A strange incomprehensibility does not give peace of mind, but Theo is just surprised. What is it about? Meanwhile, the protagonist goes to the house with Baziliaf and, with a sad smile, again apologizes to Kelly for the hassle. With a barely noticeable smile, the girl demonstrates 3 wolves, clean and carefully wrapped in towels. On the face of the boy was a genuine surprise. The young man is interested in the cause, and the girl explains, "It is difficult to dry, but at least you will not have to freeze or get sick. It is not necessary to worry. Everything will dry with time. It will remove when necessary." Theo understands that these two have already become clear. The girl supports his words, noting that it became clear almost immediately. Here they did not threaten them, especially after she bought them so carefully. By the way, these two kept amazing peace, even calmer than Theo and Wide. The protagonist looks at them, and they only cast the guilty views in the floor. Just the aroma is not to be liked by them at all. The girl returns to the feasibility study and asks him to wipe them carefully. He nods in response, adding that later the kids will have to feed. Suddenly, all 3 wolves revive and began to get out of the towels, leaving Kellyanto in full surprise. Finally, the feasible is that the babies have not eaten for a long time. Theo lives lively to them, assuring that many flavors await you here. They put a huge piece of meat in front of them. You can eat enough. In Wolf Eyes, the fire of thirst for, the imagination already draws the taste of the good meat. First, the girl hurries the feasibility with food, urging to bring everything as soon as possible, and in a moment when the guy stretches to a piece of meat, suddenly stops him. In his report, Kelly notes that these children are in horrible conditions. Chronic hunger has exhausted them even more than it was with Theo and Cairo at the beginning. In the case of excessive nutrition, their body will only be worse. It will only worsen the health situation. Admired, the protagonist asks if this is true, but such a course is unacceptable. First, the baby should be fed in small portions. The wolves, looking at a tiny pile of food, were frozen in surprise. Stuffed by the amount of food, the FEO still picks up Kelly Cruel's number, despite recent confidence in her friendliness. The flash of light cuts the darkness. The stunned protagonist is faded to the thrown bottles with medicines, in the mind confusion of what could happen in this room. Yesterday, exhausted after the whole day, he took care of the medicine for all, and in the evening brought to the camp of little wolves. Small brawlers played with Kelly, and Theo and Shiro watched this scene, hiding smiles in deep shaded eyes. The hero accumulated a lot of dirty bottles, and in the end the dream overcome it just in the middle of this mess. Surprisingly, among these bottles, it is suddenly reflected. The image of Galio is commemorating in memory, but the creature is clearly not like him. The guy's considerations are suggested that he may be Kelly's hands, but she was barely on her feet yesterday. Baziliaf and others still plunged into sleep. Suddenly, the gaze grabs some creature that is hidden behind the basket, so he asks who is hiding there. The stranger is frightened by surprise. Imagination draws a tiny creature in front of him, a real little monster. But suddenly, from behind the basket, he eliminates Mucus and begins to pierce, the stunned look frozen on an unusual creature. Mucus was in front of him. The appearance of this monster is excessively deceptive. It has long been accustomed to underestimation as something petty and defenseless. However, in reality, everything is not at first glance. Undoubtedly, these creatures can be poisonous. Due to their limited ingenuity, they mostly attack the pack, trying to dissolve the enemy with poison or simply trample it. The moment she emerges in memory when he had to run away from the crowd of snails. Looking closely at the exhausted mucous membrane, the guy notices, her only driving force is the unrestrained hunger. Carefully addresses the warning not to make sharp movements, but Mucus is instantly rushed forward. The illumination comes by surprise. This creature is about to attack him. The protagonist watching the Mucus suddenly jumps on his palm, giving out a joyful squeak. The surprise takes the mountain, and he asks what happened to the Mucus. The protagonist never happened to the protagonist of such a friendly, slippery creature. Perhaps local mucous membranes are really different from his acquaintances. Overflowing with curiosity, the hero decides to make contact and uses the domestication skill, hoping to start a conversation with this wealth. In the imagination, the young man turns to Mucus, calls himself Theodore, and is interested in his name. The Mucus is welcomed in response, but this moment breaks the annoying squeak. An unexpected signal makes the guy understand that his thoughts were a real mystery to the interlocutor. Suddenly, the Mucus utters the boy's name, passionately adding that the taste is incredible. In response, the hero covers a strange feeling, as soon as he remembered his existence. But now it is not time to think. It takes maximum focus. The protagonist appears, again nearby Mucus. He calls him by his name and does not restrain his delight. Taste is incredible. The shock wraps the main character, and he throws Mucus a surprised question. Is she going to eat it? In response, only a funny sipping is heard. Suddenly, the Mucus begins to cheerfully jump towards the food, leaving the main character in genuine surprise. Without stopping, the creature goes simply to a jar with medicines. The unexpected appearance of the bottle is sincere surprise to the hero. He immediately addresses the Mucus with the question of whether his hand's on the right. The Mucus has fun in response, as if eagerly confirming its participation. In the ears of the young man, the moon is echoed by the thoughts of Mucus. So this smell likes, and the taste is really wonderful. Deja wraps the hero, somewhere in the memory of the Might's similar episode with Begilia F. Theodore is interested in Mucus, whether he has attracted the smell of mana. Perhaps this is what the creature wants to say about it, because it was also with the Begeli. The Mucus confirms the guess and thinks that it is probably for them nothing more than one more food. In the head of the boy, the thoughts are rotating, so this monster is not easy to keep near him. Is his mana a real delicacy for such creatures? Slime does not hesitate for a second. It is a real treat. Moreover, he immediately asks to give him this delicacy. Inquisitively poking his finger in a soft jelly-like creature, the protagonist expresses the condition: to become a faithful helper. Slime is glad to agree, and to the surprise of the hero himself, everything is surprisingly solved. Here everyone is an adventure seeker, and for all present Mucus is associated only with danger, insatiable thirst, and insidiousness. The question remains open: will this creature justify the hope, and will benefit whether it will be a threat that will be more harm? The protagonist accepts this proposal, and thinks that the benefits are undoubtedly much more expected. The young man informs Mucus that he removed not only bottles but also the floor. What, is it included in his duties? In response, the Mucus has fun, explaining, the floor was dirty, so he cleaned everything and brought it to shine. With dissatisfaction, it represents 2 regular cleaning, the same ones that already look tired of daily routine. Throwing the mucus membrane in the air, the main character has fun announces, "From now on, your name is Pi, and you will be responsible for cleaning." Yes, Theo tamed his new assistant. With enthusiasm, everyone is watching the Slim, noting his incredible mercy. Meanwhile, the thought of the protagonist was the thought. Pi has already become a real star and gained great popularity. At dawn, the sky breaks whole flocks of birds. 2 guys go out into the yard and get rid of surprise. Victor stands in front of them, calm and motionless, as if nothing happened. They were interested in his well-being, because yesterday he hardly kept on his feet and even could not step. The man states that all merits belong to the feasibility study, which causes genuine surprise. Such a master is still worth looking for. After learning about mass poisoning, Theo could not stay away, though he did not join the team then. The boys are surprised to look at Kellyanne, whose shoulders are covered with bright mucus, and in one voice they exclaim that they also want. The situation seems surprising. What the hell is taking away? Happens. With a smile on his mouth, the protagonist reports, "This is Pi. Now he is with us. However, how much you do not look, it looks like a real mucus." The whole company fades in surprise, noticing the mucus membrane. The protagonist with a calm smile calls not to panic. While in the detachment of the heroes, with these creatures he ended up well, so he convinces, there will be no problems. While the mucus absorbs his manu, the body envelops a pleasant relaxation. Even the best massage therapists of the capital are not able to give such pleasure. Only thoughts in the head remain tense. However, it is not just about massage. Theo demonstrates a whole stack of fresh clothes, which is quite amazing, Victor. A friendly hint did not slow down. It looks like he liked. Victor enthusiastically notes the benefits of mucus, rejoices in acquaintance with Pi, But in the next moment, the mucus rushes rapidly at Victor and sucks everything from him. Empty plates are no longer distracted. Victor notes that after a hearty lunch, it is time to discuss today's discussion. The hero is amazed that even a short massage left a pleasant imprint on him. In almost complete silence, Victor shares that from yesterday, all the work has frozen, and now everyone present listens carefully to his every word. Suddenly, one of the employees raises his hand, wanting to make his opinion on this situation. Despite the fact that many of them have become ill, everything continues according to the plan. The detachment has already gone quite far. Now they even have the opportunity to admire such landscapes. Theo is immediately warned. You will not go anywhere. You stay here. It stands next to the wolves. Watching the rest moves deep into the forest. Theo, satisfied with his patch of earth, joyfully shares expectations and looks eagerly in the future. Begalef watches closely at a friend, because it was for the sake of this, freedom and independence, went here, and dreamed of life. At first, everything seemed complicated and incomprehensible, but later, the soul went away. A passionate young man wants to inspect these lands as soon as possible. Suddenly, a wave of surprise rises. Everyone is surprised to ask, "What is it?" The protagonist looks sharply, trying to understand what happened in a moment. Everyone is overwhelmed in surprise, trying to understand what happened. Just in the middle of the field, large breakage in the soil is evidence. The protagonist is stunned. The lands are already flattened. Victor looks anxious and says quietly, "They say, these horror is a matter of some monster." Looking around, it is involuntarily thought, yesterday the work was boiling here. And now, the earth, torn land. Someone's hand cautiously touches devastated soil, as if looking for traces of past life. Barely touched the ground, Kelly immediately states that the traces were left not by humans, but some monster. This unexpected news causes the hero a genuine surprise. In its palms, a wool bundle was clamped. At first glance, there is a common chimera. Nothing special. Suddenly, the guy notices something unusual and asks not to rush. The girl suggests that the creature was probably a chimera, a creature that combines parts of different animals. He was amazed at the heart. The guy cannot believe his eyes and asks if it is true. Everyone around is stunned. No one expected one of the chimeras. The surprise has no limits when the guy turns to Kelly with the question, "What does the chimera do in these parts?" The girl, casting a quick look at a strange guest, is uncertain. In the color of hair, this creature is very similar to her. But unfortunately, it cannot explain the reason for her appearance here. Chimeras are powerful monsters, created from the fusion of various predators, endowed with magical abilities, and are not inferior to dragons' power. The most important thing is that they are extremely aggressive and are a serious threat. Even in the opinion, it was not possible that in these parts there were creatures more powerful than the bear. The characters are vividly discussing that the attack on her part can be repeated. The new threat will not be avoided, so you need to find the malefactor and neutralize. But how to do it if it disappears without leaving the slightest trace? The protagonist is interested in Begalia, whether he will be able to recognize her by the smell, and confirms this ability. Gilly, collecting his freedom in a fist, tries to attack the trail of chimera. Gesture points to the side and proposes to go there. The main character immediately realizes that this path will definitely not be easy and fast. It seems that the mucus felt a real strength in the shadow. Instantly slipped out of the man's man. He does not understand himself from surprise. Li Zun unexpectedly starts, jumping forward. The protagonist rushes after, loudly calls on the mucous membrane of the creature to stop, and is surprised. What so rapidly scared him? Pai unexpectedly shares with the protagonist with his feeling. In this place is raging a great number of mana. The guy's surprise has no limits. With a sincere surprise in his voice, Victor addresses a stranger. "What is wrong with Pai?" The stranger only looked and said with a taste of reproach that he seems to have found the culprit of the death of the fields. In the memory of the protagonist, the words of the slim emerge that he feels Manu, and even a massage has a tangible effect. It turns out that he manages to capture the smallest sparks of magical power. Smiling, Theo confidently states that he finds a chimera. But the man warns, it is too risky. It would be worth bringing with you at least a few more satellites. However, Theo insists. Having a deal with such a terrible monster, the extra number of people only exacerbates the danger. Its purpose is not to go to the right death, but as soon as the slightest hint of danger, without hesitation runs away. In addition, the beggy AF always steps nearby. When connecting his palms, Victor asks everyone to be careful. Meanwhile, the protagonist with Bagliev is confidently stepping forward. Going to the cave, the protagonist notices with surprise. Although they are far from the fields, the mana does not weaken here, but is streaming from here, like a source of crystal water. This situation causes the main character immediately to break into the denied power, almost certainly rushing to death. A gloomy thought flashed. Suddenly, the alarming anticipation of the boy is disturbed. He wary of the terrain, looking for the cause of anxiety. Heliod is interested in what happened, which the young man with fear noticed. In this place, there seems to be someone else. But who can be inside? It is similar to the same creature with which they have already met. It seems that the imagination draws it visually, and it is just worth going back. Begaleaf notes Theodore that there is a smell of blood in the air, and somewhere nearby someone quietly begs for help. With a lantern illuminating thick darkness, the main character boldly goes deep into the cave. Warning, he states that he will path the path in front, shedding light on hidden danger, and Begaleaf remains only carefully to follow him, stepping carefully on slippery stones. The alarm is painted on the boy's face when another request for help is suddenly erupted. They hastily come to a room, and fade, captured by an unexpected sight ahead. They are in front of a giant boar, exhausted with illness and breathing hard, as if every breath is given to him extraordinary effort. The figure in front of the eyes resembles a demonic boar. And yet in its form there is something creepy bizarre, as if the nature of this creature is completely different. Suddenly the air cut the cute sound. Someone sneezed. It turned out to be a Theo. The guy sincerely apologizes for an unexpected invasion of another's house, assuring that if the guest does not show hostility, he is not going to attack. Theo asks whether he can treat the wound if Ren does not deny, and suddenly something unexpected emerges behind their backs. Suddenly, a man breaks, with anger cutting the air with a sword, and shouting that to touch the storm is forbidden. However, Gilf has time to repel about and distract. The striking skill of possession of the sword literally fascinates the hero. If it were not for the Bigalof, it would be difficult to believe that he was not a person. But the guy realizes that this essence is quite real, the realization that there is someone but them permeated by Theo. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness is drawn to the girl. The guy has time to pick up a girl who would fall, and he is worried about whether she is fine with her. Already in the next moment, he notes, the girl's cheeks are burning with heat, as if she was exhausted by fever. The girl suddenly addresses the boy with the question of whether he is a Theo. It is at this moment that the main character recognizes Giselle. Her mouth blossoms with a smile. Memories of the experience of the guy break. There is no limit to the girl when she asks the girl where she came from here. In response, only a warm smile and a short greeting. The blonde woman is strongly rising and smilingly notes that the young man has not changed at all. With a sincere laughter adds a few more words. At that moment the Theo finally recognizes her. There is a Jezzel Luttles in front of him. The heroine who saved humanity was this girl. All her face glowed with joy that the long-awaited meeting finally happened. Her sudden weakness was alerted by the boy, so he asked not to overstress. I was still aware of whether she did not eat any food again. Giselle asked with a smile who he imagined her. Recently, only red berries appear on her table. The young man remembers this whim. The girl, meanwhile, appeals to him. At least smile. Exhaled with relief, the guy addresses the girl. He has many questions, but first, she looks at her eyes and asks why she tried to kill him. The girl would be stunned by his question. She confesses that she was convinced that they were attacked. The man insists that she again names her name. The guy specifies in Giselle if she implies this boar. But she just shook her head and replied that it was not a boar, but a real Kamara. Puzzled, the protagonist notes that the girl's appearance is strikingly different from his ideas. Giselle, with a light smile, explains that she is also a chimera, though not as those they already had to meet. The feeling suggests that there is no logic here. Well, let it be that way. If the Giselle insists, otherwise it cannot be. The gods themselves, the heroes lead people, possessing strength and wisdom, unattainable for ordinary mortals. The guy thinks, if the border does not pose a threat to the environment, it is necessary to carry out his examination. The girl asks if her interlocutor hears at all. The guy sincerely apologizes. The girl confesses that above all she would like to help Borbor first. Smiling, the guy notes, her intentions are really noble. Her state of evil there is almost no strength, so first of all you should take care of its own healing. However, the girl broke out indignation, demanding that the boar first help. Failure to do so, the baby is worried. Along with the giant boar, a little bit of a little bit. The voice trembles anxiety. The young man's look is delayed on the girl. That is exactly what he imagined the hero. Responsive, kind, ready to sacrifice his own interests for the sake of others. The protagonist announces, the Borny will remain alive. He has already helped Joselle, so now she is best to relax. Despite fatigue, the girl thanked the boy sincerely for his care. He praises him for his constant skill, confessing, with the first sip she was immediately relieved. In response, the guy jokingly asks to hold back the hobby. A real heroine, and she would cope with the illness. The girl is interested in the boy, who this mysterious figure is pointing to the bad beagle. He immediately explains to Theo that this stranger attacked them. Her behavior led the boy into a rage, a blow to response. But suddenly confusion prevails. In an uncertain voice he asks everyone to stop, noting that this girl is not an enemy. The name of Bagalife echoes the girl's imagination. This is what this mysterious creature is called. For the first time, a real breathable dragon appears before her, the grandeur and liveness of which is striking to the heart. After her words he is sweet. A cute hippos disappears in a moment. A magic dragon appears instead. With the expression of genuine joy on the face, Bagalife rapidly rises to her to hug. Looking at this scene, the guy suddenly catches himself. How quickly his mood has changed. Is he not a dragon? However, a few questions do not give him rest. First of all, you need to return to the camp, because they are anxious about others. The surprised views are directed at a fair-haired young man who has previously voiced his thoughts. With a smile on his face, Joselle steps forward. Everyone is glad to welcome a special hand gesture. Its appearance is a real surprise in the audience. Unexpectedness hangs in the air. After her a calm gait, the feasible and Bagalife goes. Victor, looking at her in surprise, is wondering what she forgot here. Joselle, smiling slightly, reminds them of their long separation. The man first welcomes, but quickly returns to his question. Turning to Theo, asks to explain what is the matter. But in response, the guy only spreads his hands. He himself wants to know the truth. Theo is interested in how she was here. With a smile, Joselle replies that like everyone, she went on an expedition, and then asked one of the friends to bring her here. Theo clarifies whether this friend is familiar to them, and quickly realizes, these are the same people who came here on a small boat. Sudden awareness. There was no cave around. The question is excited. Where did her friend disappear? Victor gives an annoyed cry, saying that the jokes are already inappropriate. They are interested in her affairs in the capital, because it is the hero who honorates the brave warriors and fulfills important assignments of the king. Smiling, the girl asks her work and suddenly shares the news. She was released. Theo and Victor are amazed that Victor even faints. The desperate scream of Theos is opening the silence. Victor is fainted again, they feverishly begging for him. Hardly moving away from the previous blow, Bidolas should already fight for life again. Meanwhile, the protagonist rushes Jessel, whether he moves to another unknown place. The heroine thinks that, so that this is not repeated, it is not necessary to voice all thoughts directly. Victor is more convenient and gradually restores strength. The girl, in a confused look around, does not hide her astonishment and immediately appeals to O, demanding explanations. Whether it is all his hands on the right and how this well works. With a gloomy look, the guy throws the girl questions, requiring first explanations. His cold perseverance scares her. But does something change her presence? Working in the kingdom also did not bring him pleasure, and this was amazed by Theo. 10 years have passed since Joselle defeated the demon of the demons. During this time, many heroic responsibilities lay on her shoulders. The star of the girl shone brightly. Everyone admired her, and glory fell in front of her. Without stopping, she complained about new responsibilities. Theo wondered whether she also referred to how he was instructed to make speeches at ceremonies. The girl nodded, because the interesting thing was entrusted with him. Constantly discussing this with Lily, she managed to make a wonderful plan that still remains in the boy's memory. Lily is a sorceress from the group of heroes. Gathering the papers in a neat stack, the girl stretched them to the boy and silently asked to bring these documents to the royal castle. In the question of Joselle, to Lily read curiosity. Is it really reports? The girl confirmed briefly. However, the look slid on the papers. The impression that the name of Lily first appeared on these sheets. She wondered where her signature came from, because she did not fill any such documents and had no idea as her name was there. Lilia emphasizes that slow maintenance of the sewer network causes stagnation in medicine. She carefully listed all aspects that need urgent improvement in the kingdom. She assures that she should only show it to the king. The castle will rise a real stir. The surprise captivates the main character. Giselle has never sought glory or honorary titles. She began to feel a huge emptiness after the end of the war, because her soul always sought adventure, not daily responsibilities. But everyone had to roll. Everyone just used it. She is a lifeguard for others, and is able to express his disagreement when there is strength. But what? How is it all? Just an illusion? When Giselle decided to immerse himself in the world of politics, the king struck a report about her tricks, and the girl, laughing fun, remembered. Everyone was scared to death. And then she was incredibly interesting. The young man is surprised. The popularity of Giselle is far superior to even royal. But when the tops of the fates are also aware of it, they are mastered by anxiety. It becomes dangerous to keep such an influential person in the yard. So, without hesitation, they expel the line from the castle. Again, stepping on the path of adventure, the girl blossomed with a smile. As if lightness and joy filled her heart since the first moment. The girl shared, as soon as she thanked Arya as she thought, because he went to the mysterious lands. A carefree smile was inadvertently lost on her mouth. Sincerely, Giselle hoped to see the wonder on the boy's face, but he immediately realized her intentions. That's what she wanted. Advising enthusiastically, the girl confidently states that it was what she meant. She asks to show the surrounding area with interest. However, the feasibility study is first interested in what purpose it was here. Another question does not rest. Who then hurt the boa boa? The girl is lost in guesses, because it is not even sure whether he is here. Theo with sadness admits that nothing can be helped. The wound is too severe and the body is too large to transfer it. He does not dare to disturb the tranquility of the wounded. Theo promises to visit the next day, adding that it was here that the kitchen was arranged. The girl sincerely apologizes to the protagonist for her own selfishness. In the meantime, she remembers the warmth of Boa carefully about her, and the guy, without quenching his curiosity, again asks about the details. Hardly crossing the threshold of this place, all her thoughts were engaged in search, and no news about them could not be found. In countless pursuits, Giselle was exhausted, hungry, and exhausted. She eventually came across Boa. The question sounds of whether she dared to go into battle with him. The girl denies with a smile. The desire to compete has disappeared as soon as his sincere kindness and gentle luck. He shared with her food and supported for several days. The main character thinks whether she will be able to make friends with him and without team skills. In the conversation, the guy recalls that bats are found here. The girl shares that he was attacked last night. No one could predict that he would return to them, and all in the wounds. Falling asleep, he did not even suspect that the girl would taste those bright red berries. He does not think that someone is able to harm him. Did she notice who did it? The girl tells that the one who did it is not at all like a monster or any animal known. From afar, fuzzy outlines resemble a bear, and a poisonous fog around the body. But it is worth approaching, and the figure is surprisingly similar to the human. The brilliant aura monster wanders to the bone itself. The protagonist intercepts his breath. He has exactly the creature with which he has recently been in a desperate battle. The hero asks the girl whether the creature was like him. She demonstrates the appearance of the monster, and she confidently confirms. It was you. No changes cannot be seen. The protagonist, Naitut, is interested in her what happened and where he went. Zizel confesses that she killed him, though she should not do it. The satellite is stunned. Can't figure out how it has passed so simple for her. The young man recognizes that he was able to win only through the support of Bagaliev. At the same moment, the Theo is comprehended. Before him, a real heroine, full of extraordinary power. The girl, a little ashamed, apologizes. Giselle reminds you that has a debt to Boa, so pay off the creature for everything. It's personal obligation. However, the desire to take revenge on the enemy would have arisen without any promises. The rage absorbed her mind, and the sword in her hand was lightning. According to her, the horns of the monsters were huge. In general, the creature was strikingly different from the one that the protagonist won. However, these creatures belong to a certain species for which such presence is a deadly threat. Having encountered countless enemies, the guy is trying to understand how they can be overcome. Suddenly, the girl captures something of amazing beauty, and she fades with surprise. On the rocky ledge, it is delayed, fascinating the pond over which the sun is slowly hiding behind the horizon, painting water in gold and purple shades. The incredible beauty of this moment is striking. Giselle Hobby notes that she has not admired such beautiful landscapes for 10 years. The protagonist seems as if she exaggerates a little. It seems to the girl that this is not the case, because they admired such landscapes together. These memories come back with new power. The unforgettable moments of that time remained for the girl the most valuable memories. The memory echoes the images of friends who have experienced so many happy days. It has been 10 years since. In those days she was only 14, and no thought suggested that she was different from others. However, life has managed differently. Thinking, he realizes that something even anxious is hidden in this. Because sometimes something like that has happened. One day, an opponent appeared on the way, whose strength exceeded all its capabilities. What to choose at this moment? To retreat or look for a new way of winning? Suddenly, the girl raps silence, and the guy, turning to her, involuntarily returns her to reality. In his hands he holds 2 mugs, and in a questioning way, what happened to her this time? Again plunged into her own thoughts. Giselle insists that now her turn is standing on guard, so she invites him to rest. Instead, the guy confidently states that he should not fall asleep. The girl calmly absorbs the drink from the pot, plunging into her own thoughts. Suddenly, the protagonist is approached. His voice is gently disrupting silence. The guy skillfully uses his ability to create, and in the eyes of everyone creates a funny teddy bear which causes a girl's genuine surprise. In the palm of the girl is the subject. It seems that the main character's thoughts return to her uncertain mood, which recently does not give him rest. Giselle, noticing the changes, asked the cause. And it is at this moment that he decides for himself. He will treat her as a young child. The young man reproaches her for childhood, emphasizing that he is a senior in their company. Although she is not at all capable of either battle or any special skills. She barely turned 14, already put the burden of salvation of the whole world on her shoulders. So there is no need to blame all the responsibilities. Some things seem to her unbearable, but others are able to do it. It is not a shame to ask for help. Friendship and fighting brotherhood unite the main character, and a girl who thoughtfully watches the flames, firmly wrapping his soft bear. Giselle confessed that since then she has always been certain. She would never be able to match him. The thought of this makes the feasibility study. Did such words actually flew from his mouth? Always nearby, support and help, he took almost everything, except the battle. Now her heart is full of pride, because she has grown up and can finally bring true benefits. What bitterness she covered her heart because she did not dare to say it earlier. The shame of her mouth and did not allow it to be frank. Hearing about the journey, she was in secret desire to go next to him. The girl confesses that she dreamed of going with him on another trip, at least until he gets bored of her company. He draws a light movement on her hair and thanks gently for what has come. Warm friendship is still stored between them. The group of the main characters is joined by a new hero. Giselle stands, smiling warmly and greeting everyone with a friendly gesture. An unexpected memory flashes in the head of the protagonist. He turns to the girl with interest, asking about the same sailor. The girl shrugs her shoulders, and the hero specifies, "You said that your friend brought you at a time." Theo is interested in Giselle whether she got to the new continent with the sea. "One here is too dangerous here. You need to keep vigilance." The girl, thoughtfully, asks whether she has already mentioned him about the sailor. The girl is interested in the boy. Does he remember as she said that she was not helped by a man? Suddenly, a volatile dragon descends from heaven. The joy is overwhelmed by Victor when he lifts the mug, grateful for the warm meeting, which was arranged by the Jazial. The young traveler did not even allow her to bring her to such a hero in these harsh lands. She would not have a dream. An alarm broke out in the crowd. Everyone thinks hard who will become the next victim, and whether the Alcrabor's turn came. But the protagonist is strongly interfering, trying to reassure excited people. The protagonist reminds that you should not forget about the most important. And suddenly the dragon appears in front of all. The present froze without taking his eyes off. Victor is suspicious of whether anyone can explain why a giant dragon appeared here. If the plan was to bring it down again, then even it is confused, at least others. The protagonist talks about the heavenly dragon, but his name remains unknown because this dragon does not belong to companion creatures. In fact, he is their longtime acquaintance. They emphasize that there is something in common between them, but the question arises, And with whom else? Giselle, with a smile, confidently states that it is definitely about her. About 10 years ago, when performing the task of destroying the owner of the demons, they had the opportunity to meet him. In the heart of an infinite, suffocating marsh, the fortress of the owner of the demons stood. The poisonous evaporas made this place unbearable for any living creature, turning the castle into a true, inaccessible citadel. Hundreds of demon servants were rolling here, filling the surrounding area with sinister force. And there was a tribe of dragons, which never particularly appreciated either human destinies or the lives of demons. The only chance to get to the castle was to contact them for help. The staggering gripped everyone when it turned out that dragons were using carriers. The narrator complains that everything was far from easy. Behind his back, the girl shines happily, while the surrounding ones are convinced that the company could survive for a long time to death for anyone else. Theo explains that that's how they learned about this heavenly dragon. No one could think that the creature would overcome such a long journey to appear here. Asked the dragon's question about the state of health, because he was so far from his native lands, the guy did not receive words in response. Only a low growl was in response. The surprised views of all those present went to an unfamiliar guest. Only the guy himself remained unmoved. Recalling the events, he realizes that even earlier he felt the tremendous presence of someone unknown. And in fact, then they did, inadvertently. Victor asks how Giselle managed to enlist the support of the dragon. He will be eaten by the interlocutor, who also does not mind to find out this mystery. Without any skills of the taming, the cloud dragon still brought it here. The girl is lost in guessing what answer. The girl tells how she spent time in his nest, persistently asking the same question until she finally received consent. The senses are vividly disrupted in memory, as if she were experiencing them again. Many people understand that another person would have already died in the place of another person, but if you turn politely, they will be heard. The guy notes, in Jessel there is always enough confidence, and this trait of character deserves respect. However, she did not even try to force the boy. She did not even try. It seemed that their feelings were quite mutual. The dragon seems to seek again to see her skill, and this thought was quite clear to the main character. The young man feels more and more unexpected. This place seems to be a tight one for him, and when the dragon lifts a powerful roar, people just smile, thinking that therefore is indifferent to everything. Theo appeals to the dragon, assuring that there is no need to stay. The wind gusts suddenly, and the winged creature flies into the sky. Thoughts on how possible do not give people rest. Every day Theo strikes them more and more, breaking their ideas about possible. The vigilant views of Theo and Shiro are aimed at him, full of interest and hidden delight. The special atmosphere is dominated by dinner. Both are immersed in thoughts about how closely the female is closely related to the feasible. Silence is raised by the unexpected question of Shiro. Turning to the feasibility study, she is wondering if she feels sadness. It is busy with chewing. The girl states that there is no trace, although the memory is stubbornly returned to the gentle touch of his hand to her hair. The fork in the plate is angry, and finally sinks. The amazement was on the face of the phage, and shining with joy, she demonstrates the protagonist. She finally mastered the art of using a fork. Noticing the guy blossoms next to the jazz, is lost in silence. But the guy, feeling the mood change, addresses her with the question, "What happened?" Thinking a little, Theo decides to remain silent and does not reveal any secrets. Silence hangs in the air, and in the end, they both go home. This is how the night goes away, and a new morning is already waking up on the horizon. Waking up in the midst of a strange half-hail, the main character is surprised to understand what is happening here. Shiro, Theo, Murmur Lupus, and Bigalia, like a guard or a small flock of friends, were mounted on top of him. The joyful Rod welcomes the boy with a good morning and is interested in how he slept. In response, he confesses that the night has not passed too calmly, as if a huge boulder pressed on him with all weight. The surprise flashed in their views when they found the body of the feasibility was covered with thick fur. The fragile recognition did not slow down. The guy agreed with this fact. In contrast, Begalef was perfectly smooth. Swepsing dissatisfied the girl through, "Here is injustice. All the fluffy comfort was reached only by Theo. What I wouldn't do to have such a warm blanket, and for myself." The question of Jessel about the reason for refusing to be near her at night met a restrained answer. Now everything has come. It is time to take into account new boundaries. But, at least watching them, Will it allow, at least? Just watch. Looped one by one, they attacked a girl as if they were unable to play with her. The air is no longer enough. The breast is squeezed, and she chokes, giving a kindly addressing the guy for help. Juizal's ability to find a common language with anyone really impresses it. Is worth appearing how a casual atmosphere of friendship is born around immediately, and doubt that it is easily infused into any team. Just no reason. Suddenly, Theo approaches the boy, gently takes his hand and, losing his gaze down, whispered the question of what happened. As always, there is a short one in response. Nothing at all. However, Theo is convinced that when someone claims that nothing has happened, it is almost always a signal that a real anxiety is raging in the soul. The protagonist asks in punishment if she can make him a company. It's time to visit Boa Boa. The girl suddenly understands that this is the same chimera. Assuring that you do not even need to turn to completely new species, the girl insists. First, it is necessary to carefully examine this sample. Soon the man warns carefully. Not everything is fine with him, so let him work more delicate. With surprise for herself, Jaziel hears the request of the protagonist to stay in the camp. She did not expect such a proposal. The girl's indignation knows no boundaries. He wants to get to the Boa Boa no less than others. The young man carefully stops her passion. Now it is more important to relax, because the poison has not yet left her body. Giselle is still recovering from damage, but it is impossible to manage it yet. Asks her and relatives to take care of the girl. Theo spoke in detail about his desires, but he did not even think of acting against her own will. The sudden exclamation of Theo came strongly. She suddenly declared her consent. Inspired, Theo stated that she was quite capable of taking care. Walking through the forest, Carrie wondered if he was in her choice. Her question made him shudder and ask again. The vicious look of Theo was not left over Carrie, and when he went away with Giselle, the feeling of anxiety only increased. Her words are permeated by anxiety, so nervous that it resembles a living dead. Theo tried to deny her statement, but she insisted. He became a living dead, and this is not an exaggeration. Despite what he explained, this idea does not belong to him. The girl got up. Searching for yourself and your own answers is a path that the feasible has to go on its own. The fence and oppression were folded when it stood, turning back to the Giselle. She looked at her with unconcealed curiosity. The misunderstanding swept it. What to do next? The promise to take care has already come, but where to lead the next step? Theo's fast walk suggested a tour of the village, but Giselle confessed that Theo had already opened all his corners the day before. Hearing this, Theo stopped sharply. The confusion of her thoughts rushed in search of a solution, until the voice of his brother came from behind. His confident words were immediately made clear. The reason for her anxiety is known to him. Fear captures the heart. It seems that Theo is about to leave it forever. The soul is mastered by fear of being left without a family. Jazz was a calm call. Theo was offered to sit down and talk. She asked the question of what she was worried about, and what topics she would like to discuss. Wearing a charming smile, she suggested talking about Theo. Staying on the old stump, Jazzlets began to weave a story about her meeting with Theo. Their paths seemed to have crossed long before the Theo came into the world. In the memory of women, strict trials came to the path of their team during numerous missions. When unforeseen dangers threatened everyone, the feasibility study became a support. Calm, resourceful, he solved complex problems and inspired confidence in his comrades. Giselle pointed to a distant mountain, the top of which was crowned by the majestic heavenly dragon. His wide wings were outlined in all their power, and the view full of wisdom was turned into the bottomless sky. She told about the Dragon King, who was not inferior to any of the similar ones with a special admiration. Restraining the excitement, Theo exclaimed, "Did the Theo of the Dragon King himself curb?" A smile appeared on her face when she said that he had managed to make friends with a dragon. Most of the dragons were looking forward to seeing their own eyes, which Theo is capable of, saying that he would demonstrate his skills. The whole team was already standing with alert, determined to challenge the dragons. Without hesitation, the Theo went on the spot and confidently declared the voice that neither the battle nor the enmity. He called the dragons for negotiations, urging to remain calm and not to be emotions. 3 days and 3 nights were heard prayers to the Dragon King. Stories about demons that are ruthlessly tormented by people were intertwined with reasoning about the future of dragons, what their path should become in the coming times. After long and persistent persuasion, finally, the owner of the dragons agreed to provide his help and to give gratitude to the brave adventurers. Stunned and passionate, Theo listened to this story without hiding her sincere smile. Subsequently, without holding on, she was enthusiastically noticed how amazing was the Theo herself. And Jezel only nodded in full agreement. The sadness enveloped Theo, because she was not aware of such details from the life of the feasibility study. Having chosen her legs for herself, she said quietly, "It would be much better for him to return home." Returning to Theo, Giselle wondered her attitude towards him. Raising her head, the girl said with a smile that he was extremely good. A happy smile blossomed on her face. Her words about the feasibility study were confirmed without unnecessary hesitation. Giselle told further, a gentle intonation hinting, if they decided to try then, perhaps their path would be much easier. If the Theo current the dragon with force, instead of looking for a common language with him. However, he never allowed himself to conquer creatures without their consent. Giselle has always been convinced that, like Theo, this person is endowed with true kindness and is ready to listen and put a shoulder at any moment. Looking closely, she realized, Theo, like the feasibility study, is also endowed with the gift of domestication. This thought made Theo shudder. Without any hesitation, the girl decided that she had already tamed and made him her faithful families. The Fee glowed with the gripping when he praised himself, noting that he had never met the tamer more talented than himself. Despite limited knowledge, he willingly undertook to help Theo to master the art of the domestication and to teach it to use this skill. Everything to protect the girl from dangerous situations. In her figure he saw his daughter, so he worried about her. On these words, Theo's face was a sincere smile. Having settled on Bagalif, travelers moved slowly by the forest path, vigorously discussing how nice it was to bore Boa all right. In this opinion, the Theo only nodded, agreeing with the conversation. The notebook in the hands of chickens with new notes, recorded with special care. Each observation pleased her, and the idea to share these discoveries on returning home caused genuine joy. She noticed that Theo had an even worse look. But the guy just seemed to not understand what it was about. Trying to support, she assured that everything would be fine from Theo and Giselle. Both are smart enough to handle on their own. The surprise of Theo did not know the limits when it turned out that the girl was familiar with her. She answered modestly. They say, knows a little. Suddenly, her face was surprised, and ripping sharply, she exclaimed, pointing her hand forward. On the horizon, silhouettes of wooden houses were carved. Sharp roofs and walls were confidently cut down. Everything around spoke about the proximity of the native land. Yes, they again joined the familiar trails of the village. After going a little forward, they suddenly came across a fascinating picture. Java Alan Theo was stroking and playing with little wolves, sincerely radiating happiness and admiration. Carrie just smiled, confirming her words. All the fears were in vain. Lifting his gaze, Heo suddenly noticed Theo and called him. Watching the girl rushes towards him, his heart overwhelmed with joy. It is wonderful that they were all right, and they enjoy these happy mates in full. As if on the wings of happiness, the young man rejoiced in a new friendship, and they only smiled happily, confirming his words. The conversation with Theo worried Giselle, because she sought to share important, but all her words were lost in the misunderstanding of the interlocutor. Theo, easily lowering her head, plunged into the pursuit. One painful mystery subsided in his thoughts. There was an alarm in the heart. Will he remain nearby? But still hesitating, she said loudly that she was eating only with a fork. Pursuing what just flew from his mouth, the girl looked silent, leaned her head and released her breath from her chest. Suddenly, without letting he recover, the Theo stretched out to her and carefully raised her, which she did not expect. Lifting it even higher, with a smile on his mouth, he began to ask again, and then he was fascinated by her joy. Without letting him out of his arms, she begged not to leave her through her tears. A wide, gentle smile blossomed on his face. He assured that he would not do so. The expression of peace and kindness illuminated his features, and the words sounded softly and confidently. The lacrimal eyes of Theo met his gaze when a promise came from his mouth. He would never betray her own family. In the next moment, the girl rushed to him, and trembling from the ribbons, wept so loudly that he pressed her firmly to himself, trying to reassure. Hugging her securely, he tried to give her a drop of rest at that moment when tears could no longer be restrained. He whispered quietly, promising that everything would definitely work, and reminded, there will always be someone who she is indifferent. At this moment, his friends watched everything with a slight smile, sincerely rejoiced in sincere and deep care, which they saw in front of them. Stopping at the board where the monster's drawing was visible, Curry began a story about their incredible adventure when they went to a meeting with Himera. At first glance, their silhouettes were reminiscent of giant boars, but in fact a completely different beast was put before the heroes. All present listened closely to each of her words, showing genuine interest, and later covered with interesting things, and she readily answered all the questions. The story began that Chimera is a creature created from a combination of several animals. Her torso is reminiscent of a boar, but the skin is covered with wool of a completely different animal. In the reflections, Theo moved back to the Denheimer to gather everyone on the meeting and report a new turn of events. Among those present at the meeting, Victor was distinguished by a bold question for Curry. He was interested in the most important thing, whether the boa boar is a threat to them. The girl just smiled at this, advising not to worry. Being among the chimeras, she felt friendliness and gentleness from them, though she remained a stranger for them. Despite the fact that Boa is not the spirit assistant of the feasible, there is a special mutual understanding between them. Carrie Theo has confirmed to everyone who was in the room. Lightweight smiles appeared on the faces of the residents. Confidence and safety finally returned calm to their hearts. He did not have time to finish, as she was stunned. Kay, Mira is already here. The surprise was replaced by a shrill cry of Curry, and the hall immediately exploded. Bobo View is turning to the feasibility study, wondering whether he needs any help. Theo tells in detail what is speaking in the kitchen of a chimera, and Carrie looks at him in surprise. Who could think that this monster is so honest and responsible? The man wondered what to do with them. Theodosius decides to explore the surrounding caves to learn more about the terrain. Returning to Theo, Bobo wondered his thought. In response, the guy assured that there was no control and no excitement. The man asks what happened. Meanwhile, Theo checks something in his hiding place. In the end, he finds out. It was Boa who left these blades on the field. It turned out that the creature could not contain the temptation to feel the luxury of the soil, and wanted not to destroy this perfection. Feeling gratitude for the salvation, Boa sought to thank and suggested at least help in the field. Having accepted the beast's application for the field, Theo decided to find out the opinion of the person responsible for the site. The young caretaker was quite surprised when Theo was approached. After that, it was clarified whether the guy was involved in the restoration of the field. The person responsible for the work thought for a moment and then answered, "Extra hands will not hurt right now, but it is unlikely that Boa will cope with the technique and be able to use it." The Theo slurred from a bizarre animal to massive hooves, and the guy recognized the rightness of the words of his interlocutor. This creature would not cope with such ammunition. The views of Theo and Fanatic have crossed in a tense moment. The man suddenly changed his mind. They say, it is possible that it would appear on the field, so it is time to go immediately. On the field, wiping his sweat from his forehead, the local master looked carefully at Theo and asked the purpose of his visit. The young man did not have time to answer how the man added, "Field recovery work is still ongoing." The Feastern word suggested that Boa to restore the field. The man turned sharply to the beast, stunned and not believing his own ears. Timer firmly decided to find out how the field is restored. The peasant thought for a moment, thinking about the answer. The gaze, full of interest, threw the guy on Theo, and explained that the soil is first treated carefully to make it softer, then form beds and even then sow the seeds. Taking the sap's hands, Theo turned to Jessel, getting ready to ask further. Pulling out of the corner of the sap, the man reached out to her woman and hinted with a light gesture. Help loosen the soil. All that they wanted from it. Only this simple action. With a smile on her face, she took the hoe into the feasibility study and willingly agreed to help. The girl strongly turned to all the workers, urging them to move away for a safe distance. At the opposite end of the field, the girl appealed to the young man to leave, and the guy immediately retreated a few steps back. Gathering all his determination, Jessel firmly squeezed the tool in his hands. Confidence was read in every movement. The look became sharp, and the face was filled with indomitable focus. Sharply swinging with all his strength, the girl lowered the weapon directly into the ground. The shovel only touched the ground, as a powerful explosive impulse came all the way, lifting the clouds of the soil and scattering the ground in all directions. In the silence that hung above the room, most of the audience could not utter a word, so stunned by their restrained meeting and the incredible force of her blow. The deaf roar swept through the forest, as if something had just exploded in his heart. A giant wave was raised from a powerful blow. Suddenly, the earth slipped out of the boy's feet. He was scared, struck by what Jessel did. The traces of her blow were clearly carved in the soil. The eyes were not going. It was difficult to even imagine. She turned to the feasibility study with a clear look, interested in his opinion on the work performed. In response, she heard sincere admiration and warm words of gratitude for their efforts. The peasant dropped his side, carefully touched the earth, and felt in surprise. The first step passed instantly, as if an eye to blink. The playful smile was on the face of Theo. Led the way and was not ideally flat, but the speed was just wonderful. With a smile on his face, Oterner ran to people, and behind, power and harshness reading in his eyes, confidently traveled Boa, without being distracted from his business. Armed with the question of the equipment for the field, the man turned to Victor. He only nodded in response. However, the resident who heard the conversation and did not go. Why he needed these things. Having extended his hands to the equipment, the Ukratitl, with a barely noticeable smile, stated that these things would be useful to him as materials. His interlocutor has only surprised his eyes, unable to understand what is being about. In the imagination, Theo passed the whole process of the device, and here the soft glow began to spill around the objects. Focused on creating a device for the field conditions, the master solemnly promised to return everything to his place. The local resident watched the process with interest without worrying about their tools. Without stopping for a moment, Theo skillfully connected the detail for the detail, carefully checking that each element works flawlessly. The vigilant neighbor on the workshop did not descend his eye without releasing any movement from the field of view. But despite this attentiveness, there was anxiety in the soul of the insight. No hint was discovered what was born in the hands of the feasibility study, and what a mysterious device was intended. Suddenly a giant plow emerged on the field, so large-scale that it has taken almost all the space. Boa pulled this tremendous car on himself, like a harnessed horse. The impressive size of the device closed the entire plain, as if it had absorbed the field with its cast-iron body. Stunned residents of the village did not take their eyes off the amazing cart for cattle, and the man finally realized what mechanism the feasibility was made. Theo has confirmed the guesses of people. This device is really suitable for any large cattle and created for plowing the earth or leveling the soil. However, a lot of wood is required for its manufacture. Born in the country where farming was a true art, he watched as many workers to ruin the fields. For this case, the mules were usually harnessed, and the land was treated with simple and extremely effective tools. These are the ways that had to be learned as a child. Since then, he has been well aware of how crucial and powerful tools are decisive. It was for this reason that his huge work appeared. Suddenly the air cut the cute sound. Someone sneezed. It turned out to be a Theo. The next moment, a passionate noise was distributed around. The audience could not take their eyes off this work, so the Theo gladly watched the reactions, proud of his own creation. The views of the local residents slid on the well-groomed fields, and there were no limits admiration. The strength and endurance of animals could only be envied. The huge unit skillfully aligned the surface of the earth, seamlessly turning the field into a perfect plain. Clear levels of the garden beds were struck by the skill of performing, leaving the audience in a real surprise and delight. A local resident approached the hero without restraining the smiles because of the funny of this scene. A chimera and a hero work in the field. For his native land, such a spectacle would be a real sensation. The call of Giselle to a stranger remained unanswered, and the meaning of his words remained a mystery to her. Sincerely smiling, she assured that there is a path more majestic and heroic than just feeding people. Be able to help this way, for her true pride and honor. Witness of the whole action, Carrie was surprised and did not find a place from surprise. The flow of time seemed to be deceived, because so much was done that it is difficult for an ordinary person to imagine. Suddenly behind her dog, as if from the air, the feasible with a wide smile. Surprised, the girl shuddered, and the guy at that moment only skeptically shook her head, obviously, without sharing her thoughts. Focus on the seeds in the bags. Giselle caught every word of the guy. At that moment he told Curry that in fact, the main work was yet to come. The first part, plowing and alignment of soil, which was just performed by the Giselle from Boa, is only the beginning. The next stage is the cleaning of the field and planting seeds in the ground. While there was a lively conversation about the possible consequences of excessive soil cultivation and about everything that could interfere with seed sowing, loud exclamations were heard behind. Giselle, focusing on the seeds, accidentally damaged several grains, for which she immediately received a warning, not to touch them anymore. In a striking example, Giselle showed what the gross force could lead to, and the girl immediately comprehended the meaning of the surge, feeling, everyone here is ready to make an effort and support a common cause. Curry expressed his admiration with such a reasonable solution and skillfully done work. The restoration of the field by this method was not only effective, but also surprisingly fast. Everything around the chimera's sharp aroma soaked, and it is probably that it had to scare away other monsters. The admiration does not leave her. He is almost sure that the Theo has even thought of such a little thing. In response, it remains only to smile awkwardly. Having completed the case, the Theo thanked Boabao for their efforts. In response, the beast sighed lightly, feeling the pride and sincere pleasure of the work done. Victor approached Boa and sincerely thanked the beast for his dedicated work. The work was done brilliantly. Theo, observing this, was surprised by the inexhaustible politeness of the man. In the meantime, Boa returned to Theo, and there was a conversation between them, the meaning of which was unclear to Victor. Listening to the wisdom of the beast, Theo conveyed his words. The whole company was tired, so it is worth taking the opportunity and visiting hot springs that are located quite near. Boa suggested that you spend the same source where you could safely swim and relax. As soon as the hot spring got, the faces of the whole company broke up in delight and joyful excitement. It was extremely impressed by Carrie that the source was quite close. No one expected such an unexpected neighborhood. Did the feasible surprise engulfed? Did Giselle and Carrie agree to visit the sources? Even Victor refused the unfinished business, but Giselle decided otherwise. Curie went for a study, which is captured by the hot springs collect many animals around them, and Giselle, in turn, chose a rest and plunged into warm water. By immersing his palm into a hot source, Theodore carefully estimated the temperature and purity of water. Immediately the idea came. First, it is worth talking about the find in the village. Suddenly before Theo emerged Giselle, a nude, boldly tuned to explore new feelings. The excited guy, without lost, instantly ordered her to dress. Carrie laughed at this situation, because they all repeatedly dived into the water. The Theus, it seemed that he did not notice anything, justifying himself. They say, then there were completely different times. I am sure that such behavior they only give Fiogalu a bad example. The guy sighed with annoyance. The girls, in response, just called him a mom. As soon as the Giselle, wrapped only in a towel, warmed up before bathing, Curry considered it necessary to find out as much as possible about a hot source. Even the water temperature was left unattended. Theo waved his hand, saying the spell, and the invisible partition split the cup in half. The girls were left on one side, and he was on the other side of this magical wall. The index finger headed towards a small structure, which has just been made due to his efforts. Now a cozy dressing room was visible here. Corey confidently stated that there was no point in delaying. She is already standing, wrapped in a towel, quite ready. Theodore turned sharply, hiding his face in his palms. This behavior and the frank look of the girls made him feel awkward. While their discussion continued, and the thoughts that such adventures on journey did not happen for the first time, Giselle rapidly rushed into the water, lifting a powerful splash. The clumsy smile illuminated Theodore's face when he noted that Carrie's thinking was a true example of an adventurous spirit. Calmly resting among the stones and half immersed in hot water, relaxedly bowed on his back with a satisfied smile. The towel was neatly lying on his head. On the other side of the section, there was no doubt in Theo. A hot boil simply has no equal, especially in the open air. The girls were quite pleased that he was also liked. The cheerful splashes of the girls were breaking the silence while the author tried to swim uncertainly. Carrie, annoyed, explained, Giselle is so enjoying the water. She slid a brace rapidly. A happy smile played on her face. In addition to the girl and the Theo, bizarre creatures were also fun in the water. The source turned out to be so spacious that even the heavenly dragon could swim without difficulty here. In his head, in Curry, the idea of calling the dragon to enjoy a hot spring has already matured the idea next time. The indignation of the fever had no boundaries. The source seemed so giant that even cumbersome brows could swim in it. Unlike this watering, a tight bath in the camp seemed to him a real cage. Feeling real pleasure, the Ukratitel broke up in a wide smile and wondered if everything was all right in Begiliaf. He, in turn, responded with a praised sound, unambiguously expressing his pleasure. Once after bathing, the guy did not immediately recognize Theo. She stood with loose hair, which was a surprise for him. He looked at her, was surprised for a moment, and called herself in his name. The girl turned and answered him with a radiant smile. At the same time, she could not understand why it was so important to her. Her hair. He took his fingers carefully on the strand. It seemed silky, well-groomed, worthy of aristocracy. Oddly enough, Theo was usually not too concerned with her appearance, and the hair looked not so neat. Girls with satisfied faces and proudly raised chin rejoiced in his reaction. He failed to recognize them, too. Their hairstyles were amazed with perfect cleanliness and care. The hair flicked as if the most exquisite silk. The help of Snail Giselle accepted without hesitation, entrusting him with drying his own hair. The reaction of Theo was sincere. It was amazed at how easily it understands it, not having a hint of the domestication skill. Due to the ability of Pip to influence the circulation of mana, he can restore even damaged hair. Theo, however, was distrustful of what he heard, but the obvious truth opened before his eyes. That is why their hair glowed with such charming beauty. Slime admired the fruits of his work with delight. Pip's energy filled himself. She reached out to him, a snail-like creature, but the feasibility was rushed back, waving and assuring that everything was fine with him. No change was needed. She insisted tirelessly that he would definitely test his mucous membrane. The passion of Curry, she only reinforced her support. The words of Theo never managed to break from his mouth. At the same moment he was rushed into his face. Panaju tried to pull this disgusting creature from his head, but she clutched firmly without letting it out of the trap. The girls kept breathing, watching what this strange scene would end. Now all members of the band gorgeous hair fell lush curls. It seemed like a special light was swelling around them. Every strand seemed to glow with a bright glow. Returning home, the residents did not recognize the boys, but the source continued to give them joy. Suddenly the air cut the cute sound. Someone sneezed. It turned out to be a Theo. While Theo hastened to the plates getting ready for breakfast, from the back suddenly he came from someone. The heart was restless. Did she not get sick? The dogs immediately ran to her and began to huddle, creating a soft living ring around. Suddenly, sneezing broke out of her mouth. The cold pierced the whole body. Theo was watching this picture. A girl surrounded by fluffy friends looked protected and relaxed. 6 faithful, like a warm blanket, warmed it with their presence. Feeling the air becomes cool in the evening, the guy asked Theo, when there is a real cold. Raising her hands above her head, she figuratively showed what kind of layers of snow and vibrations are here. The Theo did not hide his surprise. Are such snow really possible? Stopping, he plunged into thinking. There was still a certain moment before winter arrival, but circumstances were forced to work in the open. It was necessary to prepare in advance, before the snow wraps around. Now it looked like the best solution. While those thoughts were circling in their heads, people were raging behind, talking lively and fun. In this society, a girl with sharp ears and in the hood returned, casting a look at him, until her companions were talking lively, no matter what. The steps of the feasibility study were on the floor of a wooden house, where Victor had just dismantled the meat. Looking at the newcomers, Victor asked, "What are these hidden transitions?" She woke up interest in you, but instead of asking questions, he decided to secretly find out what he is busy now. Delicious baby meat for babies. Victor was catching their touching views. Everyone with sadness and hope begged for a piece. Meanwhile, Theo was shyly apologized, acknowledging his mistake that he did not go for dinner. No reproach would be able to overshadow Victor's pleasure. He was genuinely pleased and understood that the path of their growth was just beginning. After stretching a plate with neatly sliced meat, it shared a part of the care. The surprise fences had no limits. Victor Bloody Wind prepared food for wolves. None of the long-standing adventure companions would be resistant to a surprised exclamation seeing such a scene. Victor only fun with such words, sincerely believing that his name and close to the Theo and his friends, who really achieved outstanding journeys. Thanks to the efforts of the detachment of the heroes, the war with the demons finally ended. Demons were so terrifying that the heroes for ordinary people were equated with real salvation. It was impossible to disagree. Demons really had incredible power. Even Jashiel herself has repeatedly found herself on the verge of death because of their power. Not surprisingly, for most ordinary people, they embodied true horror. Remembering the initial issue, friends decided to discuss it more thoroughly. From the experience of Theo has become known that with the onset of winter there is a lot of snow, so he proposed to make simple covered transitions in the event of heavy snowfall. In addition, the right proposal to arrange the dining room so that in the winter did not have to freeze. Victor immediately supported this opinion, with the idea of consulting a climate and geologist. He inspired the participants to find a common solution. The Theo has shone with joy and thanked him sincerely. First, a detailed analysis of the map together with the advice of a climatologist and geologist made it possible to see perfect locations for the future dining room. But which area to choose the best for her? After completing the case, everyone around emitted the pleasure of the result. The spacious dining room was fully equipped. There were already all the necessary furniture. No anxiety arose during a heavy rainfall or in a moment when a heavy wind was rising outside the window. Theology of the Theo has suddenly become focused and remote. He plunged into deep reflections. This was not left out of Victor. Going closer, Victor wondered with interest that he was the cause of such thoughtfulness. At that moment, the passage bends into a huge circle, and if the sky sheds the rain, the water will certainly gather in the center, the thought of the feasibility study. In order to avoid such a fate, he was equipped with drainage, which was supposed to drain all the water. Victor confirmed his words, but did not realize what the problem could be. Examining up, Theo felt a slight anxiety about the reliability of the external drainage system. He wanted to try it in action, make sure that she would perform his function. The cloudless sky stretched over his heads. No cloud was observed. The thoughts of both returned to the moment, since the heroes arrived. Since then, no bad weather has been disturbed. Victor suggested that it may be such a dry time now, and unfortunately, it is not possible to control the heavenly element. The idea was instantly erupted in the imagination. You can cause rain with magic. Lily, which is part of the team of heroes, has extraordinary abilities. Her spell is called for a stormy wind and the devastating lightnings that scatter the whole invasion of enemies. However, Otot was not sure whether it was really so influencing the element and changing the weather. Victor's response painfully affected Theo. After all, Lily is an extraordinary sorceress, a true rarity in her art. Weather control can only be exceptionally powerful magic. Lilia copes with this challenge, and all thanks to her extraordinary giftedness. No other magician would have succeeded. Perhaps the former Taeum team gave him extremely high measures that he still verifies his strength. Victor's memory came to mention some of the settlers, who may have managed to control the sky. The joy was already shown in the eyes of February, and the unexpected warning of Victor made him stop. An unexpected obstacle. The magician, which was discussed, frankly stated that he did not want to have anything to do with the feasibility study. This recognition was literally stunned by the feasibility study. It was not possible to guess what the magician prevented this magician. The reason why he avoided the meeting remained a mystery. However, Victor categorically rejected all assumptions and insisted hasty conclusions should not be drawn. Victor came to the conclusion that if Giselle appeared here, therefore, it took a long time. Theo sincerely did not understand what she had to do with. Victor barely had time to start explaining how something suddenly flew nearby. Instantly responding, everyone scattered in different directions, managed to avoid danger. Theo stared in the darkness, in vain trying to calculate the direction of the insidious impact. Nowhere an hint of the enemy is a solid invisible threat. Immersed in his own reflections, Victor froze in silence. In the action of the magician, it was not so much an attack as a warning. It is dangerous to issue a true reason for his abandonment or contact. The thoughts of the tracking were not given by the Theo piece, and Victor's response only confirmed his suspicions. For a long time he was observed from the shadow. The unpleasant precipitate remained because Victor never warned him before. He could not understand why they were watching. Meanwhile, Lilia once asked Victor to organize cases and tasks so that their paths would no longer intersect. Since then, both have been on this ship. In such a close community, her mystery before Leo only created unnecessary obstacles. Victor sought to communicate with her personally, but Leo strongly stopped him and stated that he would conduct this conversation. It was probably uncomfortable to avoid it so frankly. If there was a good reason behind this, Leo would seek to find out what prompted her to do so, and listen to everything from the first mouth. In the middle of the dense thickets, Leo found a girl. Carefully approaching, thinking about the conversation, and suddenly she rushed from the place and disappeared in the opposite direction. The girl's act was shocked by the feasibility study, leaving him in numbness. It seemed sincerely that she hated him. It was at this moment that Victor appeared behind, with the intention of supporting his friend. The feasibility was rapidly rushing to run, crying out loud that he would not allow himself to get around, and no one underestimated him, because he is only 35. Victor did not even have time to stop him, only desperately called his name. He passed for a while, and breathtaking, he found himself around, trying to quench his crazy breath. But even it could not duplicate the pain behind her. Rapidly approaching the field, the Theodore waved his hand vigorously and shocked the workers with a friendly smile. He was delayed for a moment, greeting and keeping courtesy. Later, slightly confused, asked them if they saw someone who passed by. The strangers approached, falling asleep with questions, trying to find out who he was looking for. And although all his figures gave admiration and determination, suddenly there was a confusion on his face. It was worth touching the details as a look at him. Panic anxiety broke out in the breast. A horrible awareness swept the mind. The name of that girl flew out of memory. The sudden idea that Victor had to be asked earlier before her name covered him late. I was awakened by asking the audience, explained an attempt to remember the details. But with his frankness, he caused all the full surprise. The memory of each face was sorted out. Only men adventurers gathered in the team. After calculating all the thought, the guy tried to find out who he had not noticed among those present, slowly turning the familiar faces in memory. The Theo has scrolled in the heads of the names of all the groups and people who have faced recently. The flow of memories distinguished comrades, acquaintances, especially those who had access to magic or understood by the strengths. The deeper it was delved into reflections, the more clearly one person, Arya, was drawn. After learning her name, they hurried to report that she is now working in the field. In memory, the images suddenly floated. Once in the port city of Kalial, their paths have already crossed. Then the girl seemed to him only by the one that accidentally flashed by, or maybe she was one of the many strangers. However, everything looked different now. The details were brightly etched in the mind. The expression of her look, the manner of holding on, a special shade of voice. Arya's adventures unfold unexpectedly. After getting acquainted in the port city of Kalial, their paths have never intersected. Antivally, the hero asked everyone on the way, both people and even animals, whether they saw the girl's traces. Moving with logs on his shoulders, Victor noticed Theo and asked if he managed to catch up. The vicious look, thrown at the feasibility study, immediately suggested that fatigue and exhaustion settled in his eyes. Right hair, a leaf that was confused in the strands. All this without words, spoke about the defeat in an attempt to complete the task. Victor suggested that after the construction of new structures and grueling working days, fatigue took her. He offered to rest, at least for a short time. In the hope of support, he hastened to assure that he realizes Theo is unpleasant when they turn away from him and put so distorted. However, Theo categorically denied these words. Then Theodore dared to open him. He sought to share his thoughts. He remembered how, with the advent of this person around, everything came to life. The daily routine turned to a fascinating adventure. The journey did not seem easy or carefree. But even through difficulties, it was possible to discover new friends and gain valuable experience. True adventures, worthy hobbies, have not happened for a very long time. Meanwhile, when Theo talked to Victor, a girl was hiding on a branch of the tree, listening carefully to every word. His appearance forced her to hide carefully in the shade, trying not to attract a look. Sincere sympathy was spilled in the soul, because the girl had to keep the distance. He did not like the idea of it. He wanted all the adventurers who gathered in this hall, spent time fun, and filled every day with vivid moments with his friends. Let the fatigue be signed a little. Theo was motionlessly stretched, and did not even think to stop. After grueling journeys with Giselle and her team, this fatigue seemed like a trifle. Despite all the difficulties, in his opinion, if you make efforts at such moments, it will later cause a smile. On the tall tree, when she stuck on a thick branch, Arya captured every word of the speech of Tep and Victor. The tense body felt every disturbance, and a vigilant look did not let any little things. In a narrow compression of the palm trembled a magic wand, ready for action every moment. Looking closely at the feasibility study, Victor tried to understand who was talking about. Reflections were circling in their heads, because it was necessary to determine which of the others was involved in this mysterious event, and which has a role in it. However, he never heard the answers. He interrupted the Theo, unexpectedly shouting. The gaze immediately escaped to the sky, where thunderstorms were mounted in the eyes, which rapidly covered the horizon. Victor fell into the eye, and that's really, that their initial plan was to cause rain. The theological thought, if they do not try now, you will have to postpone an attempt for later. Meanwhile, clouds hung some bizarre, as if collected and purposeful. These lights seemed to gather only above the base. Turning his head, the shadow, which appeared on the roof of the structure, caught his eyes. At heart, confidence is ripe. He recognizes a person there. On the roof of the altitude building, there was confidence in Arya, firmly pressing his feet to cold concrete. The whispering of her spell came out with air, a calm, but full of power. He permeated space and time, as if a light-blowing wind, which was carrying inevitable changes. In a moment, the first cool drops of rain fell from heaven. At first, they are instantly intensifying, turning into a real rain. Victor from the Theo kept his breath, watching this miracle with unexpected curiosity. The water drained with their faces and clothing, leaving the impression that nature itself responded to events that unfolded around. Unexpected exclamations and cries rolled with rain. Passers-by the head rushed through the puddles, covered with panic, hurried to hide under the canopies and in the homes, looking for salvation from bad weather. While Victor and the Theoso had his conversation, watching the rainy streams carefully, some figure began to approach them. At first it seemed it was only a dark spot, blurred with frantic rain, but with every step the silhouette became more expressive. In the light of the gray day, Arya was clearly distinguished, decisive, with a magic wand in his hand and eyes full of confidence. It seems that the idea was possible. It was thanks to it that heaven now watered the city of rain. There was no doubt left. It was she who stood in front of him. Once upon a time, barely familiar Karali finally appeared in its essence. During their previous meeting, the hood did not cover her face, and that image still lived in his memory. Open, a little mysterious, with an insightful look in which a hidden power glickled. Now that they were face to face again, Theo had no doubt. She consciously avoided him then. All her posture seemed to scream about the desire to become invisible, to hide from unnecessary eyes. Returning to her, he noticed how the girl was getting rid of. Without resting the thought of what he could cause pain, he decided to get to the truth, to understand why she was so carefully avoided. What guilt could lie on his shoulders? In the air, the tension was hanging when the Theo dared to talk to her. The remorse moved in it. Suddenly did something wrong? The memory remained empty, no mistake was recalled. But suddenly, unexpectedly for both, she asked an almost rhetorical question. What could he do? It sounded faster as affirmation than as a question. Spidlob, with annoyance, she cast her gaze from the hood. The problem was his indifferent forgetfulness. It did not give her rest. In the look, frank hostility and cold hatred were read. It seemed like a moment, and she would rush at him. All the feasibility was fossilized, each muscle was swollen, the heart was crazy, and alertness broke out in her eyes. Victor, feeling the tension in the conversation increases, and the conversation can turn into trouble, resolutely intervened in dialogue. Becoming more prudent, he realized that the cause of her actions should be kept secret. But, nevertheless, he decided to share the truth with her. It turned out that Arya is just a fictional name that hides the demonic essence. Her real name is Aries Stella. Having learned the shocking truth, the Theo met with her look, full of surprise. Suddenly, in the mind, Tay broke out, a face that had already emerged in the distant past. It was impossible to make a mistake. It was she. Remembering returned to him at the moment when the girl removed the hood from her outfit. She confidently called her name and revealed what race really belongs to. Theodore's surprise was boundless. He was heard. He froze in place with his mouth, not finding at least a single word. Saying decisively, Estella discovered her true essence. The real name is Estella, the origin is a demon, and her father is the Bishop of Demon. The news flew through the village of Lightning. The daughter of the Lord of Demons appeared just between ordinary inhabitants. Not everyone could believe it was really Arya. One of the adventure seekers revealed its true essence, what shocked and indignant comrades, because he hid it earlier. Such a trifle was not important to him, but it was known. Between it and the feasible conflict has long been rising. This prospect seemed incredibly burdensome. If the fate is pushing them again, there is no doubt. Its irritation will reach the limit. It is possible that such a meeting will happen something fatal and irreversible. None of the comrades of Theo did not waste time. They immediately rushed to him, hoping to protect from a possible mess. Friends ran out and caught the striking scene. Theo, shining with a sincere smile, lightly patted Aristella on his shoulder, looking at her with pleasure. In his eyes, true joy glowed. Time has passed relentlessly, and during the years the girl changed significantly, growing up. It seemed as if he was standing before him, the same girl he once met. The fees of the Theo called him, forcing him to turn without releasing Aristilis's shoulders. Anxiety were shown in their eyes, as if something extraordinary or threatening happened. The unknown was strained. There was no idea what happened. Friends explained that their anxieties are related to the Arya, because it is Aristella, and there should be a deadly enmity between the two too. But Theos could not realize the reasons why they would have destroyed each other. Friends finally turned, noticing Victor behind. On his face was a barely noticeable calm expression, and his eyes glowed with understanding. Awareness of other people's fears and causes of anxiety was read in this insightful silence. After all, he only knew that he actually happened that evening at a Thanksgiving party. The confused and surprised adventure seekers looked around and wondered again, what a thank you for this. Inside, the Theo felt heaviness. He had to scratch awkwardly, realizing that any explanation would no longer be avoided. He began with enthusiasm that celebration, known as a Day of Thanks, had an official name: the solemnity of the murder of the owner of demons. This event was arranged in honor of the victory of mankind over the owner of the demons, and the most interesting, it was organized by the overthrown monarch itself. The story stunned all those present. Did the demonic lord arrange an evening in which he had to die by the hero's hand? Friends with skepticism looked at Theodore. Probably the guy had already managed to miss a glass of two if he weaves such nonsense. Meanwhile, Theo unsuccessfully tried to stop a wave of misunderstanding and explain how everything really happened. Theodore, catching their confusion and realizing that they were trying to hide something significant, did not waste time. Directly asked the question whether they knew the real reason why the demons from the first day attacked human lands. What did they go and what did they seek? This unexpected replica has completely shot down the adventurers from the Panther. The glances rushed from the face to the face. No one seems to be waiting for such a question. Some feverishly sought justification. Others tried to come up with some answer, but most remained in silent confusion. Without a clear awareness of the essence of the problem, further steps were doomed to uncertainty, and the path to the release remained unsolved. It seemed that the desire to seize other people's lands pushed them to the attack. Even the characters were first convinced of it. But the true reasons were completely different. The demons went on the offensive, seeking not the conquest, but the test of power in a fight with people. The news struck them even harder. Theo led further. According to the authorities of the dungeon, demons value power above all. Seeing what a group of heroes is capable, the demonic king did not hold on to surprise from their incredible power. As a sign of honor, he swore his own name not to step with the army on human lands. It was strange enough to hear such words from the one who was almost torn in half. Only thanks to Jezel, who struck him, did this poor man eventually obey and promise not to step on human lands. The attempt to destroy the Bishop of Demons ended surprisingly successful for all participants. Only the selected knew the true cause of this defeat, and kept the secret that the demonic king was actually alive. He made them think. It was not easy to digest. It was also amazed why such a significant story remained outside the chronicles. It was known that the truth about the causes of the demons on the human lands and the true essence of events, the words will sound incredibly. This story seemed too bizarre to those who used to look for simple explanations. Even Victor looked with doubt. He took part but still not fully convinced. It was at this holiday that Theodore first saw Arya. Then she was still a little girl, fragile, with innocent face and eyes, full of curiosity. Among the guests was Jezel. Looking at her more closely, he immediately realized the similarity with the owner of the demons cannot be noticed as soon as you know its true essence. In fact, a lot of time has passed before it became clear. In this look, there is an icy, formidable cold, the same as that of her father. Friends quickly realized the cause of her indignation and anger. It was impossible to believe that they were faced with the same Arya that grew up and long ago went beyond the usual ideas about themselves. It was this misunderstanding that caused controversy between them. The feasibility was the impression that it did not matter to her whether she recognized it. 10 years have passed from that single meeting, and now he was in front of him already formed an adult woman. Theodore's view, aimed at Arya, gave deep confusion and desire to understand what happened. In the soul, a genuine need to find out the cause of her insults and to correct the situation, so that she could just explain everything. Among the confused thoughts, one question was wandered. What could he hurt her, and why she was so offended by him? The look of Theo slowly slid into her side, and he noticed. The girl's cheeks were spreading, and her eyes were hidden under his eyelashes. The mention of the cause of which she avoided him was called by acute pain. Theo shared it with her. Her eyes caught his gaze, and suddenly an apology broke out of her mouth. Awareness of her own youth lightness finally came to the girl. The news that his thoughts no longer touch her offended a little, leaving a light bitter precipitate. In response, she promised not to run away from him, at least so far. Sharply turning around, the girl moved the opposite direction with a quick step. The cheerful laughter of the adventurers called the moon. Everyone was clear what the young man got into, but after all, well, what ends well? Twently catching each step, Theo looked after her afterwards. The anxiety settled in her heart. She thought that she did not still say and was about to return to add something important. In his hand, Victor drew all his attention. As it should be expected, the feasibility study took care of covered crossings to provide protection against future snowstorms. Winters here were much harsh than the residents hoped. It is time to take care of quality winter things. You need to find everything you need for warm clothes. At the request of the community, Theodore made a lot of spinners, but did not even know that they would turn the case into a real holiday. He also surprised a rich table with nuts that unfolded in the open air. But the most interesting thing was the question. What are they going to sew winter clothes? Hearing the questions of the feasibility study, Victor smiled. Of course, for winter clothes, the cocoons of wild silkworm are chosen. For Theo was in discovery. What is wild silk? In fact, he is an ancestor of home silkworm. Victor explained that silk produces both domestic and wild silkworm. This material passes the air perfectly, and that is why it is perfect for warm things in the cold season. In the midst of the journey, one of the displaced persons came across wild silkworms, a real treasure that could not go unnoticed. Without spending time, he gathered precious prey because the instinct suggested that this material would agree in unknown lands. Unexpected luck has become a significant milestone on their way, giving hope and a step closer to travelers to a new life and innumerable prospects. Theos Reffel lifted one of the cocoons, and in his eyes a surprise broke out. Incredibly, the feelings overwhelmed him. Before him lay a real giant. The ordinary silkworm cocoon, a thin, light fitting in the palm of your hand, seemed a dwarf next to this giant. The size of this creation exceeded any ideas and broke all the usual ideas about the silk doll. Victor suspected that dangerous monsters may be surprisingly dangerous. The anxiety was enveloped by the feasible because of the possible danger. Because to collect these things seemed like a real adventure. The idea of Theo caught at once, but the secret of creating silk threads remained unclear to him. Victor carefully took the cocoon, lowered it into hot water, and began to dingle with fragile fibers directly underwater. This is how the larva must die inside. The traditional method of processing the cocoons of wild silkworm. At the same time, according to Victor, now the key task is to just relax. I am convinced that the time has come to break the usual routine, give the team a chance to unite, restore the combat mood, and strengthen mutual trust. The thoughts of the Arya have not left Theopos since they have been seen last, but no words with her have been pronounced. The image of her face was stubbornly no thoughts. Perhaps the festival will be the opportunity to finally talk to her. Fate, as if playing, brought Arya's right now. She carried the cocoon focusedly, without even casting a look at him. The steps confidently brought Arya's to girls who wooled with something incomprehensible. Curiosity won. It is time to find out what happened. She appeared at the moment when her presence was necessary. One of the girls told how, leaning over the well to draw water, accidentally cut off her necklace. It broke and disappeared in deep water. Anger intertwined with annoyance in her voice when she showed Arya a place where she once hung a gift from her parents. Listening to each word, Arya well felt how valuable this thing was to the girl. The girls wondered if she could get the suspension from the well. It was quite to her strength, because the jewelry lay shallow, and it would be enough to try a little to catch her. Going to the well, Arya focused and said the spell. The water easily transfused to where it was necessary, and in a moment the girlfriend turned on the pump at her request. When a little time has passed, A suspension was suddenly hidden from the pipe into the bucket. Still hidden somewhere in the depths, the girls fascinated with her and joyfully pressed in their arms, sincerely thanking for the hope of returning a valuable medallion. A happy smile, intertwined with relief, blossomed on their faces, a chance to restore the lost jewelry. On the side of this scene, Victor and TA were carefully watched. Considering this photo, Theo was sincerely surprised by people's deep trust in her. Victor did not even go to whom it was talking about. Undoubtedly, she is trusted. Arya works on a par with everyone without a step. In addition, so young she has already reached the pinnacle of magical skills. Its spell impress with sophistication and complexity, conquering the forces that physical labor is powerless. Among all, Arya is a real treasure that is not replaced. A smile appears on the face, but in the look, unusual and confusion. However, Victor's words will not go through. Saying goodbye to the rescued girl, Arya heard sincere words of gratitude again. Turning, she noticed Theo. The guy had already approached very close. A friendly smile glowed in his eyes, and the greetings were warm and easy. The capture gripped him when he watched how she was using magic. Not even with the simplest magic, he felt true respect. To make water deep at the bottom of the well so gently and accurately pick up the necklace. Skill impresses the imagination. Special thanks to the soul for the day it caused the long-awaited rain. In anticipation of their need, the girl presented a life-giving downhill when it was necessary. There was an opportunity to check the drainage system, which added rest. The fuzzy reproach in the heart for not being gratitude before the words of gratitude did not rest. A quiet laughter cut in response to his remark. His excessive anxiety seemed inappropriate. Probably after a long separation, she simply did not recognize him, and now came to apologize for it. Her words painfully struck like an arrow that pierced her heart. The shame lit up on his face. This situation was very embarrassed. Smiling, Arya tried to dispel his anxiety about this situation. No apology was required. Her path to this new world ran only to meet him again. And now, having been nearby, the girl was uncomfortable. This behavior was a surprise. Behind were the Sagda and silk masters. The more silk threads, the more luxurious the outfit will be. He glowed with joy. He was also promised to sew clothes, no worse than it. Everyone tried to restrain the girl, make a little calm down and not approach the cocoon, because it could be dangerous. Wild silk flew into the water, and at the same moment the surface faded, as if something giant and powerful under it. Without warning, the pot overturned, and all its moist stuffing spilled on the ground. The voice of Theo, full of anxiety and fear, shouted loudly her name. Ari worked lightly, not hesitation for a moment. For a moment she illuminated the space with magic, carefully taking the girl away from the danger, shielding her from any threat. His embrace was kept a dull Theo, and in his chest grew deaf despair. Suddenly, a few views stopped on the cocoon lying in the pot. Something was happening with him. Its surface seemed strangely distorted, as if there were invisible forces inside. The sudden loud crack pierced silence. The cocoon's scales broke out, and thin threads broke from the cracks. Inside the tension, the silhouettes of the living began to be viewed through faults. The whole company froze, holding a breath, watching carefully at the amazing appearance of a new creature. At the same moment, a swarm of winged small creatures escaped from a split cocoon shell. The radiant stream they starred in the air and lightly rushed to the forest. Everyone who was sideways froze on the spot, fascinated by an unusual sight. Suddenly, forest spirits appeared in front of the eyes, thin, light creatures with transparent wings that instantly disappeared among the dense huts. The witnesses of their appearance froze with delight and surprise, because no one could think that such creatures actually exist. No one could imagine like that. Even the thoughts of such was squeezed. Usually insects live in cocoons, and boiling water inevitably. Perhaps this area is a common occurrence? Among the observers were jokes. They say, "Now they cook the spirits of the forest." With an unexpected exclamation, one of the adventurers rushed to the rest, attracting general attention. It was at this moment that everyone noticed. As soon as 4 spirits disappeared, the thread suddenly gained incredible strength. It stretched without any resistance. Now its thickness and volume has increased significantly. Hugging Theo, the man rushed to the Arya, and sincere gratitude and touch on his face. He bowed his head, thanking her for saving the most expensive man for him. Thanks to Arya, the Theo escaped burns and injuries. The girl was embarrassed. Nothing special was seen in her act. A warm smile illuminated his face when Arya met. There was no doubt in the soul. A real adventure founder would grow from this girl. A bright picture of their first meeting at the party came before their eyes. It was then, at the very beginning of the acquaintance, that a little girl approached him and spoke, radiating a sincere smile. Her eyes glowed with curiosity and trust, and the voice was gently and clearly. Leaning closer, so that their views met on a par, he looked carefully into the girl's sincere eyes. Inside, the curiosity stopped. Does the daughter of the owner of the demons know his name? As it turned out, she learned from the book. For a moment, she hung in indecision, as if collecting strength, and a quiet dream broke out in her gaze. Somewhere deep in the heart, Nadia glowed. Once become an extraordinary searcher of adventures, as brave, wise, and tireless as he is. The surprise was immediately reflected in the faces of the feasible. A barely noticeable smile was in the corners of his lips. Juizel's confession sounded unexpectedly for him. At heart, he acknowledged that this girl has a great courage and power, and it is her sincere words of admiration. Before the eyes of Arya, the book opened. Her eyes glowed with sincere enthusiasm, and their fingers hurried to find the dreamy lines. The text argued that he became friends with the dragons, had a short time to breathe life into everything broken. No danger was an obstacle to him. In any disaster he was able to save those who needed it. Her gaze stopped on him, but somewhere deeply a shadow of doubt. The belief that the strength and courage will have enough planned, swayed on the subtle border of despair. Slowly lowering one knee, this measured movement he demonstrated his respect and devoted support. In all his posture, he read the willingness to become a mentor and a friend, and in his eyes a genuine intention to step together through future adventures burned. Since then, her days have been intertwined with tireless work. Training has been changed, and training has been given to a place of new knowledge. Efforts were successful. Thanks to perseverance, the girl achieved such a level of skill that she was able to gain the title of a real adventure job. One day, she came to rumors. Theo was going to go to a new world. In a hostile port city, fate brought them together again, but in his eyes, it remained a stranger. Over the years, its appearance has experienced significant changes, and the time that has passed from their last meeting finally hid familiar features. It was not possible to find the right words for acquaintance. In the soul, both joy and anxiety, and thoughts were confused, without allowing you to start a conversation. In the end, she hid behind the cool walls of port buildings, losing in the crowd of passers-by. And only in the heart was the hope that their paths will come together again, and then they will be able to speak frankly. The realization that she tried in vain to hide from him, a part of her soul was forever etched in his memoirs, filled her with unexpected confidence and power. Their long-standing conversation about her clearly came out of memory. The light regret struck the heart, at least immediately recognize it in the hookah. The shame of burning cheeks, because for the first moment she did not dare to open and call herself. At heart, easy shame and anxiety were intertwined, because every uncertainty gave rise to fear of making a mistake. She achieved amazing results of effort, and Theo did not surprise it. In his eyes, every victory was born through perseverance, work, and belief in himself. The admiration has caused her ability not to dwell on difficulties and doubts, but to boldly move on. After all, to meet the one that has grown and chose it from many worthy a real reason to delight. This is much more than he ever expected to get from life. The wave of joy and pride rolled against him, although unrestrained embarrassment also made itself known. He hardly assumed that it would be a model for her. Theo barely moved in his arms, and the soul immediately enveloped the excitement. Looking carefully in her face, he was fully concerned and anxious. A living shine in his gaze without words spoke of a passionate admiration. Every feature of her expression was eloquently interested. What does she feel after everything that happened? Recovering from sleep, her thoughts immediately returned to the threads. The thin, skillfully intertwined fibers of Theo noted the light movement of the finger, enthusiastically showing the obtained. Theo could not hide the joy of her own work. The heart was filled with pleasant warmth and pride for his efforts. Not all efforts were in vain. Images have already been born in the imagination. Will these threads be the basis for clothing for the whole family? For the Shiro, for the kid, and perhaps even for the rest? The cautiousness has swept into his heart because of the opinion that silk threads may not be enough for everyone. It was then that the Aryas came closer and whispered the feasible something in the ear. The boy's face changed instantly. A smile was played in his eyes. The gestures were filled with lightness and pleasure. It was clearly visible. The girl's words gave him genuine joy and something more than simple support. On the neck of the Theo, Shiro and Wolf's gently lay scarves made of thin yarn. With enthusiasm, they tried up the updates. Gentle warmth and comfort were enveloped by everyone, like a gentle palm. Friendly joy overwhelmed everyone. The same scarves as if they were wearing them in a strong, cohesive family, giving a sense of true unity. The idea to create scarves originated in Arya, and the pattern on them skillfully reproduced the ornament of Theo clothes, which gave the image of amazing harmony and beauty. The scarf himself made of Theo. In each loop it was possible to feel his skill of needlework. Pioyo rushed into the Aryas of Arya, sincerely thanking for the wonderful idea. Her smile spoke more than words, boundless gratitude glowing in her eyes. The abomination engulfed the Arya. She seemed strange to receive gratitude, because the Phoebus created those scarves. In response, Theo only laughed and gently emphasized how extraordinarily Aryan is, without releasing her from the arms. Theo was genuinely admired by extraordinary magic and luxurious outfits of her own design, constantly crossing his virtues. In the eyes, sincere respect and thirst for become the same talented and strong. Dreams of confidence and skill that would allow true miracles, like Arya, did not leave the girl. These words were heard from her mouth to Tech. Then there was no doubt that she was able to turn into anyone who only wants. A soft smile lit up on the face of Arya as she looked at the feasibility study, and sincere joy and gratitude was read in her gaze. There was a long and difficult path behind his shoulders, and the heart prompted. The chosen direction was true. This smile spoke of unwavering confidence. New discoveries and unforgettable adventures are waiting ahead. The calm step of Arya carried a basket in which she hid recent findings and her own things. Her movements radiated confidence and balance. She enjoyed the silence and freshness of the outside world. Theo fussily ran behind, trying not to keep up. Smiling, she shouted Arya a little to slow down, so she was hard to share with her this moment of genuine pleasure. Carrie and Theo, with the hidden warmth in the heart, observed the Aryas and Theo, which were exchanged sincere smiles. The joy and deep pleasure enveloped them, because after all past trials and misunderstandings, their friends finally became clear and were able to find common ground. The happy moment when Arya, along with Theo, was confidently going on, making the first steps to mutual understanding, became a real confirmation for them. All the efforts made were not in vain. It is possible that after the adventure with Silk, the thirst for magic woke up in it under the impression of Arya. In the future, would it be necessary to organize the opportunity to master the magic for her? In this opinion, the feasibility study stopped. The focused look testified to disagreement, but in her eyes the fire flashed an inspiration. In the soul, confidence is mature. It is time to do magic training Theo. Such an event seemed key not only for the development of Theo, but also for strengthening their connection. In front of the inspired audience, to learn more about magic, Arya confidently stepped on the board. She greeted her name, and immediately faced the questions. Now she is a magic teacher. This is what was a surprise for her, because the teacher's experience is completely new for her. Arya asked the listeners not to forget about it, because, teaching others, she could not hide her own excitement and inconvenience. The sudden exclamation of Theo, in which she passionately agreed with the Arya and even called her mentor, made everyone shudder. Her face was ill with a sincere smile, but somewhere deep a slight shame appeared. This unexpected rise of words put Theo in a new, unexpected role. The rest, inspired by the example of Theo, cheerfully called Arya with their mentor. In response to such words in her eyes, there was embarrassment, and on the cheeks, a shy blush. The casual appeal was a little embarrassed by the Arya, because the role of the teacher was unusual for her. Nevertheless, at heart, she felt sincere gratitude and easy admiration. Their trust and recognition warmed the heart. Everything that happened around was surprised on the curry face. The scarecrow of Theo did not miss this reaction, and now it became clear to him that the girl puzzled. Meanwhile, Carrie herself noticed how a whole crowd of adventurers gathered to learn how to learn witchcraft from Arya. Such a course of events was a surprise for her. It seemed quite natural that magicians seek to master magic, but a considerable number of soldiers in this place surprised it. Did not these harsh fighters think of immersion in the mystery of witchcraft? Reasoning that seamlessly became thought. Theo immediately realized what she was in a way, and smiled imperceptibly, realizing, for her magicians are only those who throw fiery balls or cause the wind. She wondered if she was mistaken in her ideas. Theo replied that in her words there is a fade of truth, but her understanding is too superficial. True magic is much more multifaceted and deeper than it may seem at first glance. However, for adventure seekers, it looks different. The most common among them is the magic of body strengthening. During the battle, they constantly strengthen the muscles of the magic, because they face monsters that a common person cannot overcome. Therefore, every adventurer uses everything that only has in stock. This rule dictates the most dangerous reality of their craft. Most people use this magic at an intuitive level, so its power is weak. By mastering the theoretical foundations, it is possible to significantly increase its effectiveness. Suddenly, Arya fell into the sky, climbing all with true magical grandeur and grace. Her take-off was a clear proof that the proper mastery of theory and a deep understanding of magic can not only help, but also repeatedly exceed the physical boundaries. Easily touching the land, Arya made a great impression on Theo. A child admiration and a passionate curiosity illuminated her gaze. In the soul, there was a desire to grasp the incomprehensible mysteries of flight. But the impatient gust of Theo met the restrained warning of the Arya. It is not necessary to rush. It is worth learning gradually. Without stopping, Arya continued the story, explaining that everyone has a hidden mana, so there is no point in making the process difficult. She suggested that the students imagine as if the energy was swaying inside them, as if gently loosened water in the bowl, and then directed on the body. In doing so, she identified that this is the basis of mastering magical energy. You can learn to feel and control your own manu with perseverance. For example, she explained that mana is usually concentrated in the brain and internal organs. If all the energy is directed in one hand, the exhaustion comes instantly. The main thing is to maintain balance. The words sounded so exciting that everyone listened to her, holding his breath. Carefully watching Theo, Arya immediately realized such a crazy amount of complex information at the same time almost boiled the Theo brain. Quite apologizing, Arya suggested that she apparently overdone with explanations, all of which seemed too confusing and difficult for Theo. However, Theo strongly gathered with the spirit, saying that she did not intend to give up and is ready to fight further. The lecture came to an end, and the feasibility study looked more anxious every minute. From the side of Curry it seemed strange, because nothing unusual happened, the usual performance, which are many. Theo carefully told her that this event is a brand new experience for Theo. Brought up among the wolves, she has never encountered a similar world. To appear in the resistance of a culture brought from an unfamiliar continent, the test is great. Moreover, a sudden visit to such a place can only increase its anxiety, summed up Theo. Curry just sighed, believing that he was in vain so worried. The charming smile illuminated the face of Brown when she began to talk about how all children seek to dive into new worlds and discover something unknown. The moments of childhood were vividly remembered when the monsters' directories were eagerly flipping through, feeling joy and admiration for getting acquainted with amazing creatures and secrets. The view switched to the FIO. This girl, in her opinion, distinguished the extraordinary ability to adapt, so she is without extra effort to master any new conditions. He argued his excitement by the fact that Phil is still completely young and took time to get used to unknown circumstances and challenges. He emphasized that it is adults who should take responsibility, to protect it, to help, and to support it, especially in difficult moments. He was most afraid that she would not be overwhelmed and felt alone in this new world. Turning his head to Theo, a horrible picture suddenly opened before his eyes. The girl lay fainting. Instant fear paralyzed the body, forcing him to break from his place and rush to her. The heart was crazy in the chest. The desire to make sure as soon as possible that everything was fine did not leave a second for thought. Carrie broke up at a cry, sounding his name, begging or at least warning, but her voice sounded too late. Phila was swollen, and the treacherous body did not respond to no disturbance. Arya calmly noticed that it operates drunk magical poison. Explaining how often this happens to children who are just beginning to master Manu, she tried to reassure him. The anxiety was squeezed by the feasibility study. Thoughts did not rest whether everything would really be fine with it, whether something evil would happen. However, she heard the assurance that recovery is sure to come, because the body is only learning to manage this energy, and such cases are inalienable along the way. Slowly reading one eye, Theo slowly returned to his senses and marauded from the soft light. Seeing the awakening, the guy quietly came closer. The warmth smiled and decided that it was better to pause today. After all, workouts can wait. The main thing is that it is comfortable, because all the most important victories are still ahead. Slowly rose up, Theo gave him a soothing smile, assuring that everything was fine with her. She asked not to interfere, and only to watch silently. The words of the girl stunned the feasibility so that he fell, throughout his being a real chaos. The shock and confusion jumped every movement, depriving the ability to even say something. She silently caught her gaze, desperately trying to comprehend the incredible confidence and independence she radiated. Which words did not try to pick up to support Theo. The girl strongly interrupted him. In her voice, her firmness sounded. She was not going to concede. The very stubbornness of Theo challenged circumstances, and at the same time, proved its own independence. In her look she read confidence. She would overcome everything if it happened. The calm but decisive voice of Arya confirmed her correctness. With special perseverance, Arya emphasized that Theo really makes every effort, and support is now invaluable for her. In confident words, the belief of the girl was heard, and most importantly now, to allow her to show her own independence and bravery. The girl confessed that the teaching constantly interrupted and her father. So she only dreamed of giving her peace. In these words, the accusation was swollen. For Theo, this phrase sounded like a sharp knife that pierces the heart. The deep sadness swept the soul, but at the same time anxiety for the feasibility study was only increasing. The nervous tension was unbearable. The female fell around, tears were uncontrollably rolled around the face. The feelings were so sharp that the shock was completely rolled up without leaving the strength to hide emotions. Carrie, stunned by this unexpected explosion of feelings, still maintained cold-bloodedness and hurried to reassure him, trying to persuade not to get into the event and stay calm. Carrie poured oil into the fire, explaining that it is inevitable. At least once in his life, his daughter will become angry with his father, and he did not have an exception. In the soul, painful bitterness was disturbed. The desire to put a Theo's shoulder, to give it a relief, turned only to words that only exacerbated his torment. The hands were inadvertently sank. The disappointment took the mountain, because it seems that the border has long been crossed. The awareness of their own mistakes turned into bitter despair. For the first time, sincere confessions were made. He did not even have an idea what dark side he hides deep inside. The recognition of this was a key stage for him on the way to self-knowledge and desire to correct the committed. She sincerely believed that Theo under the power of any trials. Confidence and strength seemed to be his second skin. But now, a completely different truth was revealed before her look. Even the way he was, barely kept peace in the society of children. At least, it was surprisingly fun to watch. Remembered, Carrie was agitated. Where could Bagali F., who just was near? In his thoughts, Theo also flipped possible variants of disappearance, trying hard to remember at least something. His gaze became focused. Various assumptions emerged in his head. He may have gone in his own affairs or hid in a public corner. Dragons from nature have an extraordinary talent to manipulate people, which is what they use the way. His thoughts calmed down, because it seemed that the great creature just got a good idea and had fun with the baby. The caring and kind attitude of Baglia shocked a wave of warmth and trust in Curry. Now, next to this dragon has become quite calmer. The Theo felt a real relief, because he was able to find common ground with all, especially with creatures that were of particular importance to them. The sudden morning sound cut silence, forcing them to be alert. The feasibility study instantly looked to the side from where this strange tune came from. Anxiety and interest in the eyes glitter. All the thoughts and views were to be chained to the place where the shrill scream was heard. The source of the sound that the plaintiff heard was Begalef. With special care, he was called for a little wolf, which pulled on a tall tree, to go down. In every word, sincere notes of anxiety and caring about their young friend. The concern about the baby's fate did not leave Bagulf. The heart was squeezed from fear that he could fall or scare. The anxiety covered everyone. No one understood what was happening. Why did Bagulf froze in place without hurrying to intervene? Too feasibility was rushed to the help. In the look of everyone, determination was burning, and anxiety strengthened their will. They thought at once. The salvation of wolves and the reassurance of the dragon became the most important task. The comprehension came to the feasibility study. The power of Baguliev seemed to be all the victorious, and he did not want to risk the child's safety. Suddenly, the strength in the wolf was no longer left. The paws were smugful, and the baby broke out of the tree rapidly, flying down. Instantly rushing forward, Theo called the magic and cleverly caught the baby.